welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us. Hey guys, welcome to the Awakening 131. Today is going to be mind-blowing, and I don't know about you, but I'm going through a mind-blowing awakening.
And there's no wigs today. There's just teddy bear protection of a tiny, not even a little child that's coming up, but a baby, a fetus that's coming up, okay? And so hang on a second. Before I go any further, I'm going to introduce you to Myrtle. This is Myrtle, named after Myrtle Fillmore from Unity, the bunny. Myrtle Fillmore healed herself when she was told that she was going to die at a very young age. Right, so this is Myrtle, my bunny, and at the moment I feel the need to have her with me, to hold her. Now, everything that goes on here, I teach what I learn. And if any of you are going through a really, really difficult ascension like myself, with roller coasters of up and down, and yes, I do look like a teddy bear. Someone said I look like a teddy bear today. Then you will be interested in what I've got to tell you. And I teach what I learn, right? So what I'm going to say is I started talking about the womb twin survivor syndrome because I think it's something that no one seems to know about, the same way as they don't know anything about therapeutic community. They don't seem to know anything about womb twin survivor syndrome. They don't know what it is, and it's very, very important to know about this because a lot of you are, believe it or not. Now, a lot of you are older, and so it can't be proved. And there may have been rumors that you were a twin, and the twin died or passed in the womb. But I know for sure that I am. And I figured this out a long time ago with a friend when she went to Scotland. And I couldn't deal with my feelings. I couldn't deal with it. It hurt so much. I didn't understand it. It wasn't just pure codependency. I missed her. It's too much, you know. And I went inside. I did hypnosis on myself. And there it was. There it was me. Still hurts. It goes way beyond the void, right? And we're going to talk about the void today. The void. Now, it goes way beyond that 6-7-year-old that was taken to Israel and lost everything. This is a tiny fetus. And this is why I don't agree with abortions, because I felt everything. 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 When my twin left. A very, 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 very young fetus, a few months, maybe maybe about a month even, maybe less, but all the feelings were there already. The huge attachments, twins, you see them, they're together, they're like one. Now, there may not have been a heartbeat to detect yet, but I was one with this sibling who happened to be a brother, a boy. I know exactly who it was, and I know who it is in this life. I've talked to them about it. And we're not together as friends either. And so that person gave me the gift of feeling this huge void. So everything's a gift, all right? Everything that you're going through in the ascension, be grateful for, because the pain is going to be unbearable. And I was on my knees on the floor, clutching Myrtle, because I cannot cope with the pain. And that is not bipolar, that is not mental illness. That is, I lost my twin, all right? And no one ever told me or worked through it with me. I did some work with it and it's helped me function. But I found my twin again, my sibling, in this life. I found them. And then I lost them. And so the pain is unbearable. I'm talking about a physical sibling here. I found that energy, that consciousness again. Makes perfect sense now. And that friend that went to Scotland gave me the opportunity to understand that I am a womb twin survivor. And a womb twin survivor has the same abandonment issues, eating disorder issues, takes on the personality of, because it was a boy, I have more masculine in me, I'm built with very, very long legs and thin hips, and you take on. And I was a massive baby because I was supposed to be born with a brother. And all through my life, from the time I didn't want to be born, I didn't want to come into this planet, onto this planet without him, without the twin, right? I was supposed to have a brother. I would never have gone through some of the stuff I went through. Well, that's what the personality is saying, because we would have protected each other. He would have protected me because he would have been my twin. Now, whether that would have been true or not, the personality is saying yes. I'm not sure. But what I'm saying to you is the void inside. I have a void as big as the Grand Canyon, right? Now, I always thought it was my 7-year-old. It's my 7-year-old with the temper. She's the one with the temper. And what seems to happen every time Lauren feels attached or connected or at home in any way, the 7-year-old starts to shift and doesn't understand it. And she has these huge expectations because she doesn't understand how to have a relationship. And in the therapeutic community, they used to say to me, Lauren, you do anything for a family, which is true. Until I'm figuring this out now. This is the ascension. And I want you to think about, are you similar to me? When you start to bond with people and feel, wow, I've got my family now, do you let go and let your 7-year-old or 6-year-old or whatever come to the surface? And the minute that 7-year-old realizes that she can't have what she wants again, because she never had what she wanted, then the temper, her paddies come out, and she doesn't have any empathy, and then whoosh. And guess what happens? Manifests more loss. And then the grief last night, because I was cut off from another group on Facebook because I'm the entertainment, I'm not being a soldier. So it wasn't I hadn't upset them by upsetting people. All it was is I wasn't doing research, and I wasn't acting like a soldier. I was an entertainer, and I was telling them about Baba Bertha and leap up and down with your knickers in the air, because that's all I'm doing now in order to be what I want to be in the ascension. And the soldier that I am is an entertainer. You can be both with balance. But that group is all about intel. And so someone was very unkind. They didn't even ask me or tell me, or ask me and say, Lauren, do you mind not posting Baba Bertha and things about laughter and leaping up and down with your knickers in the air? Because we're all about intel, and we're trying to bring up all the stuff of what's really going on in order to understand that we're going to be okay, that this is what's really going on with the kids and the tunnels and Trump and everything. But I couldn't live up to it because I don't want to anymore. I want to be in my truth, which is ENSA, the entertainment groups, ENSA, entertainment, and the war. They used to go around entertaining. Check it out, ENSA. I am the ENSA World War III. And they didn't accept that. So one person, for some reason, decided, boom, to block me, cut me off the group, without even saying to me, Lauren, please don't put those messages, which I thought was very cruel. The ego saw it as something very cruel. The personality went into total meltdown, couldn't stop crying. I was channeling, and I tend to, something inside me channels grief, Swahili and Arabs, grief, pain, suffering, abandonment, death of families. I couldn't stop crying and channeling. Lauren had gone. It was just these, not demons. They're not demons because they're not scary. They're just in a lot of pain and suffering. So these were people that, souls that couldn't move on, and are coming to me because I was in that space to bring them through. And the pain of being cut off this group who I considered a family. See where I'm going? The 7-year-old had a family again. The pain and the suffering, couldn't cope again. And so she lashed out on Facebook and lashed out at the person that gave her the biggest gift of all, to understand what happens whenever she starts to feel safe in a family. She lets go and she does things. Oh, they're going to love this. They're going to love a bit of this. She doesn't realize that this is again a lesson for the 7-year-old who thinks she's found a family and she hasn't. Because what is a family? A 7-year-old needs that safety and security to grow up with mommy and daddy and grandparents and friends and safety in Dublin, like me. Yeah. And then you take that away from that 7-year-old and you plunk her into wars and abuse, and that's it. She's lost. So that 7-year-old who was screaming, she hasn't got a clue how to be in a family situation. Lauren does, because Lauren learned in the therapeutic community a lot. But when the 7-year-old, and Lauren, the adult, knows, but when the 7-year-old feels too comfortable, she lets go completely. That's it. All the love, the heart opens, whoosh. And she doesn't realize that people are going to hurt her because people are human. Lauren, the adult, is gone by then because little Lauren has found a family. And so she just lets go. And the minute the expectations are not met by that family, the same way she got hurt as a child, the temper comes up. She has a paddy. And guess what? People can't cope with that paddy because she's not really their family. She just thinks she is, right? And I'll talk about this thing, what is family, another time, because I want to focus on the void. The void inside the 7-year-old is so big because of what she lost. However, Lauren, the personality, has an even bigger void. Now, Lauren's personality, the fetus that lost the brother, thinks, this is in 3D, that she has lost half her soul. When the brother died, left, felt it. I felt that him go limp. I felt that body go limp, and it went. And there I was, this little fetus stuck in the womb, knowing I wasn't wanted or loved. I could hear the shouting and the screaming and the fights, and I get rid of it. And because my mother suffered and dad was too protective over mom, I could hear it. I could hear everything. I felt unwanted. And I was born with a brother. And then he went. And I can feel it. Oh my God, it hurts. So the child, the Lauren, that wasn't even Lauren yet, the fetus, that's where it goes back to with grief. Last night, something wasn't right. I was channeling all these Swahilian and Arab and not dangerous, but unbearable, tortured grief. And then I called Martin and started talking to him about something that's going on with someone who I miss, who I feel is that brother we've talked about it. And Martin listened. I thought, I don't get it. What's wrong with me? And I left it and I felt okay. I was able to go to bed. And then today, Martin came around and he brought this. And it's really, really helping to get the tension out of my neck and my shoulders so I can sing. You see, it's clearing because it's all tension. Anyway, Martin was chatting to me and we were talking about family, how to deal with this child more. When she thinks she's lost a family, she goes into pure grief again. So thank you to everyone who's blocked me and let me go, because now I can feel those real feelings. And that's the gift. This is wonderful. Get yourself one of these. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And so Martin was chatting to me and he was using this on my shoulder to try and get the tension out. And I started talking to him. And I had the stream of consciousness like I do sometimes, where it got to the real issue. And I said, I'm going now. And I couldn't find my glasses. And it was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Where's my glasses? And something inside me was going crazy. And the void, and I suddenly thought, okay, you're going to sit with this. I sat with it, and I was on the floor just screaming because I was the fetus again back in the womb. And I thought, I've got to teach this, because you've got to feel everything if you're unhappy. If you're feeling such grief for certain people not being in your life, or certain friends you can't be around, or certain connections you've made in your life. I'm talking about physical. I'm not talking to those guys from the twin flame community, which I'm one of them. I'm talking about physical twin, right? When you've actually lost a sibling. Now, if you can prove it, because there were scans you could prove them with, please confirm it, because that is your issue. Possibly, might even be that, you know, you might have to go further back. But to me, the pain I feel here in the whole of my core, my shoulders, my lungs, and I couldn't sing because it was all blocked, was the pain of a fetus, for God's sake, the void of the fetus that wanted to be born with a brother, that thought he was going to be born with a brother, a protective brother, who was a little bit older, but not as strong, and so they left. And I had guilt survivor as well. I had to survive. I'm the one that survived, so I also was born with guilt. You see, loss and guilt. What a great start for Lauren, eh? And I'm writing my book, How to Say Saying the Crazy World, and I touch on this as the baby, but this is much deeper, and so I'll have to go back there and adapt it. And so you need to figure that out. Are you a womb twin survivor? Because I am. The personality and the consciousness was already there. Because of course it doesn't come, you come with it. So I cannot ever agree to abortions anymore, because I heard everything. As a fetus who was under a month, I knew everything, I heard everything. I felt that body of my sibling leave. I felt it. I felt the loss. I felt him leave. And one minute he was there and we were connected. And guess what? It's happened again and again and again in my life with people. And one particular person who I discussed this with, who would have been my physical twin. We discussed it. And I don't know what they feel, but I know what I feel. And so this void that I was left with when I couldn't find my glasses and Martin had left, and I sat with it and I cried, and then Martin came back and held me. He said, just hold me, and I felt it and I could feel it now. That's the ascension. I've done work on this before, but not like this. Because the loneliness that I'm living with is not natural. I'm not a monk. And I can't be with anyone except Martin once, maybe twice a week when he comes here to bring food and chat and gives me a hug. And so the void is so big. Now, I'm lucky I am. I'm not a food addict anymore. Maybe I am, because I can't eat half the time. But I'm not a drug addict. Oh, aren't I? On these drugs? Oh, the stage and singing and acting and going on and on and on and on, not stopping. The programs, I've got life goes on all night. Why? Because I'm an addict. I'm not an addict. The personality is an addict. So I needed to come on to the awakening to tell you that none of you are mentally ill. Addicts, yes, we're all addicts. We all need to fill that void inside. And the void I have is massive, because in 3D, I believe, the personality believes in 3D that it is half a soul, because it lost its twin physically. It's half a body, because a twin is like two people in one. I come on here because I want you to feel what I feel. Feel it. You feel your issues. If you were a twin, you're two bodies in one. So in 3D, you really believe that you're half. So if you feel that you're half, and it doesn't matter how much work you do, it could be that you lost a twin, a physical brother or sister. So check it out. 9 in 10 women with this BPD condition were actually womb twin survivors. It's on the internet. The vanishing twin that vanished, that left. And in those days, there were no scans, and mum couldn't prove it, but there was always rumors that there was a brother and a miscarriage. I remember dad saying it once or twice. And not only that, there were rumors mum was so big that she was carrying twins. From a very early on, they already saw mum was very big. And of course, there was no heartbeat yet, all right? The physical wasn't strong enough. But I knew, because I felt everything. And that's why you can't abort a baby. You're aborting a real person. Cells that feel and hear, smell and touch. I went back to the womb and I feel everything when I'm there now. And you also have the guilt survivor, because you survived and your brother didn't or your sister didn't. And why do you have, that is not your fault. It's not that he was just not as strong and he left. And you repeat the patterns. You meet people that are not as strong as you. Lauren was strong immune. Something about Lauren needed to come here. Needed to come here when she came in that year, which we don't talk about. That other soul couldn't, that other part of Lauren couldn't come here to this world, to this planet. They'd have to leave. And Lauren was strong enough. And that's not something to be guilty about. It's something to be proud of. But the guilt and the fear and the grief created huge rage, because there's a hole. Not in 5D. There's no hole in 5D. And I told you, I am the opposite to Anna Brown. The ego is everywhere and the hole is massive. 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 I can't eat today. I haven't even had water today. I can't face it. The whole wants me to be, it doesn't want me here. I don't want to be here. The personality, the whole is so big. It doesn't want to be here. That's the personality, that twin, this fetus. You don't lock someone up for that. You talk to that fetus. You try to understand that little fetus's pain. Right? You don't put them away. You don't medicate and numb them. So everything you go through in life, everything I've gone through in life, and now this unbearable loneliness that you're going through, you're not robotic. How can you be robotic with so many feelings? You're the opposite, Lauren. I'm proud of Lauren, because I am on here to teach. And you will not get salvation, not until you look at what it is I'm triggering. And if I trigger in you, your fetus, that you lost your life or you left, for whatever reason, you've got those issues of leaving, that feeling of guilt because you left your sister in the womb, brother in the womb, you will have guilt of the one that left. And again, I'm talking about physical here, the 3D physical body that left, the mind that died and then came back, and you've got karma. So people that reincarnate, they have karma because they left. Could it be staying in a situation because you feel guilty because of karma, because of the past, because things happen that you feel you need to make up for it? I am having the most incredible meditations and visions, and people I want to talk to because this, and I can't tell Martin, he doesn't get it. I saw myself die on a battlefield with a sword in my heart where it hurts all the time. And that person, a friend, was standing over me, crying their eyes out. She was crying, he was crying, whatever. Crying. Because they tried to revive me. And when I came back in real life, all they wanted to do was protect me and love me. And they looked at me and said, "You're alive, Lauren," and came and hugged me so hard that I felt, oh my God, I'm home. And if you're watching this, you'll know exactly who you are, whether you're a he or a she, because you're aware enough to understand this. And that's why the pain is so strong for me and them. Because they're doing their work, I'm doing my work, and we can't be together because you've got issues to sort out. But literally, they were trying to patch up my heart. And I talked about that yesterday. The ones that are too protective over me, that harm me, they tried to patch up my heart because they saw me die on the battlefield with a sword. Oh my God, that hurt, and it hurts. That poor heart. I had a sword stuck in me. And they're trying to patch up my heart ever since they met me. And they hurt me because they can't, because they're trying to make up for the past life and the karma. You see, this void is coming from past lives. But today I'm talking about the fetus. And so if you are a womb twin survivor, and go on there and check it out. There are books, there's websites. Today you need to nurture yourself. And so I haven't got up. And feel. Feel that pain. Feel it. For me, it's stuck in the whole of my neck and shoulders and the whole of this. And I've spoke to someone who suffers from serious fibromyalgia. And I said to her, is it possible that you're a womb twin survivor? And she's also got issues with protection and all sorts of issues. Womb twin survivor, check it out. Vanishing twin syndrome. And we're not mad. Maybe in the next few awakenings, I'll be telling you about what you really are. You're not mad. You're not mentally ill. You could be that you lost your twin, your sibling. People won't understand you. So show them. It's on Google. I never even knew it existed until I had that experience. And so I'm all cuddled up like a teddy bear. It's weird. Someone came back into my life Yasmin, like my Mexican sister. And I had an affair when I was in Israel in my early 30s with this guy called Emad. He was an Arab Israeli. And Yasmin was there, and we had so much fun. She was born in Lebanon. And everything's coming back to be cleared, whatever needs to be cleared. I miss him. I wonder what happened to him. He wanted to be a doctor. It was an amazing time. A Jew and an Arab. Beautiful, you see, because that's what Lauren really is. And Yasmin was my Mexican sister. And it was hilarious. It was so much fun. I danced Arab dancing because Lauren is a multi-dimensional being with a tiny fetus and huge grief. Deep inside, she's still a tiny fetus calling for protection. But then the minute you show her that, the fetus is there, the grief. Don't leave me. And guess what happens? They leave. every time they leave. So Yasmin came back into my life. She misses me. Can't wait to see her on Zoom at 6 o'clock. Probably that nearly now. I want to be mollycoddled today. I want to be loved. I want to be held. I don't want to cook myself a meal. I want someone to cook it for me. I want someone to make me a cup of tea. I want someone to make me a roast dinner. Like Baba Bertha said, I want to be held. I want to be safe. I shouldn't say I want, but that's what I'd like, to feel safe. I'd like this fetus to feel safe in her skin. Never felt safe in this body, ever. Body has played up ever since I can remember. It was too big for me. So heavy and big. I was born huge baby. I can show you a picture. I'll find a picture. Huge. That's because I was supposed to be a twin. I've known this now for about 6 or 7 years. That's all, only 6 or 7 years. I figured it out. But it hurts like hell today. And that's okay. I lost my family again. That personality thinks they've lost their family over and over and over. I lost my brother over and over and over. It always seems to be a masculine, because my twin was going to be a boy. Elvis lost his twin, and that's why he had serious disorders and why nothing was ever enough for Elvis. And if I was that way inclined, I'd be strung out now on like Baba Bertha, you're a lovely lad, or on a huge amount of alcohol. So I'm learning to be with that unbearable void. It hurts. The body hurts. Pain body hurts. Let's just sit with it. It's weird because people have said to me, you've always got to have big dramas in your life. And I've always thought about that. That's why I go on the stage. I'm an actress. But I didn't make this up. I really did lose my twin brother in the womb. And I already attached, well, because we came from the same energy. We came from the same energy and split into two bodies. As I say, this twin flame thing, you need to look into it. Could it be that they were actually your twin in a past life? Or ask your parents. Could it be that you lost, especially if you're older? Could it be that your mum lost a child? If you're older and you meet that person in real 3D and you just know there's something there, you can't figure it out. And the pain of not being around them is because they were actually your real twin, sibling twin. Years and years and years ago, you would have been born together. or in another life you were born together. Because if there's no time, he wouldn't have left in another dimension. If you're ascending, you understand this. If you don't, you'll send me abusive messages. I'm not mentally ill. None of you are. You have issues, shock. You might be a womb twin survivor. You might be a vanishing twin syndrome. So you're left with all the guilt. I always felt like there was a boy in the somewhere in there. I don't know why. I've always got the feeling. And I am very masculine in a lot of ways because you take on the traits, you see. It's an amazing subject. And it's a lifesaver because you can't medicate it. You have to understand it. And why medicate the void? Feel it. Scream it. Laugh it. Dance it. Sing it. Sometimes when I sing, I can feel the void so strongly. And I sing with it and then I come off and oh my God, the drop. Singing is a distraction like everything else. It can be. It's where you are connected. You are connected, but when you can't stop, when you're exhausted and you still can't stop, that's a distraction from the real feelings. So I challenge you, find your core of your pain. Find it. Do a timeline. If it doesn't go away, then you haven't found it. I'm going to test it in the next few days, obviously. I'll come out of this, I'll distract, I'll do encounters at 7 o'clock with my beautiful encounters family, where I am the mother, the mother hen, taking care of them all. On Zoom, and I'm going to talk with Yasmin, hopefully. I want you to watch this, and I'm going to watch it tonight when I put it on. The Awakening, I watch it, and it's like, oh my God, you got it, Lauren, you've got it. You've got it. And when I get it, I want to teach it because I want you guys to be happy, and I want your ascension to be easier. And if I trigger people because ego is coming up, then you need to look at that, please, because that means you're starting to realize that you've got feelings. If I don't trigger you, it means you're numb. If you don't trigger me, it means I'm numb. And you can't ascend being numb. It's impossible. Your heart has to burst wide open. And on and off, that's what's been happening with me. And it's dangerous when the heart bursts wide open with me because I don't know where to stop. The heart just keeps going and going and giving and giving and giving and giving. Some people think I want something from them or I'm giving them in order to control them, manipulate them. And I'm not. It's just love. Because I don't get anything back most of the time from these people anyway. But I still give. I don't know how, but I still do. I still want to. I still love them enough because I want to give. I still give because I love them and I don't understand that. That's just pure unconditional love that I'm learning. And I was doing that with this group, but they didn't want it. They wanted intel. So everything is a lesson. So I'm going to go now and I have to make a meal because I've got to nurture Laura and make sure she gets her vitamins today and water. And tomorrow night I'll be back with the jukebox. So I've got some new singers. If you've got any new music you want me to play, please send it to me. Because I got to work because I can't feel this all the time. I don't want to. In increments. I can't. Maybe I need to. Someone said to me, sit with it for 2 weeks. That's your salvation. I could do that. I've done it. 10-day retreats. But then I wouldn't be doing anything with moving on TV, and how will I progress? It's about balance. So I do my work on here with you. Look me in the eye and go back. Back, back, back. Where is your core pain? When I do this, I feel so connected to people and humans. It's the only way I can connect to you guys. I'm real. I'm not a robot. I'm real, and I'm ascending, and it's a roller coaster, and I'm scared, and I'm angry, and I'm tired, and I'm pain body is in so much pain. And I'm happy, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely, and it goes all over the place because I'm ascending. That's not mental illness. And I'm now in the core of huge torture. I feel tortured. I feel that. Why did that move? Well, the table's moving, all right. That little fetus is in torture because of losing her sibling. Torture. And that's why I feel torture in my life. A void, massive void. I cannot fill it with anything. And that's why all these experiences have come to me to wake me up. So if you need to wake up, look me in the eye and find the core of your pain. Use me, Lumiere, the angel that I came here to be, to help you feel, create and do what you love. Once you feel that void, create from that void, you will create amazing things. And love from that void. You may not be able to get rid of it, accept it. See, that's maybe the answer. Maybe I can't get rid of the void. I need to accept it and love it. Just love it because it's not real, because it's only in 3D. And A Course in Miracles hits the nail on the head today. The affirmation today is, I choose the second place to gain the first. I choose the void today in order to get peace. Yeah. Do not run away. Look. See your own void in my eyes. Your pain, your suffering. Look. What do I trigger in you? Do you see this stupid old woman cuddling a cuddly toy sitting here talking to you? Or do you see that fetus? You, yourself, that baby, that child, that unloved little person that you are. Martin can be around me because he has been loved since he was born. He is the special child who's so loved, and he's so loved now. He's a very, very loved child ever since he was born, and he can be around me. Those who can't be around me are little children that were never loved. I can be around anyone. I'm not afraid of those feelings anymore. And when you're ready to come and see me, it'll be because you're ready to face those feelings when you look into my eyes. I love you so much, everyone that I'm here to teach. I'm not mad. I'm a wound twin survivor. Not me, the personality. An actress, a singer, a dancer, a diva, a victim, a love addict, a food addict, a creator, a drain, just like She climbs a tree and scrapes her knee. Her dress has got a tear. She waltzes on the way to mass and whistles on the stairs. And underneath her whippers, she has curlers in her hair. I've even caught her singing in the abbey. She's always late for chapel, and her penitence is real. She's always late for everything except for every meal. Eating disorder. I hate to say this, but I very firmly feel that Lauren Maria is not an answer to the abbey. I'd like to say a word on her behalf. Maria, or Lauren, makes me laugh. How do you solve a problem like Lauren? How do you catch a cloud and pin her down? How do you find a word that means Maria? A will-o'-the-wisp, a flibberigit, a clown. Many a thing, you know, you like to tell her. Many a thing she ought to understand. But how do you make her stay and listen to all you say? How do you keep her wave upon the sand? Oh, how do you solve a problem like Lauren? Maria, Martin, Jenny, Sandra, Carol, Sharon, Janie, Mike, Nikki, any of you? Any of you? I don't need to say your names. You know who you are. How do you hold a moonbeam? That's me, a moonbeam. In your hand. You can't. You can't get me to settle. You can't get me to have my feet on the ground, or yours. I hold down a job, except now when I'm got to take on that grounding. When I'm with her, I'm confused. This is what people feel around Lauren. That's why I love playing the part of Maria. When I'm with her, I'm confused, out of focus and bemused, and I never know exactly where I am. Unpredictable as weather, she's as flightly as a feather. She's a darling, she's a demon, she's a lamb. She's a pest of any pest, drive a hornet from its nest. She will drive a whirling dervish out of whirl. She is gentle, she's wild. She's a riddle, she's a child. She's a headache. She's an angel. She's a girl. How do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you catch a cloud and pin it down? How do you find a word that means Lauren? A will-o'-the-wisp, a frigid, a clown. Many a thing, you know, you'd like to tell her. Many a thing she ought to understand, like how to earn money, how to sell, how to be in a marriage, how to not lose her temper, how to settle, how to feel safe. How do you make her stay and listen to all you say? How do you keep her wave upon the sand? How do you keep her wave upon the sand? You can't. She's whooshing everywhere. So those of you who get frightened of her, this is me. Why do you think I love playing Maria and the sound of music? How do you solve a problem like Maria? Lauren, you, her, him. How do you hold a moonbeam in your hand? And you can't, and I can't sing at the moment because it's all stuck here. All right. So thank you very much for watching The Awakening. Find your song. Who are you? That's my song. And then the little child, the 13 years old, they used to run down the street, the hills are alive with the sound of music, because she was free. But in order to get free, you've got to feel and heal. And it hurts like hell. And everybody hurts sometimes. So respect that in you. Everybody hurts sometime. Everybody hurts. Cry, boy, cry, girl, cry, cry. Feel and heal, feel and heal, feel, feel. And all I've done is feel and heal and cry and scream and feel and feel and feel. And now I'm teaching you. Curl up into a little ball, and don't forget to do halt. Don't get too hungry, angry, lonely, tired. And my voice is going because all of this should be like this. Like that. You need to be balanced and straight. And feel and heal. When you're acting, a good actor will have pauses in between their sentences. Not Baba Bertha, because that's the character. But even Piaf would go, my little girl. I held her. Her head was bobbing up and down. I took a scissors and cut a lock of her hair. My little Cecile. That was the name of Edith Piaf's baby, Cecile. My little Cecile. Funny enough, that was the name of Edith Piaf's baby. I cut a lock of her hair. She didn't know who I was. So weird how life repeats itself in different ways. I don't know why that came to me, but Edith Piaf, if you watch that scene, where she's talking about the baby that died of meningitis, she was already in a world that had nothing to do with me. Strange how life imitates art. Strange. Don't know where that came from. I love you guys. All I do is what I know, and I'm learning. My fetus is learning to feel the pain. And I couldn't have children either, which is interesting. How can a fetus have a child? How can a 6-year-old have a child? How can a 7-year-old have a child? My mother had a child, and she was a 7-year-old, spoilt, scared little child that had a child. And so was my father, a little 5-year-old that had a child. This is a long awakening. I don't know if you watch it, but I just made a connection, a very strange connection here. Life imitating art. Marcel, the love of Piaf's life, and Cecile, her baby. I think it was Cecile. God, it's such a long time since I played the part. Yeah, I'm nearly sure it was. Little girl. I didn't have enough money to bury my child, so I went on the streets. He gave me money to bury my child. I gave her to the undertaker. He put her in the ground. That was the last time I ever saw her. That's the life story of Edith Piaf. Love conquers all. Her baby died of meningitis. Her little girl was 2. And I tell her story in Love Conquers All. And I came to that through saying pauses. Pause when you act such a deep scene. And the audience go, oh my God, that person can really act. They feel it here. Like when she does Mon Dieu. Marcel. She picks up that rose. And she starts to tear. This is me directing it. Tearing the rose. She's left. That was the last time I ever saw him. That night is plane crash. And suddenly she's overwhelmed with guilt because she told him to take the plane. Overwhelmed with guilt. To draw emotion. When you both to talk to you physical. It's a holistic dentist and we're in lockdown again. And it's not my teeth here. Grow them back. Heal and do is laugh, laugh. Laughing. Hospital. When she was lucky, she was in institutions all the time. They didn't let her feel. They didn't let her heal. I was lucky. I would go on that stage and I do breakdowns on see them in real life. That's what happened the minute they took the stage away. Lauren started to do the breakdowns in the world again. Lauren there. I love you lots. So every running around with it and like laws and Genève.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and encounter. Welcome to Encounters. How are you today?
I'm great, how are you?
I'm good. So where did you come from?
I'm Hertfordshire.
Okay.
So yeah, a bit of a while, but I'm so excited for today. I can't
So we all are.
wait to get into it and start singing and dancing.
Where in Hertford?
Birth.
Oh, okay. So did it take you long to get here? Or?
Just over an hour. A bit of a dance part in the opening.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and encounters! Woo! Thank you. That's beautiful. Welcome to Encounters.
Okay.
How are you today? Good, good. Welcome to Encounters. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. So, where did you come from?
I came from Hertfordshire.
Okay.
So yeah, a bit of a
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and encounter! Welcome to encounters. 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 How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. So where did you come from?
I came from Hertfordshire.
Okay.
So yeah, a bit of a while, but I'm so excited for today. I can't
So
wait
we
to,
all
can't
are.
wait to
Yeah.
get into it and start singing and dancing.
Where in Hertford?
Letchworth.
Oh, okay. So did it take you long to get here or?
Just over an hour.
Okay. So what are you going to be doing for us today?
Well, I've choreographed a little bit of a dance part in the opening number. Yeah, I'm going to be teaching that and seeing how we get on, have a little bit of fun.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. We're all looking forward to seeing your work.
Can't wait.
It's such a beautiful sunny day. I
know, I'm
I
slowly
feel that we
getting-
should be out there.
Yeah. Do
We
flash
should be
mob.
outside. There you go. I'm in the centre outside. Thank you. Okay. And altos, Michelle and over here, and then baritons right at the back, and tenors in the middle. I think more or less the way it's.
Try and go from there. Okay, so let's all go this way facing. So this is my right. So each takes 1, 2, and then goes across. And our arms are doesn't really travel forward. So let's all just arms. But we're just gonna like pulse a bit with our shoulders. So it's 1, 2. So that's where it comes in, yeah? Once you get used to kind of the opening, kind of like go straight into it. But, okay. Right, left, round, and step onto the left, jump, back, side, front. Yeah? So that's the sort of speed.
Michelle,
Hi.
welcome to Encounters. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. What would you like to get out of today?
Really to meet new people, to experience do dance and singing, just meet new people really.
Great, okay. Lovely.
Yeah,
Whatever
that's good,
fits,
that's
whatever fits. Don't
Okay.
worry. I won't have you doing Topsy. That's me.
No way.
So anyway, where did you come from today?
Ealing Hospital.
Ealing Hospital. And not actually Ealing Hospital, but you live.
Yeah,
Good,
so-
good, good.
There's a slight change in the music. So let's just run from the top to there a couple of times before I carry on.
That's apart from the Sixth Harmony. Not all at the same time, don't worry.
Yeah, this is a dance place. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, right, wait. 1, 2, 3, right, and 1, 2, round, left, lift, one, two, back, side, front, drop, look, rocks, 1, 2, slide, kick, kick, swivel, 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 swivel. So the swivel's kind of like do, do, do.
And turn around this way as well.
But
Give her a hug.
yes, come around. We'll see it now. We'll change the cameras. 5 views. Cameras change. Okay, so let's go through it again, yeah?
Yes, okay.
Cool. 6, 7, right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, round, left leg, jump. 2, back, side, front, drop, up, arms. Rock, jump, jump, swivel, 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 swivel. Cool. If you are ever lost, make it up. Do some jazz hands, do a 12, be like, this is my 8 count solo here. Like, just have fun with it. Cool.
We love it.
Right, let's take yeah, so just kind of come in quite, once you kind of hear the beginning, then you kind of know where it's coming. Look. Right. Left leg. Swivel, 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 swivel. Right. Have a go. Call out if I can remember where you are. Right. Yeah, do it, right arm. Jump. Back side, down, up, rock. Yay! All good? All good? Yeah. No? What? Hands moving the swivel? On the swivel, like just bring it up. Yeah? And then they can like pick up like that. Yeah? Here we go. The parts that you can do, the parts you can't. Just hands. Yeah? Cool. Right, let's continue. What did we get to? Do. Right, this part, we're gonna lift our just on knee. Yeah, and give it a little click. Step, 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 knee. Step, step, step. Yep. Then we're going to go out, out, and do a big circle with our hips. Yeah, little bobs. Do. Cool. That part is a bit faster as well. And you're emphasising with the song as well. So it's like it's like the music, yeah. And take this time to pause once we know what the next part is. Baritones, okay. Tenor. Fantastic. Okay, so we're doing the opening number today. I just want to do a quick soprano warm-up, mainly for you guys because you guys are really high, but it's worthwhile for everyone. If you can't sing that high, don't worry about it. So, this is how the warm-up goes. Yeah, so just practice this. Slide back into that high note. So it's almost effortless. Let's try that again. 2, 3. scores to everyone. If you could all find... So altos and everybody just got... We've got plenty. So when you're singing, I want you to sing loudly. A, because you're a bit far away and I can't hear. And B, it's best to sing loudly and rock, so I can hear when you don't know the notes. Because if you sing quietly, then I just can't tell maybe you know it. So we're going to move on. I know, Lauren, you said to Jim and Sharon last, but I think it would be useful to do them now because they'll say rhythms.
We'll play Sharon.
Right. Is that okay? Jim and Sharon.
To be fine. And Luke, Jim. Thank you.
This is your part. The top line is Jim, isn't it? Jim, this is your part.
Okay, can we go back to Sharon?
Beginning.
Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters.
No, we need some strong bass.
1, 2, 3, and.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then.
It should just be a harmony.
It's just harmony. And then it jumps the octave. You get up there. You get up the octave, please. Fantastic. And then that's twice, and then again. So you can just follow
For your tenors.
So it's the same thing, is it?
Because the baritone will carry it down, hopefully.
No, it's just harmony.
Yeah.
Harmony.
This is counted.
And then finally, encounters there. Good. Right, we're moving on. Bass part. Hello, basses.
Baritone.
How are you? Well. Okay. Let's hear that. You boys, you're going down. Can you do it up a bit? That's it.
Again, just for fun. And then if you could show me exactly what I need to change when we finish. Okay, so
Okay.
hang on, I'll see.
Harmony.
Hang on, bar. Hang on. Okay, let's go.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, and.
Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, and. The bass has got lost, but the other 3 sounded fine.
Yeah, need the bass. Need to hear the bass.
So
Yeah.
I'll sing the bass.
Have a laugh. The melody. Have a laugh.
Do you want to punch a
Crack
bit
the
more?
joke.
That's what I recommend. So
Yes. And then you can crack the joke. Yours is the counters. You know it, Martin. Have a laugh. Crack a joke. Have a drink on me.
Good.
Okay? But I join you.
Goes down. Have a drink. Sorry, what did you say? Goes down.
Have a drink on me.
You've got to show your beautiful bass in there. Come on. Right.
Right, 1, once more.
We ready?
Have a marvelous year. Miss Tellers. 1, 2, 3, and.
Okay, this one.
Let's review the shower.
Let's add in so it's
Okay, so
more Sharon.
we're doing Sharon now, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice and easy. So you guys are doing Sharon. Yeah, you know what? That was fine. Yeah, of course. Okay. I was just thinking. So do you want to sing Sharon?
I'll sing Sharon.
I'll sing Jim.
Okay. Okay, let's do singing Sharon. Okay, Ian, are you singing with the tenors?
Whatever you like.
Ian hasn't got anything.
Obviously, we're singing with the basses.
You're singing with the basses, are
Are
you?
you singing the tenors or the basses?
I can do, yeah. I can sing with the basses.
Yeah, that's the easy one.
Sure.
So do you want to sit down and then I'll do tenor, you do. I
Can
do
we just
Sharon.
practice that once?
So we just tenor?
You're doing Sharon. Jim. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Have a laugh or crack a joke. Have a drink on me.
Have a drink on me. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah? Is that right? Okay, everyone together.
So basses, have a tenors, altos. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Have a laugh or crack a joke. Have a drink on me.
Fantastic.
Right, now are you in bar 21?
We're bar 13.
Okay, that's fine. When you get to bar 21, that's when you'll need to use the new score because of the rhythm.
We'll be happy to know.
So it's the same, I think, is it?
Welcome
Brennan?
to Encounters.
Same rhythm.
Now watch the rhythm too. Your version might have it right.
So everyone's the same again.
And then it splits. Can we just do Welcome to Encounters by Live Threats? 1, 2, 3, and.
Welcome to Encounters. The life can be a rest.
Okay, so sopranos. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Hear that? 1, 2, 3, and. C-A-A-T-E next. Cool. Altos. Join us here and you. Join us here and you will find. Let's hear that. 1, 2, 3, and.
Join us here and you will find.
A safety net. Each counts to 2. Let's hear a safety net. 1, 2, 3, and.
A safety net.
Together. Let's try that from Join Us. 1, 2, 3, and.
Join us here and you will find. A safety net.
With the stops. 1, 2, 3, and. With the altos. Join us here. 1, 2, 3, and.
Join us here and you will find. A safety
That was the right notes. Good. Okay, tenors. Your part goes as so. Join us here and you will find. And then
Join
watch
us here and you will find.
find. Just a bit higher. Let's hear that again. 1, 2.
We did it again because of them. Thank you. But can you sing out baritones? It's beautiful. Bring the bass out, the testosterone.
Sounds like
Testosterone. Not for the next lines, for this line. Thank you.
Right, again. 1, 3, 4.
Join
Right, bar 21, which is very, we go on to bar 21, which is the bottom of page 3. Encounters, I think everyone sings different. Okay, so we need the new score for this because I changed the whole rhythm around because it wasn't working at all.
Sure. Okay.
So sorry about
Yeah, because the other score was a bit, there was some points that Good. Altos. Encounters, a friend in need is here. Let's try that. 3, 4, 1. That was my fault.
You have to hold the here though and go down then afterwards. I forgot to pull that.
Encounters, a friend in need is here.
The here carries on into the G. You see what I mean?
Oh, it's not tied on my score.
No, that should carry on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so here, here. Just hold the here.
So that's the
Sopranos, the soprano should also hold it.
You have the right notes, but you just have to just go.
Shall we just do the disappear? Shall we just do the as your problems?
Yeah.
And then all of us, and then cut it, and then we'll disappear.
Okay. So everyone, all of you, just do problems and then cut those. Those two disappear. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hang on, just your problems. What's the baritone? The baritone.
Yep.
Just your problems. Okay, what's the alto? Okay, what's the tenor? Okay, can we hit the tenor again? Your problems with the tenor?
Sorry.
Okay, and then sopranos, us. Right, okay. Shall we try it?
Should we give it a go? Just you're all slowing down majorly. I know it's a bit
Yeah,
late
we're
in
nearly
the day,
finished.
but just
The next
keep,
bit is
keep
just
pushing. Just keep on
the
the
pad to pad.
and pop these little notes, so it's really fun. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. You're wrong. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2.
So we need to add in.
Those two are right.
He's got it. We need to add in Sharon and Jim now.
So
Just
can we just do the bases once more? So
Yeah, because the bass.
that's it. Just come in with it. That's it.
Right.
So
Okay, so what's Sharon? Oh, sorry, it's in a high octave.
no, it's just
Sharon.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's just, I just want to hear the disappear, the and the disappear, and see how that fits with your problems.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so can we do it? And what's Jim?
What? So I just want to see what my part is.
Yeah, it's a solo. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3. Your problems will disappear.
Okay, everyone together.
Okay, so bases. One more time, please. Remember to count. Tenors. What's that one? Oh no. Stop. Okay, sorry. Again, bases. Tenors. Altos.
Okay, bass.
The music does.
I'll do it with them. I'll do it with the bass. Can we get it right, the bass? No. What is it?
It's just.
Okay?
This is one more time.
Exactly.
1, 2, 3. Good.
Okay, so now can we do everyone together with that one more time? Are you ready? One and sorry, come on.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's more or less right. The baritone, it sounds right.
Yeah. I think
Okay, so we've just got, so join us, our hearts open wide. We invite you to come inside. And then welcome to Encounters, Papa Dabba Dabba Dua, which is, I don't even think it's harmony, I'm not sure. And then we're finished, okay? And Vladimir, can you just join in with the tenors? Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Join in with the tenors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Okay, we're going to leave it.
Yes.
We've done a lot because I'm going to need about 3 workshops for the opening number anyway. So well done, everyone. Everyone's done so brilliantly. The next one, just so you know, if you want to do this one, I will talk to everyone from Star now in a minute, which is Simone, Lou, Rob, Vladimir, Ian, and Angel, and Emma. And I'll talk to, I have talked especially to the people I haven't met yet. Okay, basically the next one, we're going to do the last bit, which we haven't done yet.
We've done
And
the last
then-
bit. This one.
Sorry, we've done the last bit. The bit we haven't done, we're going to do on, I know it's Halloween, it's Thursday here from 7. Do you enjoy it? I mean,
Yeah, it's good. I just find it difficult learning songs on the spot. It's easier if I have a track to go away and learn from.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
of
used
course.
to. But yeah, it's a nice song. It was good fun. Yeah, it's nice.
yeah, okay. Thanks. Basically, I just need to know how. Hi, Vladimir, how are you?
Good to see you. Very well, thank you.
Where are you from?
Originally
Yeah.
from Bulgaria.
Right, and
Yeah.
how long have you been in the UK?
Almost 3 years now.
Okay, great. And when did you start singing?
Oh, when I was very little.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I love to sing
Yeah.
since I
Okay.
remember myself.
And
Yeah.
did you enjoy this?
Yes. Although I was for a short part.
Yeah, you didn't- yeah, you only had a little bit of time
yeah,
with us.
I've sang in church choirs and.
Okay, great.
I've been part of bands, with some more contemporary
Okay.
music as well. So yeah, it's cool.
Okay, great. Thank you today. And I just wanted, your movement's great. You move. I know you move really well. I know you do harmonies really well. So it's lovely to have you here again. How did you feel about today?
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to, be back involved with it. Obviously, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was good.
It's been lovely to see you as well. Okay. Hi. Hi. It's
Hello.
lovely. I'm so glad you came.
Oh, thank
So,
you for inviting me. As
are you
well.
Italian?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Where do you come? Where from Italy?
I come from a small town. It's called Bassano di Grappa. It's not far from Venice.
Okay. It's got a big name.
Yeah, I know it's very long.
And how long have you been singing?
Since I was probably 17 years old.
About 17.
So probably 20 years, on and off.
Okay. And how did you feel? Because you came in the middle of the movement, so you missed a bit of the dancing
Yeah, I know.
and
I
stuff.
was late. Like
Yeah.
Italians usually are. No,
Italians are.
I didn't
Okay.
mean it. I was just,
Okay.
yeah.
How did you feel?
It was good.
You enjoyed it. Good. And where do you come from in London?
I live in Cricklewood, northwest
Okay.
London. So yeah.
And how can we help you? What would you like to do in this group to help you to progress?
Oof. I don't know. I'm a punk rock singer. So
Okay.
if you want somebody who's mad enough, I can give you my madness.
Okay. Well,
Job and get paid for it.
yeah, and have some fun, you said.
some fun, yeah.
How did you feel about the movement, by the way?
Yeah, it was fine. I could learn that fine. I've had a video from that. It'd only take a day or two, I'm sure.
Great, okay. Does anybody else want to make a few comments about the dancing? Anything? How did you feel about the dancing? Is there anything anybody would like to say? Because I saw most of you were very good.
It was very good choreography. I love the choreography, but I personally found it a bit fast-paced. I would have liked to have done it slowly,
Yeah.
built up to being fast.
Well, the next one, as I say, is a strip, so it's da-da-da-da, it's quite slow. But the whole point is to make sure that everyone is happy. You know, so if it's too fast, then we slow it down, okay? Right, thank you. Okay, Luke.
Hi.
So, hi, it's lovely to see you again. How's your throat?
Not too bad. It's probably the first time I've sung in about 3 weeks. So
Right,
It's
right.
getting back
Good,
to
good.
normal.
So, how did you feel today? Were you okay with the movement?
Yeah, I enjoy it. For me, it's always remembering things in a short space of time is difficult, but
Yeah, yeah.
I enjoyed it. But
Good, good, good. And how were you? Were you okay with the singing? As I know I pushed you today a bit,
yeah,
but
I think
it's
so.
good to push you a bit.
yeah, yeah, it's quite. Some of it's a bit complex, but
Yeah.
I'm sure once you've got it, you've got it. So
Great. Okay, well, thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
It's lovely to see you again. Thank you again. So,
Nice to see you too.
yeah, I'm not a dancer, and I couldn't have picked that up at all. So basically, what your feedback is really important.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to say?
Well, first of all, I really liked the choreography and being here. The dance was fun, but I found it a bit difficult to pick up that quickly. I would
Okay.
have liked to have done it slowly and then
Slower.
build time. I found it a bit difficult to remember all the moves, but I moved. I loved the choreography. It was
Fantastic.
brilliant.
It's lovely to have you on board again. How did you get on with the singing today?
I loved the singing. It was nice.
Great.
That was a bit slower. We was able to pick that up. It was nice. It was nice to
Fantastic.
sing and do something that I'm passionate about.
Great. Well, it's nice to have you back. It's lovely to see you again after all these years. Claire was the original Sharon in the show in 1995. Now, next year is the 25th anniversary, and that's the year I want to recreate this and do. I'm not sure whether it'll be a community show or a tour. We'll see what happens. So it's lovely to have you back. And how's it going in life? What are you up
Very
to?
busy. Lots of filming. I have a 6-year-old.
Wow. When you say filming, what are you doing?
I'm a hair and makeup artist for film and television.
Oh, you're still doing.
Still
You're doing the
that.
costume and hair makeup.
Yeah, so the costume,
Right.
hair and makeup. So I've been doing that for 17 years now.
Wow.
So just getting back into it over the last couple of years because I've had Ethan. So haven't been able to get out and about. But
He's 6 now.
he's going to be 6. Yeah, he's just turned 6. Yeah.
Wow.
So back out there doing that, working mainly on period dramas. Doing lots of period hair and makeup and enjoying myself.
That's amazing. And Martin said you're in a band.
I sing in a band. I've been singing with a band for 24 years.
What band is that?
It's a band called Logo, so we're short for Lots of Golden Oldies. So I'm the youngest at 46, and the oldest is 72.
Oh wow.
And the rest of the band have been playing together since they were in their 20s.
Wow.
So we do lots of stuff from the 50s through to modern day. Sort of bit of a mishmash for a couple of social groups that they belong to. So it's not regular, but it's about 3 or 4 times a year.
Wow.
But it's
sounds
the only
amazing.
singing thing I manage to fit in at the moment. So it keeps my hand in, as it were.
That's brilliant. So how is it to come back after all? I mean, last time I saw you was 5 years ago when you did my wig
helped.
for Piaf.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I think we did a workshop in 2011. I think that was the last time with David Stinson.
That was the year I got married.
The year you got married.
Gosh, yeah, 2007.
Wow. How does it feel to come back? Because it's very different. It's going to be very different, very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very familiar. But at the same time, it's I say only some songs, so once I see it a bit more in the entirety, as to how much it's changed, and where you pushed it to, or whether you've modernised it up to today's environment.
Yeah, the storylines
and stuff, and
very different.
just to see how it all comes together. Really, it'd be quite interesting.
It's basically based on my recovery in a therapeutic community now, so...
Yeah, it's be fine. Just again, I just needed it slowed down. I was very, very, very rusty. The last time I've done anything choreographed was about 15 years ago, so a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the singing? Yeah, well,
Singing not too
brilliant.
bad, but that type of singing I'm rusty with. I'm used to singing like modern, just
Sure.
pop songs. So.
But you know what, it's so important. To me, the most important thing is when people say they're coming and they turn up. That's the biggest thing for me, to build the trust, to build the commitment, to build the loyalty, and to bring you on maybe as an advisor, because that would be nice.
We'll see what we can do.
We'll see. Talk about it, because, as I say, yeah, someone else, Jill Siddiqui, helped me to do, and I will mention her, to make the characters stronger. But now I'm taking it back, and the storylines are good. But the music, I'm working with Natasha, and I'm working with a singing music teacher who goes over it, and he checks if the harmonies. But I can't get the harmonies until I hear people singing them.
Yeah.
You know, I write them, and then I send them to him, or I have a lesson. And the same with music. It's now you can cut it around because it's 25 years, so you go back to it and you cut it up and down and stuff. There might even be a little bit of hip hop in the finale, maybe.
You can help with the street dancing. Don't know if how good I am now. But
Can you do acro? No, I'll be bringing on some dancers for the stag night. Anyway, thanks so much, Claire.
My pleasure.
Where do you live? You still live in Ruislip?
No, I'm in Farnborough in Hampshire.
In Hampshire?
I live in
Oh, you
Hampshire
came all
now.
the way from Hampshire
Yes,
today?
to see you
Oh,
today.
thank you so much.
That's
That's
all right.
beautiful.
If you do that, welcome to Encounters, and then I'll do that. Welcome to Encounters. Okay, so again, yours. Welcome to Encounters. One more time. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Okay, shall we try that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome to Encounters. So yours again. Welcome to Encounters. Okay, with Claire. And welcome to Encounters. You got the solo. Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Okay, I'm going to vary yours a little bit. That's it. We're Claire. 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Sorry, just this. Yours is welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. And 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Brilliant. And then bring me in. 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. No, you've done something wrong. Welcome to Encounters.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with you. 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Welcome to Encounters. Okay, and again. Together. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and welcome to Encounters. Brilliant. The Andrews sisters. Thank you very much. Okay, now I just need to have a chat to you. You can turn it. Community Centre, and everyone's gone now. And as you will see soon, we did nearly the whole opening, well, chorus of the opening, 6 harmonies, guys. Fitted it together, nearly. I hope you enjoy what we're doing.
And come along. Welcome to Encounters, guys. Bye. Welcome to Encounters, it's the place to be. Have a dance or crack a joke, have a drink on me. There he goes up a key. Welcome to Encounters, having fun with us. Join us here and you will find love and safety net. Encounters, loving safety net.
Hi there, Alan.
Hiya.
It's an honor to have you on Moving on TV.
Thank you.
I'm very, very humble to people like yourself that go out there, that do the job for the innocent children, brave, courageous souls like yourself and myself too, as I've been through stuff as well, and kind of why I do what I do. So it's beautiful to have you on board Moving on TV. And so what I'd like to do today is, first of all, I would like you to tell us a little bit about your history. So if you could put in.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me, Lauren.
Started, where you were born, and how did you, because you ended up in a children's home, and that's how it all started for you, this, I presume.
Multiple children's homes.
Multiple children's homes, okay. So without getting too emotional, because as I say, this is just such an unbelievable subject that we even have to discuss it and bring it up to the eyes of society, because the media doesn't touch it. It's shocking. But so I'd like you to tell me in your own words, how did you end up in these children's homes? First of all, you know, what happened to you?
Well, I was well, I was born on the 25th of March in 1955 in Hammersmith Hospital in London, Duquesne Road, Hammersmith Hospital. A postal code of about West 12, I believe, near Shepherd's Bush, not too far from the BBC, Wormwood Scrubs. And in them days, in 55s, the tram still ran down the Goldall Road. I remember the smog was always over London, and it was a kind of yellowy kind of atmosphere most days in London. As a kid, we basically, our parents were heavy drinkers. My parents were heavy drinkers, and I was the youngest of 4 children. I had 2 sisters. I had 2 sisters, to say that, and still alive. My oldest sister, Margie, my middle sister, she died in 2002. Just celebrating her 80th anniversary, the first of the month. And Margie was desperate to have children, and she couldn't have conceived naturally. So through what we went through in our child abusive way, I can talk about Margie in a bit, but I had another brother called Frank. So there was a year difference between me and my brother Frank. There was 3 years difference between me and Margie. And then there's 5 years difference between my sister, eldest sister Anne, whom I used to call Mummy Anne, because she was always looking after us, because we was always left hanging outside pubs and roaming the streets of London, West London, all hours of the day and night. We were a poor family. We lived in a council place. I remember my first house that we lived in. It was in a place called Marlhill Street, and it was just off the Goldall Road in Shepherd's Bush. I remember we used to, as I say, play on the streets and that. And I remember being outside a public house as the parents were in the pub, and they used to bring you out a glass of lemonade or whatever the case, or a packet of crisps or whatever it is. And that's basically what you kind of lived on. You know, we didn't have a lot. We weren't. My parents weren't rich. And as I say, we lived in a council place. And my mum left the iron on in the house when she went into the pub and took us outside to play. I remember our house got burnt down in Mardale Street in Shepherd's Bush. I just remember everything being so black and charred, and the plates all being very, very black and sooted up and everything. I always remember to this day, it lived with me forever. I used to have this little tortoise, and I used to pull this tortoise on a string. And as I pulled the tortoise, its front and back legs moved on this tortoise. It was strange. And it was badly damaged and burnt in the fire. There was hardly anything left of it. But that's what I remember of my very, very first house in Mardale Street. And then they moved us to a place a bit further down the Uxbridge Road, between Uxbridge Road and Goldhawk Road, and it was called Stowe Road. And it was only a 2-bedroom flat. So my mum and dad lived in one room, and all 4 of us had the other bedroom. So we had a double bed kind of thing with all 4 of us slept in. And if you wanted to go to the toilet, you had to go downstairs to the bathroom in the cellar. And at night, because we used to have coal, that, you know, a chute where they opened up the lid in the road, in the street, and the coalman used to drop the coal through the chute into the cellar. But because it being like London as it was, we used to have a terrible problem with sewer rats. And at night you could hear them screaming and scratching at the doors and climbing upstairs and everything. So no one would ever go downstairs to the bathroom, to the toilet at night, because it was too petrified. And on occasions when I was downstairs, you could see their piercing eyes, and or you could hear them scuttling about. So you tried to get away from that area as quick as you could, but you had to go down there because the bathroom was downstairs in the basement, and the toilet, the only toilet we had in the house. And my mum and dad used to use a bucket. And we had a front room, and basically that's all we had. We had a living room, front room, kitchen, all sort of, and 2 kind of rooms. And we used as bedrooms, and downstairs was a bathroom. And it was like down the bottom of our road, we used to have this dump, and it was like a playground to us kids. We used to go downstairs into the basement, out the backyard, there was a little bit of greenery, and then we used to climb this huge wall, must have been about 15 foot high, and shimmy along the top of the roof as kids, and go down to the tip. And I always remember I was throwing something in the tip once, a lump of concrete or something, and I hit this boy on the head and split his head open. I didn't do it intentionally, it just happened, and you know, kids were playing and accidents happen, and I split his head open. But I was so frightened to go home because I knew my dad would give me a good hiding, because my dad used to beat me with a leather belt. And so my abuse started firstly at home. And I remember being, sorry.
Physical abuse started from your own father.
Yeah, my own father used to beat me.
Yeah.
I used to sometimes think, because I was the youngest of the four of us, and I was the last one, I wasn't wanted. And for some reason, he used to take his anger out on me, and I was petrified of him. And we had this kitchen table where we used to kind of like eat our meals, and under the kitchen table was this cardboard box. Well, it was Alan's cardboard box. I used to hide in this cardboard box from my father, and if he used to come in, that used to be my hide, and I wouldn't come out of it at all. But he knew where I was, and he used to drag me out screaming and pulling me by the hair and taking his leather belt off, and he'd hold you with one hand and manage to take his belt off with the other, with one hand, and hit you. Yeah, quite brutally. I was quite badly damaged by that, I think. Beaten by my own father. Very rough, tough kind of guy, my father. He was a bit of a street fighter. Yeah, he wanted to take the whole world on. He wanted to fight the whole world. He'd stand in his long johns, and the long john top on, white top on, and long john bottoms on, and pissy yellow pants on. And he'd want to fight the whole street. And I just remember being a very angry, aggressive man, and taking his anger out on me. And, you know, if I could get out of the house, you know, and sneak in either through the wall at the back, up the stairs, creep in and go into the bedroom, I got protection from my sister Anne, Mummy Anne. And Anne was always there to look after us. Hence I called her Mummy Anne, because she was like, although 5 years, you know, it doesn't seem a lot, when you're probably 4 and you've got a sister of 9, it makes that big difference to somebody of that age, if that makes sense. Yeah, so what happened was, it was virtually straight away. I mean, I've managed to get my records after a lot of trouble for years and years and years. I could not get my records for love nor money, and I tried every single thing to get my childcare records. I just couldn't get them. Tried everything, tried solicitors, tried police, tried every single thing, right into Hammersmith and Fulham Council. People saw us in and around the streets, reported this obviously to the council. Supervision orders got taken out of us, or court orders got taken out of us, and we was put into respite care. They called it respite care because it's put into various children's homes, and then if they felt necessary, would release you back to your parents' care if your parents showed some signs. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to piece some of my history together, because it would appear that my mother was in debt to social services. I don't know how that came about or what that was all about, whether she had to pay for us to go into care. I don't know. In them days, there is talk of something like that used to happen. But I was in.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us? Sorry to stop you there. Do you remember the name of the first home, respite care, where you were put?
The children's homes I went into were. I was in a place called Elsfield House, which was a holding centre. So they'd put you in Elsfield House. For some reason, that was linked to Wandsworth. And from Elsfield House, I went to other children's homes. I think I had a short stay, and it might have only been hours, in a place called Shirley Oaks.
Okay, so let's go back there. So how were you treated? When was the first time that you were actually hurt in some way in any of these particular?
I can't remember too much about my young years in being in care. Anything could have happened, because I just don't know. It was like you was from pillar to post. You was moved around so much from different. Let's put it a different way. I was in 5 children's homes before I went to Beach Home age 6. So they virtually, and this is a bit strange because in my records, the inconsistencies in my records, the redacting of my records, and the crossing out and the blanking out and the missing parts of my records, they've actually got me in care before I was actually born.
Right, okay.
Sounds strange, yeah. And then they got me in leaving different children's homes and different dates.
Right. Okay, so I mean, so were you put into care with your brothers and with your siblings?
I don't remember being in care with my brothers and sisters at all, no.
Okay.
The only time I remember being in care with was with my sister Anne, and that was in a children's home called Oakley Street. That was 94 Oakley Street in Chelsea. And then I was in a place called Harp Sleep. I don't know what that is, Harp Sleep. Okay. But that was at a very young age.
Okay, so basically, just to clarify, that when you were 4 years old, you couldn't actually discuss this with one of your older siblings to find out if anything happened to them?
You just got memories of some of the things you did, like the firehouse and the tortoise, and roaming the streets of London and playing down a tip. Some of the things you used to do, I remember in our house in Stowe Road, we used to have a television that used to run on sixpences.
Yeah.
And you used to put sixpence in the back of the television. I always remember the rediffusion sign on the television. We weren't rich, and when we used to live on sort of like bread and dripping.
Right, okay.
Mum was always cooking chips, and the lard she'd use, and she'd put that on bread and butter or bread for you to eat, or she'd get some money from, it was like hitting the jackpot when the man came to empty the television machine, because a proportion of the money that they took, they'd give you some of it back.
Okay.
Like a refund.
Right. But what I'm trying to ascertain, sorry to ask again, is if you were with any of your older siblings and whether they actually remembered anything that could have happened when you were so young. Did they ever talk about anything that
No.
happened to them when you were young? No. Okay. So
No, they never talked to me, and I will discuss that later as we go on about Beecham, which was the most abusive children's home that I was in, and I was in Beecham for 11 years.
okay.
So not only did what happened was, if we just explaining a little bit about life at home, it was tough, it was cruel. And when my parents got a rebate from the television money, they were straight down a pub. It was beer money to them, and every now and then they'd give us sixpence, and we'd go to a pie and mash shop, and like pie and mash was like poor man's food, and we used to have that, and that was our treat for the week. And we didn't live well. We didn't eat well. I was only a skinny little thing. As you know, when I was dressed in the children's homes, I looked like an orphan. I looked like a refugee, or you could tell I was an orphan from photographs of me. If you find the photographs of me, you'll see me in shorts. They placed you in shorts in Beecham. And then I remember being taken to Marylebone Magistrates Court or Juvenile Court, age 6, around about 6. And I'm looking up, and I'm looking at, I've never seen a unicorn before, and I'm looking at this horse with the horn out of his head, and looking at the lion and the crown above the judge's head. And this judge is looking down at me, a little 6-year-old boy, and said, "Would you like to go to the seaside, sonny boy?" I'd never been to the seaside. There was talk of us being at a place called in St Leonard's on Sea, but I don't recall that. And he said, "Would you like to go to the seaside?" And next thing, you know, I thought, "Oh, it's great, I'm going to the seaside." And they put us in the Black Maria. I was in Oakley Street prior to that with my sister Anne. And I remember that was very old. I remember rows and rows of sinks. It was very sort of like military. Everything was done to. It was done to a sort of like very, very strictly, and I remember very, very little from the young age. Beecham was the worst nightmare, because being taken to Beecham from the judge asking me if I'd like to go to the seaside. I got there, and of course I was processed, and I went in underneath the clock tower at Beecham, massive place, 24 houses in this children's home, and they were all named after trees. And it was called Beecham because this avenues, the top end and the bottom end of the avenue, were lined with beech trees, huge beech trees that line the avenues. And I was processed in the office, where it was kind of like I was being psyched. I don't know what it was. I was being interviewed, but I didn't really know what was going on.
you were just what, 6 or 7?
Being processed,
Little
basically.
boy, 6 years old.
Yeah, and I remember they taking me to the stores, and they said to me, "Right, here's your clothes," and they give you all these clothes, and all the clothes had labels in them with Beecham written on red writing. So all your clothes, your pants, your socks, shirt, everything you had the letters of the children's home written into it. And then a lot of your other stuff, they'd write in a pen with your name on. Yeah. So your flannels, they used to write, I think, on the flannel in a biro or some sort of, not, you know, whatever they what stayed there. Ink in them days seemed to stay. And they used to put a plaster, like an orange plaster, like you can get the plaster just to hold a bandage on or something. And they used to give you a strip of plaster with your name on it, on a toothbrush, and on your beaker. And your towel had Beecham sewn into it, and the rest of your clothes you were labelled. And I remember being taken to a house called Laburnum, and I was like skipping down the avenue, more excited to see the sea. I wanted to see the sea because I hadn't seen the sea, and I didn't know it was landlocked. And I was still going through this like processing, and it took me to this house called Laburnum. and this woman opened the door at Laburnum, and I was taken by a member of the staff. So they took us in the front door, and we weren't ever allowed to use the front doors. We always used to have to use the back doors. And I remember being going in, and this woman opening the door, and she looked down at me over the top of her glasses. Her name was Grace Robinson, and she was one of my abusers.
Grace
Grace Robinson, yeah, she was one of my
remember
abusers.
that name, Grace Robinson. Yes.
And she was there, and also had an assistant called Audrey Wilson, and she was another one of my abusers. Audrey Wilson, a Welsh woman.
Robinson, okay.
And yes, if I said to you, she looked, to give you some sort of image, she looked the splitting image of Hilda Ogden. Right. And she had this pinny on, her hair in rollers, and yeah, she just looked over you at her glasses, and she was just a very, very disciplinarian, very, very strict, and wouldn't think twice about shoving you along, kind of forcibly moving you on. And the hand behind the back comes to, you know, to mind what being moved on. And very, very kind of like where there was a boys' dormitory, a girls' dormitory, a kitchen, a corridor where you had your cloakrooms and your stuff. The bathrooms were downstairs, which were a punishment area that I endured on multiple occasions. They had the dining room with about 4 round tables with wooden chairs all the way around them. And you had up to probably between 12 and 20 kids in a house. And remember, there's 24 of these houses. There was a primary school, a swimming pool, a gymnasium, which had a stage.
So from the outside, sorry, Alan. From the outside, it looked like a really good place to be. As I say, your impression was you're going to be by the sea, and anyone who could see it from the outside, they could see this great place with a gymnasium and a pool. But what was going on in the inside was sinister.
Well, you couldn't really see it unless you actually went inside it. It was kind of like at one stage gated. And there are pictures on Google. If you type it in on Wikipedia, it comes up each one with the gates on it. And it tells you about how bad it was just by Googling it.
So,
and
sorry, going to take it. So what was your first experience of any?
Well, my first impression was I had to go through the processing thing, shown around the house, and then the kids were showing me where we go and showing me the outside. There was like all these outside toilets. We had to use these outside toilets. We weren't allowed to use the inside toilets. There was one if we needed to go inside, downstairs, which we was only allowed to use in emergencies. The rest of the time we had to go outside in the cold and in the rain to these 4 toilets outside, like, and an outhouse where they used to keep the potatoes, and whitewashed walls with planks across them, just a bare room house. And I remember every second house had a big, huge air raid shelter, because Beach Home goes back to the 1800s, and it was a workhouse for children from London, Kensington and Chelsea. And I think in its day, 1888, I believe it goes back to, and I think in its day, it had its own regiment of soldiers. So the boys not only went from the poor streets of Kensington and Chelsea, they were put in care, and then they went into the army. So from going into childcare, they was putting in and fought for the war, and probably never had a life of their own. And as I say, the kids were showing me around Laburnum. And I was looking around the back, and I said, so where's the sea? Where's the sea? I'm fascinated to see where the sea is. And I'm taken over to the back where the railway line is, which, you know, goes to London. And I'm looking in the distance, is that the sea? Is that the sea? Because I was more interested in finding out where the sea was.
Yeah.
It was like a punishment of torture. It's imprinted on my mind that I'm going to the sea. And that's all I was looking for. And it's strange, and as weird as that sounds, a young lad.
You're only young kids, yeah.
Yeah, looking for the seaside, and I'm looking at the bank. I can see your college in the distance in the hazy kind of sunshine. They said, "Is that the sea under there?" Because it was a kind of like haze. They said, "You're nowhere near the sea. In fact, you're probably about 60 miles from Brighton, the nearest sea, and you're landlocked because you're completely, you know." Kids just said to me, "What sea? You're nowhere near the sea." It's what they told you. And for a judge to tell a young 6-year-old boy who's going to the seaside, if it wasn't bad enough being taken away from your brothers and sisters and your home. But what also happened in Beachhome, all my family were in Beachhome. I had 2 sisters and another brother, and we were all put in separate houses. We were never put in, we never ever saw each other again as a family once we went to Beachhome. They put us all in different and separate houses. Like my sister Margie was in a very abusive house and she got abused. My oldest sister Anne, she was in a house, she got abused. Frank was in another house at the top end of the avenue. He got abused, and I got abused in my house. So a whole family were abused. But Beachhome destroyed our family because we never ever shared after Beachhome a room together as 4. You know, there'd be me and my 2 sisters, or I'd go and see my brother, and I'd try and broker and make the, peace and try and do something. But Beachhome made Frank such an aggressive person. He was just like my father. He wanted to fight the world. And he took no prisoners.
Sorry.
So
they basically broke you up because it's easier than to do what they do to you, because if you're together, then it's not going to be as easy, is it? So again,
I remember seeing my sister Anne, because they put me down at the tea table.
Yeah.
And I was saying, it's like a military parade, all regimental, and the children are all round these round tables, sitting at these chairs. And I can see my sister through the windows in the dining room, walking up the avenue, and I left the table and I ran outside, and I was holding on to my sister, and I said, "Take me away from here, take me away from here. I don't like this. And
This
I want
was
to be with you."
Sorry. Was this after you were abused?
No, this is before all this started.
Or any of it?
This is virtually straight away. My sister obviously had heard that I was coming to Beachhome, and they was putting me there. And she obviously came to see if I was all right. But my house parent came out of the cottage because I ran out and told me to get back into the house straight away, give me a whack round the head, pushed me inside, and told my sister, "Better off get back to your own house and do as she was told." And we had to call them aunties and uncles. So we had to call Grace Robinson Auntie Grace, Audrey Wilson Auntie Audrey, and the men's staff Uncle Pete, Uncle Tom, Dick and Harry. Grace was very, very fond of slapping you, hitting you, kicking you, pushing you. It was very, very strict house, Laburnum. Very, very, very strict. And I often got, they used to sort of like whack you around the head. Terrible thing they used to do, and I always remember it because they put you in shorts, is you used to slap the back of your legs. They used to hold you in the collar of your things to try and stop you, and keep whacking the backs of your legs. And this punishment was a daily thing. You would always get slapped and punched or kicked or pushed.
And you basically, Alan, have done nothing. You're just being a child.
Yeah.
And they're just bullies that are out their frustration.
They were not proper carers. They were not proper. It was kind of like no training with children. It just seemed to be so regimental, so kind of like the rules were similar in a lot of the houses, and I remember my bedroom was under a window, and there was 2 bunk beds this side, another bed here, 2 bunk beds the other side of the dormitory, another bed the other side, and then there was 2 partitioned bedrooms for elder kids. So some of the older children, probably 12, 13, might have been in them cubicles, whereas kids of 6 and upwards, or even younger, would be in the other parts of the dormitory. And I remember on one occasion, Audrey Wilson. What you used to get was covered in beech trees, and you looked on the ceiling, and the street lights used to, the canopy of the trees used to go over the street lights, kind of like that, and cover them. And as the light lit, it shined through the leaves, and they make a dancing pattern on the dormitory ceiling because you could see them through the windows. And I always remember this dancing pattern on the ceiling as Audrey Wilson came over my bed, and I just saw this big dark shadow over my bed as she was leaning over the bed, and I could feel this. I was being touched under the bed covers and stroked, and it felt like she was touching my private parts, and I didn't know what to do, and she was touching my body all over, and I just froze, and I was so frightened of this, and I don't know how long it went on for. It could have been on 5 minutes, it could have been 10 minutes, and I just froze. And I remember I never ever wet the bed. I was so petrified, and I curled into a little ball, and I pissed the bed. I wet the bed, and I curled up into a little ball, and I put my hands around my knees and just stayed there, frozen in the corner of the bed, you know, against the bed head. And at 7 o'clock in the morning, I remember being dragged downstairs by Audrey Wilson, and calling me a dirty little boy for wetting the bed. And she told me to take my sheets and took me down to the bathroom. They ran a cold bath, and I had to wash my sheets in the bath and take off my clothes and my pyjamas and put them in the bath, wash them. So I was standing there naked while she was slapping me, hitting me and beating me for being a dirty little boy, as she called it. And they had this stuff called carbolic soap, where they told me to clean the sheets with this carbolic soap, which later on I knew was another punishment they used on me, because we used to have in the bathroom a cubicle bath for the girls, more or less, and an outside bath where the boys probably use. If you was lucky, you might get the cubicle, but if more than one person wanted the bath, you inevitably got the outside bath. And the younger you were prone to using the outside bath. And when we tried to be clever, we used to get the toothbrush, because it had like a bolt lock on the door. We used to slide that in a lock to try and lock it, so you couldn't lift the catch because it was wedged by the toothbrush. So you use a toothbrush. And I remember Audrey Wilson coming round and flinging the back bathroom window open, and then telling me to get the toothbrush out of the door immediately. And I had got this towel, and I went to the door to open it, and the two of them came in, and they started bathing me and using this carbolic soap on me. And they were washing my private parts with this carbolic soap. They were slapping me in the bath, and they was using this floor scrubbing brush on me to clean me. And they was putting the carbolic soap in my mouth and in my eyes. And they said, "We'll wash your mouth out with soap," because I'm screaming, I'm shouting, and causing Mary hell. In actual fact, there was more water on the bathroom floor than there was probably in the bath. And I'm trying to curl up into a little ball to protect myself, and they're touching me and doing things to me and trying to force the soap into areas of my body. And yeah, it was tough times. They were tough times, and I suffered a lot of abuse in Laburnum Cottage with Grace Robinson and all the beatings and slappings continued. Several baths. You just, what could you do? I ran away 3 times when I was in Laburnum. I managed to walk nearly all the way to London. And I remember I got as far as Tooting. I must have been about 8 the first time. And for a young lad trying to walk to Shepherd's Bush from Banstead was a long, long way. You know, and I had to walk across Banstead Common and Banstead Golf Course. And the worst part about it, I got to Tooting and I was absolutely shattered. My little legs were hurting me. And I remember see him tooting police station, and I thought, if I go and tell the police, they're going to put me in the Black Maria and take me back to Beach Home. So I couldn't walk anymore. So I don't know why, I just turned round and I walked back to Beach Home. And by the time I got to Sutton on the way back, I was absolutely shattered and knackered. And it started, the heavens opened, and I was only in like a little jumper and some shorts and that, and some trainers, some black trainers. They used to give you these black plinsolls and these grey socks with little stripes on them. And I remember walking across Bansted Downs in the dark, and I was petrified, absolutely petrified. And I just didn't know what to do. And I got back to Beach Home, and then I managed to sneak. And I was looking, and I was actually wringing wet, absolutely wet through. You'd think I'd just been dumped in the sea or in the swimming pool itself. And I was looking in, and I see the deputy superintendent of Beach Home was in the house talking to the house mother. And I tried to sneak in the back door, but I was wringing wet. And of course, as I've come in the back door, they've heard, because it's late at night, because they used to put you to bed about 7 o'clock anyway, and it's dark. So I don't know what time of year it was, but it was dark when I got back. And the thing about the bath was quite a bit of a punishment for you, you know.
Alan, can I just take you back to, you know, when you ran away? And, you know, when we're looking at a little child here, a little 8-year-old, usually an 8-year-old child will be safe at home with their mum and dad, you know, and comfort. Where were your parents when all this was going on? Were they completely unaware?
Well, my father died when I came.
Right.
I never ever saw my father again when I went to Beach Home. Never ever. Never saw my dad again. From going into Beach Home and the beatings I used to get when I was 4, I don't recall much of my father. Yeah, I never ever saw him again.
Right.
So it was my mother I was going, well, he was still alive, but I was trying to get back to home. I was trying to get back to my mother. I mean, at the end of the day, she was my mother. I mean, she wasn't my mother was never cruel to me or punished me like my father or they did in Beach Home. Beach Home was very, 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 very cruel place. And yeah, they made me have a bath. You know, this is what I'm saying to you. The thing about the baths, whatever punishment you seem to get when you got a beating, they used to put you in a hot bath or used to put you in a bath. I had baths where they were holding me under the water, like ducking me under the water, and the carbolic soap. I always remember the carbolic soap. They used to use that all the time on you, put it in your eyes and mouth. And I had a favourite thing is I wash your. There used to be a saying, "I wash your mouth out with soap," and I didn't think that was true. No, I didn't think it was true. To me, it was always true. And the saying, "I wash your mouth out with soap," I don't know if it still rings today or if it's been said today, but it was very true in them days. They actually did do it. That's the only terminology I can use. They actually did do that as a punishment to children in Beach Home. And then I was getting used to the beatings, kicking up the arse, pushed down the corridor. And another thing of them grabbing hold of your back clothes and dragging you backwards. Well, you'd lose your balance and fall over, and you'd end up on the floor or something like that, and then they'd kick you on the floor or something like that.
Again.
And and you'd be the name calls, and they'd call you. I was never very good in school. I went to the Beach Home Primary School when I was in Burnham, and my teacher was a guy called Mr. Margates. Mr. Margate was another abuser. So we've got Audrey Wilson, my own father, abusing me, and then we've got the 2 house parents, Audrey Wilson and Grace Robinson. We used to call her Granny Grace because she looked so old, and with her hair in rollers. And the kids said, "Whatever you do, don't call her Granny Grace. You'll get really punished." And I remember the time when, going back, it's quite poignant, that when Audrey Wilson was abusing me in the dormitory, the kids turned their backs on you and just rolled over. So if they got caught, they were punished themselves.
Yeah.
Or if they witnessed it or saw anything, they were frightened for their own safety, want for a better word, or want for a better kind of putting it into a situation or into a cliche or whatever the case might be. And the guys used to turn, the girls would be in the girls' dormitory, the boys would be in the boys' dormitory, and you were not allowed up there. You were not allowed to use the upstairs bathroom the staff used there. The staff had dormitories or their own rooms upstairs. And Audrey Wilson's was right across. From when I slept, I could see her every time her door opened and the light opened from her door, and I was petrified because I thought she was coming to get me again. You know, every time her door opened, I absolutely froze, and you know, because she'd come in and she's standing in the doorway, and she was quite a big woman, and her frame was virtually locked, you know, took all the light out of the doorway, and you could hardly see the light coming from her bedroom behind. It was very, very scary for a child to go through. I mean, I was in Beecham Primary.
Stop you there a second, Alan, because I've made a big connection between mental health issues and childhood abuse. How did this, I mean, we'll go back to, again, we're going to go back to all of this in a minute, but I just need to ask you, how did this affect you as an adult? Did you find that you couldn't sleep at night, or that you were getting terrors because of...
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I had that. I still have it now.
Night terror.
I'm 66 next March, so I'm 65 at the moment, and I still have it.
Yeah.
To this day, I still suffer to this very, very day, and it doesn't help because we'll come to. Let's go back to a bit more of the punishment that I was getting in Beecham. So I'm in Laburnum, my first cottage that I was in. The door was painted yellow. It was the colour of like a laburnum blossom or laburnum leaf or whatever it was, the flower. And I remember this Mr. Margate never used to learn nothing in the primary school. All I remember was being very, very harsh and very cruel. He'd hit you with a wooden ruler. I'm talking about in them days, it wasn't one of these little thin plastic rulers. It was a big, heavy-duty wooden ruler, and it'd whack you around the back of the head, slap you around the head, hit you across the knuckles. And that's another saying when people say, wash your mouth out with soap, and then you're getting wrapped across the knuckles. I can tell you, and I can promise you, it actually happened to children. I was one of them children. I was behind them closed doors. I know what went on. And he was a very abusive teacher, and he didn't really teach you anything, and my education really suffered because I couldn't read and write or do anything like that. And there was another abuser in the primary school called Mr. Whiteman. Mr. Whiteman, he was terrible.
Sorry, we'll name all of these at the end. I want to name them all properly at the end.
And he would chase you around the playground, and it'd get you cornered and round the blind side. He'd do it when all the children were in the playground. He wasn't frightened to do it because he knew he could get away with it. And he would say to you, "What you got in your What you got in your pocket, boy?" And you only had these little shorts on. So it didn't take much for an adult to put his hand into a boy's shorts, trousers, and he was putting his hand into your shorts and feeling you, touching you. I had nothing in. I had no possessions. I was in a kid's zone. I don't know if I even had a hanky, and so I had nothing in my pockets. And he was, "What you got in your boy?" as a way of getting to search you. And
hang on, Alan.
Yeah, my battery's just a little bit low. I'll plug this in so I don't lose you completely. So just bear with me a second.
Okay. Right, anyway, I'm back. Okay, we're back.
Sorry about that. And Mr. Whiteman, he was an abuser in Beecham, prolific abuser in Beecham. He did a lot of other things. Justice for Beecham survivors.
Good. That's what we want to see. So we're going back to this bastard's Whiteman. How do you spell
Yeah,
how do you spell his name?
Whiteman.
Okay, thank you.
And he went on from Beach Home, when Beach Home closed, to work in a children's home called Shirley Oaks, and abused. And I think he got convicted for child abuse in Shirley Oaks. And he was one of the many paedophiles that was in Shirley Oaks. And a few of the abusers, there was when I was in Laburnum, I think they put me in the Cubs or something. And we had this guy who's the Cub master, and he was abusing the children. Didn't happen to me. You know, there were close calls, but there was so much going on with, you know, what they did to children. A lot of it, as later, this might seem strange to say this, but you kind of got immune to it. You know, the beatings and the punishments were more what they did to me. The physical abuse, a little bit of sexual abuse in the touching up, and I was never ever penetrated. So I was quite one of the lucky ones, and I'll always maintain that I was never ever penetrated. I don't know what happened to me before I went to Beach Home, but I can honestly say that I don't remember that happening to me in Beach Home. I remember being touched in various places in Beach Home, in the anus and around the genitals and that. But I never ever never went for anything like that. And then as I got a little bit older, from that, they put me in a house called Larch, or a cottage called Larch, and there was a guy in there called Ian McLaren. And Ian McLaren was, there was only about 12 kids in there to start off with. I don't know what happened. They kind of like, when I was in Laburnum, because I was getting a little bit older, they find it more and more difficult to control me. And I had issues, and I wouldn't talk to, because in them days we used to call our welfare officers social workers, childcare officers. So they were named CCOs. And it was like the first 2 years I had Miss Lazenby, which was a very good woman. And she stayed friends with my sister, eldest sister. But then after that, it was like I was some sort of case file. And I'd get a different social worker or a CCO every month. And when they came, you had to go to the office and sit in the office with them and talk to the welfare. And they had like this day book, and they wrote everything down in I kept a record of all what happened to you in the running of the house. And those records were submitted into the office every now and then. And everything you did was put into this little red book kind of thing. And we used to go in there and we used to talk to him. And I wouldn't talk to him in the end, because I said to him, what is the point of me talking to him? And then next month, I'm going to have another one. I'm going to have to talk to her again. And you didn't feel comfortable with them. You didn't have any trust in any of them, because you thought, well, what's the point? You're going to, and I wouldn't talk to them. I just wouldn't have nothing to do with them. And I used to get punished for that, not doing that. And then I remember Grace and Audrey Wilson were finding it more harder to control me. And I was running away. I ran away on a couple of occasions. And they got one of the male staff, Peter McTavish, another abuser. Peter McTavish. Huge guy, like a rugby player, hands like shovels. Used to beat the boys in Kerrier House, because all the naughty boys were put in his house. And there was a lot of abuse that went on in Kerrier. And he came down and dragged me by the scruff of the neck up to Kerrier and give me a good hiding and beating in there. Says, you've been rude to staff and very not doing as you're told and disobedient. And they're saying that, saying all these sort of things and about you. And I was just petrified of the size of this guy. And when he hit you, you stayed hit, because he knocked 10 barrels of shit out of you. And he'd give you a good hiding. And then they'd turn around and say to me, go and get a bath. And the thing about the baths was, it was like a ritual. It was almost like a sacrilege. You had to have a bath to be cleansed, or You know, you got ducked and held under the water, and the punishment and the carbolic soap and the treatment of children was quite horrible treatment. I mean, and then when I was a little bit bigger, they put me in Larch, and it was only about, I don't know, and I think that one or two of us were a little bit difficult because we were rebelling a little bit against the treatment we was getting. And this Ian McLaren, he'd use his fist on you. He'd beat you with his fists.
How do you
You
spell
can
his
imagine.
name? Sorry, how do you
Ian McLaren.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
Ian McLaren.
Yeah.
How do you
He's still alive today.
Can you spell his name for us, Alan?
I think, I'm not too sure, but I think it's McClarand.
McLaren's. Okay, thank you. I'm writing these names down, which we'll say and talk about in a minute. Okay, so coming back again, so it sounds a little bit that the bath ritual sounds a bit satanistic, you know, like a bit like SRA, satanistic ritual abuse, that they were using. And who was actually in charge of this? I mean, who let all of this happen?
There was a guy called, another abuser, his name was Jeffrey Banner.
Right.
Jeffrey with a G, not a J.
Right.
Jeffrey Banner, B-A-N-N-E-R, was
Yeah.
the superintendent of Beach Home.
Right.
And he would take the girls into his office, pull their knickers down, bend them across the desk, and slap them. And when I went to Banstead Police Station and told them about the abuse that was happening to me at Banstead Police Station in Beach Home.
Oh, yeah.
And they took
How
me,
did that go? How did that go? How did they react?
not very good, because it was almost like the police were implicit, and the police had something to do with the abuse that was going on in Beach Home. It was almost like a paedophile ring, because they took me back to Beach Home in this Black Mariah. I was dragged up before Jeffrey Banner, the superintendent, and he got me to sit on his knee, and he was bouncing me up and down on his knee in a perverse way and trying to get worked up off of me because I knew something was happening. And he said to me, little boys like you that tell lies get sent away. You get sent to Stanford House, or you get sent away. And they make all these threats on you, what they were going to do to you. And in the corner of the office, he had a cane, and it was on full view for everybody to see. He'd point to it to warn you that that's the way you were heading, towards the cane. And then, you know, he was a very abusive man. And
you mentioned paedophile rings. Were you ever put into a situation like that, or can you tell us a little bit about the paedophile?
There were times that we were told we were going to be taken in a van somewhere, and I remember seeing the vans arriving in Beach Home, and they arrived opposite the primary school near the nursery, and the kids would used to be taken away, and I never saw the kids again.
You never saw them again?
No.
So they never came back?
No.
So what happened to the children?
Don't know. Nobody knows.
No one knows.
No.
Do you remember what years that was happening, approximately?
Well, it'd been the 60s.
In the 60s. Goodness. Okay.
And then there was talk of one boy, a guy called James Reeves, being taken to Elms Guest House in Barnes from Beach Home, and there was other children that were in Beach Home were also in a children's home called the Hollies, and there's kind of like a link between Shirley Oaks, Beach Home, the Elms Guest House, and even Dolphin Square comes to be mentioned. All these places to be linked in the huge paedophile ring in the south of London. And Surrey seemed to be very, very bad for abuse. And there's talk of children were taken in these vans. And I remember trying to work out what I saw in this van. And I'm not too sure if it was like a smiley sun, like a sunshine coach.
Right.
And Jimmy Savile went to Beach Home in 1972. He went to a lot of places, Jimmy Savile. In 72 is when I left. But he went there round about the time I was leaving. There's so many weird things happened in Beecham, because I remember when I was in Ash, and I'm sure I was in Ash in 1968, and we used to see like a light on in the church, kind of like where the altar was, and it didn't look bright enough to be a strong light or a bulb of any sort, more like a light of a candle or candles, kind of a flickering light. And lots and lots of people witnessed this and saw this. And then in 1968, they said there is a link to the church, or the burning down of the church, to satanic ritual abuse at Beecham. And a lot of children were taken away, and a lot of people. Towards the end, it was strange because kids were taken all over the world. They ended up in Canada, Australia, South Africa, and the police that have reopened an investigation into Beach Home have had to go all over the world to investigate and do stuff. But going back to Larch, do you see McLaren? He was a very, very abusive man. We had, where the kitchen sinks were, we had to wash up after tea.
And he's still alive, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh.
Him and a guy called Gordon Reed. They're both alive.
How do you spell the other one?
Gordon, as in the name
Gordon.
Reed, R-E-I-E-D, I think it is. Reed.
Okay. Ian McLaren and Gordon Reed.
Both alive to this day. Still alive. So out of 8 abusers that I had in Beach Home, 2 are still alive.
Okay, because I was.
The rest of them are all dead. Pete McTavish died 18 years ago. Audrey Wilson and Granny Grace, I think, are both dead. McLaren and Reed are still alive. Margates, Whiteman, I don't know what happened to them. Whiteman, I know there's links with him at Shirley Oaks, because I've looked it up, and there is a Mr. Whiteman who was a school teacher, went from Beach Home to Shirley Oaks.
Right.
And his name is on the social list, the Shirley Oaks Association. That's on there.
I want you to say here now to shame these monsters, so the whole world can know who they are.
Yeah,
they're alive.
Well, I'll come to that as we go along, because there's a lot more to talk about.
Yeah. Carry on.
And where they had the kitchen sink, I remember going back to in another punishment they used to do to you in Laburnum was that if you didn't eat your meals, right, they used to take it away from you and put it before you the next day and make you eat it again. Because if you didn't eat your meals and try and make you eat it again, that was another punishment they did to you. If you didn't eat your meals, you didn't have anything else. You weren't allowed anything else. And I remember they put this piece of fish in front of me once, and I didn't know what it was, and it smelled horrible. It was like supposed to have been smoked haddock, or I don't know, but it was yellow, and it was swimming and looked like dishwater, but it was supposed to have been cooked in milk or something, but they weren't cooks. It was rubbish. And I remember they were forcing me to eat this fish. I didn't eat it. And they gave me it the next day. And they were sat next to me. One of the staff was sat next to me and was trying to force me to eat this food, even trying to force it into my mouth with a fork. And this bit of fish, this cod, this haddock, a bone got stuck in my throat and it scratched my windpipe. And it's weird because from that day onwards to when I got married in my 30s, I never ate fish again. Never ate it at all. I was too frightened to eat it because it ripped all my throat. And I was taken to, because Beach Home had a...
I ask you, yeah, what happened when you go, if you got sick or something like that happened to you? Did you get to see a doctor? I mean...
They had like a little mini hospital there called...
as well, the doctors and hospitals?
Yeah, they had all of that inside Beach Home. It was like a little mini hospital. It's like a little town.
Right.
It had its own school,
Whole thing.
its own offices, its own play areas, its own nursery, its own library, swimming pool, big fields for recreation, and a sick bay, which is like a little mini hospital, where you'd go there for your eye test.
Alan, was this a private home or was it actually owned by social services or?
It was originally owned by London County Council.
So the taxpayers' money was helping to abuse you and all the other kids and do all these awful things.
At one stage, I think Beach Home had up to 900 children in it.
900.
Yeah, and when we were there, I would say it was near 300 or 400. But 400 children over a period of, well, I was there 11 years, and I was just one family, and both my sisters and my brother were abused in Beach Home. My sister never talks about it, but the same abuser that abused my sister Marjorie, and Mr. Gray, was convicted of sex offences later in life. He was convicted of being a sex abuser, a paedophile.
Wow.
But there was a girl that was in the same house as my sister, but a bit later on. And I work closely with now. She's part of the Beach Home Survivors Group.
It's a survivors group, which we'll talk about.
And she is an amazing woman. What she did was saw him abusing one of the children in the dormitory. This Mr. Gray in Thistle, where my sister was. Every house was named after a tree. Remember, they did this with a lot of the children's homes. Named them, add the tree element or something like that, linked to a lot of these homes. And this guy was abusing. Mr. Gray was abusing. They used to do the same in Thistle. He used to bath the children with this carbolic soap because there were other people that said the same, that they used this as a punishment in other houses. And the thing about bathing children and washing children, even developing girls. And my sister would have been developing at this time. And he was abusing one girl on the actual bed itself in the dormitory. And this girl saw him abusing the girl and told him to get off. And she had a few run-ins with him, and she got beaten and knocked down the stairs and things like that. We all got that. And she later went before Jeffrey Banner, and she ended up was one of the girls that had her knickers pulled down in a backside spank. They put her at age of 14 into an institution for speaking out. And you find that with children's homes, they used to, like police stations always used to be built near courts, and children's homes always used to be built near mental homes. And they used to transfer children into mental homes to shut them up. It was a way of shutting you up for talking about your abuse. And they did that in Beach Home. They did that in Beach Home. And this Ian McLaren was in Larch. He used to punch, the living daylights out of you. He used to beat you if he was fighting another man, but he was fighting children, beating children with his fist, and he was like a rugby. He was a athletic type of sporty guy.
So,
and he made you bleed and punched you, and they wouldn't think twice about punching you in the mouth, in the stomach. They try to hit you in the stomach, in the back, or areas where you wouldn't show.
Yeah. That's what
he would.
Dave, can you go back to with the fish, where the bone stuck in your throat, and you went to see a doctor? I mean, did it feel like, oh, you could maybe tell someone what was going on?
They were trying to force. I didn't realise at the time. They were trying to force dry bread, down my throat to try and dislodge it. And I think they did dislodge the bone, or they got the bone out somehow. But it had scratched the inside of my throat, and my throat was sore for days and days and days on end. And I don't think I ate much for, I don't know, probably a week. I think I was trying to nibble on bread and jam. They used to give us these plastic jugs at the tea table, and they were kind of like, it was orange juice, but it was made of like powder, and it was horrible. Just you could taste bits in it. And they used to stick. We used to come down in the morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we used to line up in the corridor, and then we used to stand, and we used to all go round the kitchen table, and they used to get this big, huge 5-litre tin of malt, and they used to get a spoonful of malt and put it in there. But they used to give you other bits and pieces, and I'm sure they used to give us tablets as well, or put the tablets in something as well. Somebody saw some white tablets and some other tablets, but I can't prove that.
Right, right.
I mean,
John,
and then again, at the end of the day, it's my word against theirs. But a lot of the children are singing from the same hymn sheet. They're naming the same people, the same cottages, and a lot of the abusers went on to be convicted.
Mm.
Yeah, we talk about this in a bit. That no convictions were ever. Nothing was done against. Well, nothing was done against any of my abusers. But coming back to McLaren, he hit me so hard sometimes. He used to knock me off my feet. He knocked me into another room once, hitting me and beating me. And he was so powerful and strong. Where the kitchen sink was, the sinks were 2 sinks. You had a double sink. And where we used to wash up after dinner, they used to make you wash up after the dinner. You had like a kind of rota where you either wiped up, put away, or washed up. And it'd hold you against the sink, and it'd rub up against you where the sink was, and you couldn't move because you had the kitchen cupboards. It holds it onto the stainless steel sinks with his strength, and then just pull himself against you, and then he'd just rub up against you. And he used to fight you and wrestle you on the ground, and he'd sit on your back, and he'd rub his genitals against your back as if he was riding a horse. He was a very, very abusive, cruel man, and he was bathing children at 12.
Unbelievable. Sick.
And then from there, I went to a cottage called Ash, and I was going home at weekends. I was laying me home. So I was going on my home from Banstead Station, walking through the woods and everything, and up to Banstead Station, getting on a train to Victoria, then a number 11 bus, and going to Shepherd's Bush to see my mum. My dad had died and she remarried, but I remember my stepdad putting a bottle across my mum's head once, and she hadn't had a wig on. She wore a wig. If she hadn't had the wig on, it would have split her head open. And she used to send me down to the off licence and get a quart of Guinness. Guinness used to make bottles of Guinness in quart bottles, brown quart bottles, and she'd send me down to the off licence, and because I was a regular, or she, I think, done some part-time work in a pub, they knew who I was, so they served me in the off licence, and I was underage anyway. But they used to. She used to buy me a bottle of lemonade and some chocolate. So I can always remember when I was at home watching Match of the Day, eating bars of chocolate and drinking lemonade. I'm sure I remember that, and I'm sure I remember it in black and white.
So,
And then I went to Ash Cottage.
sorry, but when you went back to your mum's, did you try to tell her anything? Did you try to stop her from sending you back there?
No, I didn't. Unfortunately, in the 70s, it was still a taboo subject. It was children were seen or not heard, and you couldn't say anything. If you said anything, you got punished even more. And if no one in the 70s, I mean, I was in there, Beecham in the 60s, so I'm born in the 50s. But if you talked, and this is honest, if you say to people, did you talk about sex in the 70s? Right? Nobody talked about gays, lesbians, homosexuals, LGBT, or wherever the case is. Sex was still, you know, a hush-hush thing, you know, and it was quite strict, even in them ages, because your parents used to keep an eye on their young teenage girls and stuff like that, and it was slightly different. As we've progressed, it's changed, I believe. where parents half the time don't even know where the children are.
Did you ever tell your mum what happened? Did you ever
No,
have a chance to clear anything up?
I was too frightened to.
It's okay.
I was too
Even as an
frightened to
adult,
because
even as
I
an
had to go
adult,
back to beach home. I had
as
to
an
go back.
adult though, Alan, as an
Sorry,
adult, did
never
you-
ever told anybody about it.
you never
Never
spoke
told,
about it.
never,
at all.
never told anybody about it. I kept it a secret from everybody all my life until I
Until
got
when?
married. And my wife, I used to have nightmares, and I used to jump up in the middle of the night because I had my first 25 years were horrendous. And even after leaving from Beach Home, they stuck me in a hostel. And all I started to do was fight, get drunk, get arrested, get myself into trouble. I've ended up in every prison in London for doing stupid stuff. I was in Wandsworth prison when they still had cold showers. You weren't allowed radios. Very strict regime. And I remember those in Wandsworth when I was in Brixton, Wormwood Scrubs, and I thought bloody home from home. I was born in Duquesne Road, and I ended up back at Duquesne Road from birth to prison. And I was at Brixton, Pentonville, then I went to an open prison in Norwich somewhere. Yeah, I'd done a lot of stupid things because I used to turn to drink and get pissed, and I do stupid things in drink, and I was stupid and foolish.
But who can blame you, Alan? You were holding all of this inside. You were in shock. I mean,
I never had a good education in Beach Home. I mean, I struggle with my spelling to this day. I'm not very good at spelling. I try and do my best to write. My writing, I think, is awful. But my spelling is my maths is non-existent. I can't do maths. You know, I could give you change of a fiver, but beyond that, I'm not that clever. And yeah, it's hard to explain it to people. Even you know, I went from Larch, where McLaren was an abusive house parent, Uncle Ian, we used to call him, to Uncle Gordon. And I remember his wife I was a little bit older and developing. And I remember lying on the bed in her staff quarters, and she had the cat on her chest, and the cat she said, stroke the cat. She was making me stroke the cat, but she was wanting me to stroke her breast. And I did. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't sexually aware of what I was doing, kind of thing. I don't know if it makes sense. It's just hard to try and get people to understand what you know. What
also, sorry to stop you there, but the confusion of a child, an innocent child. As I say, I went through nothing like you went through, but I did have my own abuse. I was abused as well by the family dentist, which we'll go into another time. But you go into total shock because children are so innocent,
yeah,
so trusting. They trust everybody, and then the minute that starts to happen, it's like you lose your trust, and children feel to blame for everything.
Yeah.
And so all of that guilt builds up inside, and then you start to hurt yourself because
they put me in outside school in
sabotage.
When I was 11. I went to a school called North Park Secondary Modern, and it was a long walk to North Park. It's about a 3-mile walk every day for young lads. You know, like you're doing 6 miles to go to and from school. Okay, might mean nothing to some people, but to a young kid, it's a lot. And I thought so anyway. And because I had labels in my clothes, they used to bully you, and they used to call you an orphan, and they'd pull your clothes, try and open to show everybody, look, this boy's an orphan. He's got labels in his clothes. He's labelled. And I didn't last long at North Park. My education was very good. I failed my 11+. I went to a school near Rose Hill called Gainsborough, and I got beaten up by about 15 kids, all laid into me, ripping all my clothes off of me, trying to get to my labels with Beecham written in them. And what I used to get, I think it was either 5p or 6p as bus fare to go on the one bus from Beecham to this school. And they stole me money. So when I was bloodied and bleeding from being beaten, and I walked out of the school, and I went to look in my pockets and I didn't have no money, so I had to walk all the way back to Beecham from quite a long way out, probably 5, 6 mile, 7 mile walk back to Beecham. And then because I had so much problems with schools and I didn't have a good education, they put me in a
So
place.
when you came back from the school all beaten up, what did the bastards do to you when you got home?
Just told you go and get a bath and clean yourself up. The ritual, the bath.
They carried on that. So basically there was no love for you, nothing, no compassion.
Oh no, none at all.
No,
absolutely no.
As a child.
And it affects you in life as well, that, because I'll tell you a little bit more. I'll let you into that as well, because if it affects you in all quarters in every single which way you go about your life. And coming back to Beecham, what they did then is they put me in a special school in Beecham called the Orchard, where they used to dress you in this like green uniform. So you'd have a green jumper, a green polo shirt, and they used to put you in these boiler suits. And I remember being in the Orchard with Nancy Davids. Nancy Davids did a documentary on a girl called Gal Boone. Gal is Dead is the story. And that was all filmed in Beecham. A lot of it was filmed in Beecham. And I was part of a documentary filmed by the BBC.
In Beecham itself?
Mm.
They actually came and filmed you while you were still there?
Yeah.
Just after you left?
BBC still got it, but they never showed it.
No, what I'm saying is, was the documentary made while you were still there?
Yes.
This was going on?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
No.
And it was shown to the public. What they show in this documentary?
I don't know. They had me, because where the Orchard was, they had me, they gave me a dry brush, and they said to me there was these murals on the walls the kids had painted on brick walls. So they had me dabbing the wall as if I was painting the mural as they were filming me, right? Okay. And I can remember the instructions of them to try not to look at the camera, or look directly at the camera, try not to look at people or look around yourself, pretend, you know, you're painting this picture on the wall. And so I had to, every now and then as part of the interview, I had to dab this wall as if I was painting while they was interviewing me and talking to me. And then they
give a good image, obviously. They were trying to show the public that you were doing something nice to keep the home nice. So, I mean, point, Ian, sorry, Ian, Alan.
Alan.
Sorry there. Why did I call you Ian there? Alan.
Alan, yeah, it's all right.
Sorry about that.
No.
At that point, Alan, did you not, how old were you when that happened?
I must have been, if I went to secondary school, I've got to be 12, 13 now.
Okay, so when they came to do the filming, at that point, was there a part of you that wanted to say, I've got to tell you something. I've got to tell you what's really going on here?
I couldn't.
But did you feel that you wanted to?
No, couldn't.
Because you were
I was too frightened. I kind of like, by the time I got to Ash, this might sound shocking to say this, but I was so used of being beaten, I kind of laughed at Gordon Reed when he used to hit me and punch me. And I turned back and laugh at him and smile at him. And I thought, you can't hurt me anymore. I'm not that young boy anymore. If I said I was becoming immune, does that make sense?
Yes, totally. Totally, because as I said, I just went back. I thought I'd killed the person, the man that was molesting me. And when I went back, I was relieved because he opened the door and he was alive. I was 11 years old. So I totally get it.
I mean, the boys, some of the older boys in Bitcham were bullies themselves. And I ended up, an abuser can become an abuser. And I ended up being a bit of an abuser in the sense that I was made to beat other boys. If I didn't beat in beach, I became a very bad bully. Because if I didn't fight other kids, I would get beaten up. So I was made to fight them, otherwise it was me. So it was dog eat dog. If I didn't fight him, they would beat me.
Right,
And that's the older boys. So you weren't only getting abused by the...
They forced you into that. They forced you to be that.
Yeah.
Your choice. You were forced into that by them.
Yeah. And I hated myself for it because I know one of the boys is still alive today, and I hate myself for what I did to him.
But it wasn't your fault.
It wasn't my fault. I mean, he never saw it like that. He just saw me as an abuser. I beating him.
Horrible.
And it was a cruel life. And then it was. I mean, the best house I was in Beach. That was in my. But I was a nasty little sod by the time I went to Beach. 14, 15, 16 when I was probably in Beach. 15, 16, and I used to throw bottles at the front door. I used to tell the staff to fuck off, and I turned into a right nasty little and aggressive person. And I was fighting in Epsom Town. I turned out to be a bit of a scrapper.
You had no love.
Did fighting, and I turned out to be a horrible person, and did some horrible things. And my first 25 years, like London was like my Beirut when I left Beach Home, because it was like a big fight in the hostel. All he was doing was fighting, scrapping, trying to survive. It was difficult. I slept on the streets of London rough because I had nowhere to go. I was sleeping on sofas, and people were getting fed up with me and bored with me. My own family didn't want me anymore. I was into drink. I tried to hold a few jobs down, and yeah, I went from job to job, from pillar to post. Very, very lost young man, and then I met my wife.
Why, Alan, we have to alert people to protect children, to protect innocence, because it completely screws up your life, and you go out there, you can't have a normal life after something like that. How can you? You're completely shocked.
Well, you said, Lauren, about early
society to end this, to end it completely. So can we just go back a bit to when did they close down this place?
Beach Home was closed in 1974.
1974 they closed it down. And how did that happen? How did they get closed down in 1974? How did that happen? Who got it closed down and why?
Right, so the weird thing about it is originally the London County Council owned Beach Home, and then it was sold off to the Greater London County Council, or the GLC took over from the LCC. So originally London was run by the London County Council, and then it was run by the Greater London Council. And then it was separated and done into borough councils. Like Hammersmith was my birth borough, and then you had, like, now you have a mayor of London, which is responsible for all the borough councils. So that's how it is, and that's how it's run today. But Beach Home was run by, in 1964, Beach Home was run by Wandsworth Council. I was in children's homes or respite care in Shirley Oaks, Elsfield. They were run by Wandsworth, although Hammersmith was my birth borough. Supervisory orders were, I'm going after both councils, Hammersmith and Fulham. Hammersmith and Fulham and Wandsworth, I'm going after both of them. making a case against them now.
Are there any still open? Is this still going on? Is this still going on in any
Yes.
children's homes? Right, which children's homes?
I don't know the names of the children's
do you
homes,
know
but
it's
I've
still
met
going
lots of
on?
victims. I've met
Right.
lots of victims over the last few years, and there's new cases coming out all the time. And you're hearing about, it's starting to be talked about where it was a taboo subject, they weren't talked about. See, they seem to think more on other things than they do on children. Children are not spoken about. I'm not going to go down the political route on this, where we've had demonstrations of recent that have taken more media coverage than actual children's lives. And to me, you know, if all lives matter to me, and I think children's lives matter. Children's lives matter. And when we were in Beach Home, we were all colours and creeds. There were black, white, pink, yellow, blue. They were all from all over the world, the children. And we were brought up like brothers and sisters. We slept in the same rooms. We washed in the same rooms. We ate in the same rooms. Went to school together. We did lots and lots of things together.
To me, the thing to me, Alan, is that children are the most important thing. They're the future, you know, and they're innocent. And we, you know, adults are supposed to guard them. They can't protect themselves. And so you're saying this is still going on in this day and age, in 2020. It's still going on.
Yeah.
And can you?
Well, it's proof of that, because most of the if you said there was 48 if you said there was 48 councils in this country, right? So you've got your Oxford Council, your Manchester, your Sunderland Council. Now there was children's homes called Witherwack in Sunderland. Children were abused under that council. You had Kencore in Northern Ireland. Children were abused in that. You had Hope de la Grande, Jersey. Children were abused. You had Beach Home, Shirley Oaks. You had Beechwood, where Melanie Shaw was, Nottingham Council. And only last week, Banbury Council released grooming figures for the Oxford area. A new case of grooming's just come out from, and some of it stems from children in care, because the people involved in care are virtually involved in it. It's like a ring of paedophiles or people. To me, children now are more valuable than drugs.
Yes, I know, sex trafficking.
You can use a drug once. You can sell a child 100 times, and children are sold and have been sold in this country for donkey's years. And our politicians, you can go back to Clement Attlee or the 30s and the 40s or before. The abuse that's gone on in this country, where the politicians knew all about it. We can talk about politicians that we know that were paedophiles, and we can talk about the BBC that had all them paedophiles in there. The Gary Glitters, the Rolf Harrises, the Jimmy Savills.
You've got the Rains list,
the Stuart Hall. Yeah, I know about the Rains list. We know about, and I will say it. We know about. I'm not frightened to, because
no, say it. Say everybody.
You know, I camped in London for a while. One of the jobs I did when I found a little bit of space was I started a cab in London. It was mini cabin, but it was cabin with a company that you could only have a limit of 4 years old cars, so you had to have a fairly new car-ish in them days. But it was quite a prominent plan, and the likes of, I remember driving the likes of Koo Stark when she was seeing Prince Andrew. I remember going to the likes of the Elms Guest House in Barnes to take fares and bring people back from there. So I knew where it was, because I was based in that area. I knew Dolphin Square, and we were often waved on in Dolphin Square to go and pick a fare up, whereas normally you were stopped by security. And whenever a cab was called, you never get stopped and asked. You just went and done what you had to do. So we knew something was going on in some of these establishments, and with its link to Westminster. And the rituals similar to what went on in Beach Home with the ducking of children in the bath. These things have come out of, wild parties that were supposed to have allegedly happened in Dolphin Square. I have to say that because it's like myself. You know, what's happened now is that in my 60s, there's been a new police investigation into the abuse that happened in Beecham. And Surrey police have opened an investigation called Operation Brockhurst. And they came up from Guildford to interview me. And like, I'd got to the stage where in my 30s, when I married my wife, I was still having nightmares about Beecham and Audrey Wilson in the dormitory and being beaten and so on and so forth. Gav used to calm me down. In my younger days, when I was in the hostels and I started to go out and meet girls and started courting and going to discos or whatever the case might have been, or trying to have a life, if I met a girl, I didn't know how to react because I never had no love and affection. And if a girl showed me any kind of affection, I kind of like was so infatuated with that person because I didn't know what love was. I didn't know what affection was. I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know which way to go. And this is in my, you know, maturing years, my teen years. And then, you know, you're living in the outside world trying to make something of a life. Excuse me.
The messages get confused, don't they, Alan? They get confused.
And then
Normal.
you just don't know how to handle situations. You don't know how to. You're not trained in finance. You're not trained. You can't get a good job because you haven't got any qualifications.
Okay, so
it's tough.
It's awful. It's awful, and it has to end. As I say, our job is to protect the innocent, and this is the awakening. This is the time now where everything has to come up, and these people have to be held accountable for it, particularly anyone.
So the Operation Brockhurst, the police came up to interview me from Guildford, and they said to me, "We're doing an investigation, and your name's been mentioned." Or phoned me up and said, "Your name's been mentioned. Can we come up and speak to her?" So they came up and speak to me, and then they wanted to interview me in a recording suite. So it's like a rape suite, if I'm allowed to say that. Subconsciously, it's an interview room with a settee. They make you feel comfortable, but there's cameras in all the walls. So they interview you under film. So as the police officers, like you're conducting an interview, he's conducting an interview, and they're asking you questions. And you've got to open that can of worms. You've got to relive the nightmare that you suffered as a child. And I broke down. I cried my eyes out, opening up them old wounds and talking about what happened to me as a child. I'd lived that life. I'd been through that. My wife was settling me down and calming me down and trying to reassure me that I was safe, you know, and I didn't have to fight anymore. And then what that's done since I've had the police come back, and then it's like a septic wound. You pick long enough at it, and after 3 interviews with the police, that wound went septic, and I'm now starting to have nightmares again.
Right. Okay. So, thank you.
So it never goes from you. It's with you for life.
It's layers, isn't it? And you have these.
Yeah.
Layers.
Well said. Well said. That was a very good point. Very well said.
Brave. You're a very brave man. You're very courageous. You're a fantastic humanitarian. We call it star seeds. You know, those of us that have been put here to suffer a lot and carry a lot of the pain of the world, and then we go out and we use that pain in order to help lots of innocent people. So
that's what I do now.
Very, very brave man. And
can you see this on my shirt?
But did you have therapy? Did you have support at all for everything you went through? I mean, because how can you carry all of this and not?
Well, the doctor said to me. When we lived in Spalding, when I first met Kath and got our first house, he said, "You've got issues, you've got problems, there's something with you that doesn't sit right."
So you didn't.
I think you need to see.
Right.
Sorry.
You didn't actually remember what had happened to you until then.
No, he said that you come across with like an attitude.
Right.
The doctor, in speaking to somebody, how you can psychoanalyze somebody as a medical professional and turn around and say to him, "You've got issues, you need to see a psychiatrist." And I recommend you see a psychiatrist or some counselling. I did have some counselling. I spoke to a woman, and I paid for it myself and went and had some counselling, and didn't do me any good, really. I mean, she was just listening to what I had to say, like you're listening to what I've got to say. I mean, you know, what you make of me after this and what the viewers make after this, it's entirely up to them. I mean, I can't force people. People have got their own opinions and always have their own opinions. And I remember the psychiatrist who I saw, he said, there's nothing wrong with you after he done whatever he had to do to me, psychoanalyzing me, whatever, and put me through the mill with the questions and appropriate questions, the way they did it. And he said to me, there's only one thing wrong with you. He said, you've got a memory, and your memory will never let you forget. And that is true, because I've had to relive that by Operation Brockhurst, reliving that all again. And like, I'm heavily involved in trying to help victims today. I hate that word. Survivors today.
Survivors.
Because they're not victims, because it's not through choice.
Thank you, Alan. The biggest gift I can give you is that it was not your fault. And as soon as we get that realization that this was not our fault, that we were innocent, you were innocent, an innocent child, it does help a hell of a lot. It helps something inside you just let go. If you can convince yourself more and more, and that's what I always say to anyone, particularly people that have been diagnosed with mental health issues. The first thing they say, oh, I didn't do it. You look at them, they go, I didn't do it. I had that huge guilt complex as well. But I'm not going to go into my story too much, but the minute I realized it was huge, that my mum and dad were the idiots that sent me to that awful man, it got wiped out, and I was able to breathe after that. And as I say, we'll discuss that another time. But you see, the work you're doing is, you're an angel. You're an angel. You've got to be an angel. You've got to be a special soul to be able to have gone through so much and to go out there and have the courage to tell the truth and to help others. Not everyone would. As you say, quite a lot of people, they carry on the pattern. Unfortunately, they don't have the morals and the conscience. Do you think, what is so special about you? Why do you think that you're the kind of person that will go out there to help survivors? And you didn't become, as you said, you were a bully. There's a big difference between bullying people because you were put under that kind of stress and threatened by those that were bigger than you. But why do people not become like you? They carry on the patterns. Is it because you found love? Is it because you found a woman who loves you?
Yeah, I kind of like, my wife is 8 years older than me, so there's that kind of mothering instinct. It sounds a bit strange, but that mature instinct in my wife that, I don't know, we just clicked. We met eyes. I loved her smile. I loved her hair. I just loved being with her, and it just worked. But I have a terrible problem that I've never ever been able to get rid of, and I have this kind of phobia of being touched. I hate people touching me on the back or coming up behind me. I don't know where I've got that from probably Beach Home.
Well, obviously.
I hate anybody putting their hands on me.
You explained it. Why you did this.
And I've still got that today. I've still got that. I won't let anybody touch me.
I can understand that. But what I'm saying to you is, do you think that because she loved you, what's your wife's name?
Kathy.
Kathy. Because you were so lucky to find a woman that actually loved you properly, in the right way, it gave you the courage to be able to come up. And how old were you when you started to do this work then? When you started to tell this stuff and started to help others?
I've been doing it for about 2 years now. And it's only since the police investigation was reopened that people started reaching out and finding out about other survivors. And I got into it that way. And I've done an interview with John Wedger.
Yes, I've done interviews.
in Parliament in 2018, and I've gone on to do loads more with John. I've done some filming myself, done interviews myself, and now I have a show of my own on a Monday night.
Yeah, tell us about your. Tell us about your badge.
This badge
Can
here,
you explain to us what that badge is?
it's a crocodile, and it says on it, right, save our children from paedophiles. So it's a prohibited area going through the crocodile, and the crocodile is the paedophile.
Okay, why crocodile? A bit like Peter Pan with the crocodile and the clock, you know.
Well, the crocodile takes human beings, I suppose. So it will take human beings. I don't know what these. There is. I think there is some ancient art with crocodiles and children in the mouth.
Yeah.
Crocodiles.
It does
So
say it could be, because Peter Pan is all about, let's face it, it's all about the lost boys and, you know, stuff that really, a lot of the time these stories are really hiding nefarious things.
I've just sent a letter to Melanie Shaw this week.
With, Captain Hook and the crocodile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've just written to Melanie Shaw this week, so I wrote to Carol Woods when Carol Woods was in the Orchards. I went up to the Orchards to support her. I've been to Nottingham on several occasions, and I've been all over the country. Went to Sunderland a few weeks ago, and I went there to support other survivors and did a bit of filming and interviewing myself. As I say, I'm interviewing survivors now, and it's strange because people are saying to me, although I'm not, my grammar, my spelling, my articulation is not brilliant, I can manage to, I have like a second sight. When I'm talking to a victim, I can listen and I can take it in and I can feel, and I get a kind of like second sight, and it's strange, but it works.
It's true, Alan. We have empathy. You have to have gone through something like this to be able to get that person to trust you, to be able to connect to in a certain way, because there are trigger words. You know, when me and my husband went to counselling together, and I explained to him what my triggers are, and then he learns, and he's able to understand. But people that haven't gone through this, they don't understand that you've got to, everyone is very, very vulnerable. And that's why I'm doing my best here to listen, to try and use my intuition on what questions to ask you. You know, but you're very brave, you're telling us everything. But the biggest message that has to go out here is children are not safe. If you're a parent and you're struggling with your child, I wouldn't call social services now. I think just keep your child safe and learn how to heal your child yourself. You know, there's a huge amount. Do you agree with me?
I actually
don't trust
100%
anyone
agree with you.
with your children.
100% agree with you. They're not fit for purpose. Absolutely not fit for purpose. Shouldn't be in existence. Shouldn't. We're very wrong in this country today for politicians to not even. I've been in the Home Office with my Member of Parliament. I got a tour of Westminster by my Member of Parliament, and she promised she'd do so much to help us.
What's her name?
Victoria Atkins, MP.
Victoria Atkins, MP.
Okay. She's a minister. She's actually a safeguarding minister in the Home Office, based in the Home Office, but she's Laffan Horncastle MP, and yeah, Victoria Atkins. And I think her father was a politician. That's how she got into politics.
Is she helping you, Alan?
When I went and spoke to her in her office, there was like the tissues and a PA. I don't know if it's a parliamentary. I don't think they're personal assistants. I think they're more parliamentary assistants than personal assistants nowadays, because they have to know so much about politics to probably be in it. She was in tears, Rachel, and I get on with her. She's got my own personal number, and I speak to her. I gave Victoria Atkins, presented to Victoria Atkins, the Beach Home interim report, and I'm in that report, and it's got me down as AM. And it's on the internet by Kathy Fox, a blog by Kathy Fox, the Beach Home interim report, and inside it names me, and I'm writing my own book about what happened to me.
Okay.
And people are saying to me, "It's brilliant. You've got to carry it through."
I'll ask you again: is Victoria Atkins actually helping you? Do you feel, or is she avoiding the issue as usual?
I think the latter. She's avoiding the issue.
Avoiding the issue. Well, you see, this is the problem. The whole system is owned, as we know. These people, they're all connected, as we're highlighting all the time. We're highlighting it. So you have your own show.
It's Wake Up UK, and then I do it every week. I have guests that I bring on every week. I did the very first show I did with John, because I've been campaigning with John, and I wanted John on, and I wanted other beach home survivors on as well. And I work close with other survivors from various walks of life and from various parts of the country. We're growing in strength. We were organising a demonstration for the 16th of May in
May, yes.
just gone by, and we was asked to cancel it because of COVID. Now we're getting so big, it's unbelievable. But I've got into so many groups, like Harold Wood's group, the Melanie Shaw group, Tommy Robinson, and people like that. I've got to know a lot of people, and the Sikh Alliance Society, the Veterans, Rolling Thunder, and a few others. Were going to join us for the 16th of May, and some of Tommy Robinson supporters were joining us as well. And we tried to do everything by the book and book Parliament Square, and it was just like a brick wall was put up in all the time. That they said to me, "Oh, well, you can't just go and have a demonstration on Parliament Square. You've got to ask permission. You've got to go
other
through."
People can protest if and when, as we know, if it's convenient. Then Black Lives Matter. We know, and all of this was very convenient. All of this COVID stuff. Well picking up. It's so convenient, isn't it?
Without me actually going into that and saying that earlier on, yes, very, very well said. And I didn't want to say that, and this is what I said. See, look, I have a look on this where I don't think colour comes into it at all, because if you go back donkey's years, the first slaves were white slaves anyway. White slaves were being sold off donkey's years ago, before we can go back a long, long time in history. So the people have got their facts wrong. If you look up the word in the dictionary black and you look up the dictionary white, I think you'll find you'll be surprised by the actual wording of the matter and how it's worded or broken down into. And the fact is, at the end of the day, we all bleed the same colour. There's no colour code in blood, and we all bleed the same colour. So to me, we're all the same. You know, I have no prejudice. I just think what annoys me more than anything, that if you go back in time, we took our interim report to Theresa May at 10 Downing Street. She cast it aside. And found out since that Herbert Brazier, her father, was a child abuser.
Oh yeah.
And he goes back to the times of Clement Attlee. So you're going back to the 30s and 40s. So child abuse has been going on for donkey's years. And when there's politicians involved in it, there was, at one stage, I found the information out there was 140,000 indecent images found on electronic devices and laptops in the houses of in the Palace of Westminster. Now that's Parliament. 140,000. These people are there to protect our children. These people are implicit in everything that's gone on in all these grooming gangs. And we've got to the stage now that we can't trust social services, we can't trust our police, and we can't trust our politicians. What is the point of voting for politicians these days, like for a Tory party that protects paedophiles? Because that's what it is.
Exactly.
It's like part of it.
And also, I mean, you did say that there was a really good social worker that worked with you and supported you. You mentioned someone. Surely there are good people. What's happening to the good people? Because, you know, you get good people as well that are working as social worker. I was a residential social worker, and I worked with kids in Parkway in Stoke-on-Trent, and they were coming out of these homes. And I remember how, you know, I remember the cars used to come up and pick up the girls, and they go off with them for the grooming. I remember, you know, I was just there and doing sometimes night duties, and there wasn't much you could do. These kids were already, they were a lot older. They were already like 17, 18-year-olds coming out of care. But what I'm saying is that I didn't know anything in those days. But what I'm saying now, a lot of people know, and so where are all the whistleblowers? Where are all the social workers, whistleblowers? Why are they not coming forward? Why are they not telling the truth about what's going on? I mean, under the pressures and the things they've got to do, under the guise of what they've been told to do, put these kids in difficult situations. Where are they, Alan? And why are they not coming forward, do you think?
I'll tell you why they won't say anything, because we had this little thing a while back where whistleblowers should be allowed, we should be able to tell the truth. We should be, if there's a wrongdoing, we should be able to speak about it. If there's a wrongdoing if it's in the National Health, it's in the police service, if it's in the fire service, if it's medical, or whatever the case might be, if it's a politician, we should know about it. And people should have the freedom to speak their mind and have something to say. But they're shut up. They're shut up. Not all policemen are bad policemen, but their senior officers are the ones closing them down. It's like bosses in companies, they close their workforce down. They say to them that you can't do this, you can't do that. And sorry, my wife was calling me, and
Okay.
you know, yeah, whistleblowers are silenced. They're threatened. They're threatened to have everything. Like John, he was threatened to have his family taken away from him, his home taken away from him. He was basically told to shut the fuck up.
Yes, I heard.
Right, by senior officers, right, for doing something he didn't agree to. If someone tells me to do something, I am going to be more defiant for what I've been through, for the simple reason I hate bosses or anybody speaking at me. I want them to talk to me.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So coming back to everything we were saying here, we're still living in a world where children are a commodity, children are being abused, children are being sold, children are just going through hell, absolute hell. And it's very difficult for someone like myself or anyone else to ask that question, is why is it still going on? I know why it's still going on. I know why the media are not taking care of it, but would you like to tell people?
Well, I'd like to say something on that, because I actually personally think, now, I'm going to give you a prime example of why. Right? There's a guy out there, right? I'm not a supporter of this bloke, right? But morally, I support him, right? This guy's name's Tommy Robinson.
Oh, Tommy.
Right? When Tommy Robinson, to me, right, speaks a lot of truth. He tells a lot of things how it is. So what happens with Tommy Robinson is people go after him because they think he's an easy target. They think they can pull him down, and there's ways to stop him, and they will do anything in their means to try and shut him up and stop him from doing what he's doing. He's doing a good job. He was talking about the grooming gangs in Manchester 10 years ago. The police in Manchester that are responsible, and the people that are responsible for those children, part of the establishment, are not doing their job, right? Other people are doing their job for them by naming these people and these grooming gangs. And okay, because they might be British Muslims, right, that are doing some of this grooming gang and taking our young white girls off our streets, doesn't, see, this is not just happening in Manchester, this is happening in Telford, in Rochdale, in Bognor Regis, in Banbury. It's happening all over the country. You know, they have some different rules and regulations and different cultures to what we have, right? And they can marry young children. So to be able to take us...
But it happens, but, you know, obviously it's nothing to do with race or religion, as
No.
as the women that abused you were ordinary white English
They were.
women.
They were. So
These are
what we've
people that
said that already. We said it's across the board. You know, it doesn't matter what colour creed you are, because the children were the innocent people in Beecham as well, and they were from different backgrounds, and they were abused the same.
Exactly.
And they were abused exactly the same. So it's the same argument. It's the same argument that we're trying to say now. We were talking about all that's going on. When you asked me a question, I turned around and said, this has been going on for donkey's years. Tommy Robinson's been talking about it. So he's made out to be a guy that goes around picking on a certain race and making it a race hate thing. We were talking about Black Lives Matter. It's not about a race, because you look at how many Irish have gone all around the world, and how many Irish children were taken down the pits, were in cages, and sent all around the world and sold off as slaves. Irish white children.
They like to use that in order to divide us. They like to use race and anything they can in order to divide us and to vilify whoever is actually trying to bring this up to the surface. So, but I want to take you back to Victoria Atkins again. That if you were sitting there with her and looking her in the eye, what would you want her to actually do now, Alan?
I wanted her to do what I was hoping she would do.
What do you want her to
was
do?
I want her to get. It's awkward when ICSA is a government investigation into child abuse. How can you have a government investigation into child abuse when some of the perpetrators are government officials themselves? And there's got to be some neutral, you know, or level playing field somewhere. It can't be about people or well-to-do people that are in, you know, our judges are involved, our police officers are involved, our politicians are involved, our solicitors are involved. You know, some high-profile people are involved. And when you talk about ICSA, these people aren't normal people off the streets. They're people that have got jobs or reshuffled into a position to make it look good. But at the end of the day, what has actually ICSA done in all the investigations it's actually done?
What's ICSA? Sorry, can you tell us what ICSA is?
ICSA is the government body of child investigation. It's the investigation in child abuse. So it's the, I can't think of the full thing, but it's child investigation of the government.
To be held accountable. You see, what you're going to have, we've got people power. And people power is growing, we're all joining. This, as I said, wake up, it's a huge awakening. So we're joining, but you're going to have some independent. There must be good MPs. There must, even John Wedger admits there are some good MPs and good people fighting in your corner to
There's
get
one good MP.
Out into
one good MP.
The public. One
good MP.
What's his name?
Nigel Huddleston.
Just one.
Worcester MP. He's the MP for Worcester, and he's the only person that's got up in the Commons and spoke about Beecham and said an investigation, a public inquiry should be held into the abuse that went on into Beecham. And he was the only person in. And he also went into a select committee meeting, a government, again, we're talking about ICSA, we're talking about government select meetings, we're talking about, it's always high-ranking type of top of the tree people. The people are there to safeguard us, that don't actually protect us. My argument always has been, I was placed in harm's way. When I was put in Beecham, they had a duty of care for me. They didn't fulfil that duty of care. And even under the 1948 agreement under the human rights, they still have agreements, even under EU law, that where they signed up to, that they don't agree, they don't adhere to. And that's where we don't have any rights as sovereign of our own country, if you're going to say. We're the people of our own country. We mean, if you went, there's more in the Magna Carta of 1213, 1215 than there is in law today. If you look at our maritime law, there's more common law in maritime law. If you look at some of the maritime rules and regulations, they come back to, for some reason, to maritime law. And we are fighting a system now that's not fit for purpose. We have a set of rules and regulations that are put to us that we have to agree to. They seem to forget we put politicians in power to work for us, not the other way round.
Exactly. It's disgusting, Alan. I mean, I have a friend who went through similar. I don't know what homes he was in. He's a lot younger. But I don't know. It's interesting to find out what actual homes he was put in. But he was given £10,000. That was it. To shut him up. You know, that's what he was given, and it's actually made him worse.
Did you know, Lauren?
Take away a child's, your whole childhood, and give you £10,000. It's just disgusting.
Now, if I said to you, I've written to every single politician, right? Labour, Conservative, I've written to every councillor at Hammersmith and Fulham Council, Labour and Conservative. I've done exactly the same to Wandsworth, Labour and Conservative. I've written to both mayors at Hammersmith and Fulham and Wandsworth. I've written to the CEOs, the childcare teams, every person that holds any position within the authority, within an authority, I have written to. Right? And do you know what? I've not had one reply.
Not one.
But one reply.
Disgusting. It's disgusting, Alan. As I said, thank God you're getting the support. You know, we are growing. People power is growing. Whatever they do to us, it's making us stronger. But just before we finish, just two things. How are you going to get through to that person that just does not want to know? They just want to keep living their lives. They've got their perfect little lives where their children are being brought up, you know, the way they want to bring them up. They can't believe anything because they watch the mainstream. And how are you going to get this across to them when they just don't want to know? They just want to keep their eyes shut and they say, yeah, it's terrible what goes on with kids, but they think it's going on in other countries. They don't realize it's on their doorstep. So what would you like to say to them to give them that, you know, message that they really need to start opening up? To start thinking about that this can't go on anymore. Is there anything else we can do apart from what you're doing and what I'm doing, what John and all these amazing, amazing people that are coming out and talking about their SRA, which again, I'm not going to go into this in this program. You know, it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I agree.
It's unbelievable how it goes on and on and on. But just from you to the general public, that if we could wake up one or two people from this program, what would you say to them? How would you do it? How would you get right in there? How would you do it?
I think the easiest thing to say is if you give up, you're finished. If you lie down, if you roll over and die or lie down, you're finished. You have to keep going forward. You have to keep believing in that you can do this. I am at this very moment going to take Hammersmith and Fulham, both councils, I'm going to take them both to court. Now, I'm doing that now in a way that I've managed to get my childcare reports. But what I'm doing with them childcare reports is I'm going to turn them childcare reports back on the people who produce them. What they say in them child reports, I'm going to issue them with freedom of information requests to ask them questions about what they wrote, when they wrote it, dates, times, and names of people, right? And the ones that are illegible, I want them to write or type up, not handwritten. Because some of the stuff I've got on my reports is handwritten. Some of it is redacted. I'm going to ask, why is it redacted? Why is this person's signature on this name? Who was this person and what was their role? And are they still in office today? And can you please answer the questions to these? And if they don't do that, I will issue them with another freedom of information. And if they don't answer that, I will take them to court.
Good, good. Are you being lucky enough to be funded or sponsored in any way? Because none of us have got the sponsorship. I mean, I do interviews with Geza Tarjani, who's going out against the experimentation on children. He doesn't get anything. John Wedger doesn't get anything. How do you survive? Do you get donations, or how are you paying lawyers, for example? Are you bringing pro bono lawyers?
We had lawyers for us doing Beach Home, and the same as the Surrey Police. Surrey Police have now turned around and said to me, your case is concluded. And I say, well, how can my case be concluded if two people are still alive and you haven't interviewed them, the Gordon Reeds and Ian McLaren? If they're still alive, shouldn't you have gone and questioned them under caution? And they said, well, we can't do that because the only charge, if we could do a charge against them, is actual bodily harm, right? We can't prove grievous bodily harm because of time spent. They have an answer for everything and a saying for everything. Those people, right, went on to live a normal life and made other people's lives suffer, right? And the police have a duty of care to fulfil their investigations, which they're not doing. They're not doing. I mean, why spend millions of pounds on a police investigation? Surely that money that they're spending on that police investigation would have been better off giving it to the survivors and to say, here's a bit of compensation. But what they're doing as well is that politicians are involved in this as well, because as far as Shirley Oaks is concerned, they're saying what we'll do is we will give the survivors that are alive to this day a readdress scheme. We will give them £10,000 each, but nothing's going to go to court. Nothing's said. No names will be mentioned. The whole thing will be brushed under the carpet, shut up. And worst part about that, Lambeth Borough Council, Lambeth Council, went to a Conservative government and borrowed £100 million to pay the survivors off from Shirley Oaks. Now, if you can pay survivors off from Shirley Oaks, you can pay survivors off from other. If them abusers at Beach Home went to Shirley Oaks, you had a problem at Beach Home. If they put them children in harm's way, they put us in harm's way. You can't just do it for one and not for anybody else. But it isn't the £10,000. I'll turn around and say, I don't want it.
Of course.
The only thing I want is an apology.
You want
what
the
they did to me.
truth. You want these people to be held accountable for.
Exactly.
And as you said, we've got Ian McLaren. You said there were 2 that were still alive. Do you name them and shame them now in front
Well,
of...
Gordon Reed was house mother, house father of Ash Cottage in Beach Home in the 1960s. 1960s, late 1960s.
Right.
Ian McClellan was in Larch in the earlier part or mid part of the 1960s in Larch Cottage.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 that I know that are alive to this day.
Okay.
But the police won't do anything about them. They're not even interviewing them.
Where do they live? Are they in
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me where they live. They know who they are. They know where they are.
Okay.
But they're saying to me, it's my word against theirs.
Right. Right. Well, you're a force that to reckon with, and you've got God, or God is love to me, working with you. So now I just want you to...
Although I don't believe in it, Lauren.
Sorry?
Although I don't believe in it.
I know. It's very...
Because in Beach Home, they forced us to go to church twice on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And they dressed you up in your Sunday best, as they called it, and made you dress up to go to church. And when I was being abused and beaten and tortured, and I was calling out for someone to help me, where was my God then?
Yeah. I'm not talking about a religious God. To me, God is what keeps you going. To me, it's inside of you, and it's what keeps you going, because I don't believe in a religious God either. But that's a big subject. But what I'm saying is, you have a really, really strong spirit. There's something inside you that brought you through all of this, Alan. And
I get a lot of that. It's strange that it's almost like people, Joe Average. I don't even think I come across that well.
Well, the interview you've done has been very accurate, very clear. You've given us your heart and soul today. And, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to send it everywhere. But again, before you go, I want you to shame every single person that hurt you as a child and possibly your family in any way. So you can say that now to everyone who watches it. Each name, we shame them. So whatever happens with them, whether they're alive or dead, we know. And I know that's not going to give you your childhood back, and it's not going to give you what you deserve, but at least it's a start. It's a start. So shall we?
And do you know what I think one of the worst offenders of it all is? And I will name him. It's a guy called Paul Martin, who's the CEO of Wandsworth Council, who won't even engage with survivors to this day about Beach. Instead of sitting at a desk in his office, Paul Martin is the CEO.
Thank you.
Of Wandsworth Council.
We're shaming them all. Victoria Atkins.
He won't do nothing. You can if you said it doesn't take a lot to work out. You can go on the web and you can look up all the politicians' names that are Conservative councillors at Hammersmith, Conservative councillors, Labour councillors at Hammersmith. The same at Wandsworth. You can go onto the internet. Names are there for their constituencies. Sorry. And getting a little tickle with my throat. And they've actually see, like the mayor of Hammersmith.
The mayor.
I went to Hammersmith. I went there in person, and they tried to throw me off the building premises. I said, I'm not going outside. It's cold outside. I said, I have every right to be in a public building, and all I want to do is give an interim report to either the CEO or one of the council representatives, like the Children's Services or the In Touch team, as it is called at Hammersmith.
Okay.
But ones of council, I find that they are disgraceful. It's like...
Okay, what we're going to do at the end of the programme, the titles, is we're going to put the names of these people that are not helping you and shaming you. So they'll literally go, people can see them in their face at the end of this programme. But I've got to end there, Alan, but before I end, is there anything else that we can help you with? How do people get in touch with you, or is there anything else that you'd like?
I've got a Facebook page, and it's got my name on it, look, Alan Merritt.
Alan Merritt, Justice for Children. Yeah?
Yeah, it was Justice for Beach Home Survivors.
Survivors. Okay, we can see.
Oh, I don't know if you can see that.
The B is missing. We can just about.
So you've got to remember, beach home is spelled like in beach with 2 E's, and home, beach home. So you've got the H for beach and the H for home. So you've got 2 E's and 2 H's in it. So if you look up beach home, Google beach home, spelled like that, and there's lots and lots and lots on beach home. There's Facebook. Go on Facebook. If you go on Google and type in beach home, you find videos. And if you type in Wake Up UK, you can see all my shows.
Okay.
And also, if you type in John Wedger on YouTube, you'll find a lot of my videos with John Wedger.
Okay. So is there anything else that you feel we can do to help you, or the public can do in any way to stop this? Because as I said, I see it coming to an end. We see the drain being swamped in America, thank God. We see this every single day, massive amount of stuff about pedophilia and sex slaving, everything coming to the surface for the public. They can't run away from it anymore. Now, you and I and people like us that went through it, we live it every day. It's affected our lives in every single way. But those people that don't want to look at it anymore, it's going to become impossible for them to run away from it. It's getting so big. And as I say...
The only thing I would say to you on that is that I pay for everything myself. Everything I do, I'm not a charity. I haven't got a registered charity. I wouldn't know how to go about it because I haven't got the intelligence.
Bother to become a charity. I wouldn't go there.
I know. Everything I do, I fund out of my own pocket for everywhere I go, everything I do, anything I do to try and help people. The T-shirts I buy, the badges I make. These badges that I've made, I've gone global. They're in 5 or 6 different languages now. And the Portuguese, the Italians, and the French are going absolutely mad for them. And there's an order for 50 just come in for these badges to be made, and they're all done in the different languages. So
how can you fail with
designed with the crocodile on it, and we're
can they buy them from
you can
buy them from you by contacting you on Facebook?
Yeah, if you contact me on Facebook or Messenger,
right,
and then you look on the Beach Home Survivors page, everything's on there.
Fantastic. So again, I am thank you for such an incredible interview. Maybe we'll have a follow-up, because there's so much. I know you've got so much that you need to say, and it's all coming from here, and your incredible love for people and your passion for humanity makes you a very, very special human that I'm actually very humble to be sitting here talking to you, telling your story. And it really makes me feel that we're going to be okay, because with people like you, Alan, and other people that are doing this work, we have to win. There's no choice. We have to win, and we will, and we are winning. And to me, that's the power. I don't say the word God, I say love. To me, the power of love, that's inside you. That's why we came together here, in order to create this program. So,
Yeah. And I would say that to you as well.
Thank you.
Why aren't people like me asked to go and speak at universities, at colleges, at Bernardo's, at government inquiries, or for government bodies? Why don't they listen to real people, to survivors, that if you put a poll out there and you said, like, you've got all of these people going to put their name down for parliamentary election, and you've got this guy here, right, who's been a survivor through horrific crimes that's been done to him and others. We need them people to speak for us. It's no good being a wealthy politician that you've had 11 prime ministers in this country that have all gone through Eton. What happened at Eton? Child abuse, the abuse was rife in Eton. And so, do they know anything better? And 11 of our prime ministers have been in abusive situations.
Yeah.
That's why abuse is nothing done about abuse today. You've got 11 prime ministers that have been in abusive situations. You've had their colleagues that work with them, alongside them. They've got away with murder, and the stories and the things that are told and the cover-up of everything, it's just, they're all implicit. If you're in power, you're implicit. You're part of the problem.
Yeah. But now they're falling. I like to end with Moving On TV. I like to give people hope. It's about the solutions. So you are creating the solutions. You're not sitting around not doing anything. You're continuously working. But you need to take care of yourself. You need to go and eat. I need to go and eat. You need to stay well and do your best to stay strong and healthy, regardless of everything. And as I said, we do our best to stand up for innocence, and we are changing the world. You're changing the world, and it's becoming a huge, huge movement. And nothing will shut us up. Nothing will shut us up, because, as I said, babies, children, innocence. I didn't have any. I couldn't have children. They wouldn't let me adopt, you see. So I could have saved one of those kids, and I wasn't allowed to because of the system. So I go out there now and I do whatever I can to put out this message. Because, as I said, innocent children, they're given to us. We are their guardians, not that just our parents. We are their guardians. If their parents can't do it, then it's up to us to do it, to protect them, to make sure that they are allowed to grow up. Like, I grew up in wars as well, wars and terrorism and all sorts. Again, children shouldn't have to grow up like this. So you and I and all of us together, we're putting an end to it. And we're asking that innocence is kept the way it is, so that you, a child like you, a child like me, we can grow up with love and compassion like my husband did. He grew up in a very compassionate, loving atmosphere where he was protected from all of this. And that's all we can do now. So I'm going to have to end there and say thank you for everything you've said. That's been absolutely beautiful. And I will do my best to get this out as soon as I can. So people can contact you through us, I suppose, or on Facebook. What's the main site? Do you have a website?
I don't have a website, no. I've never got into that, but I'm on Facebook. So just type Alan Merritt, and remember, it's spelt the way it's spelt. It's strange because, like, even Beach Home, my name's got 2 R's in it and 2 T's in it.
Right, okay, interesting, as you can see.
And don't put in the Elephant Man. Merrick.
Oh, yeah, that's right, he was the Elephant Man. And so you've got your hashtag. But isn't it wonderful that people have got somewhere to go now? So,
You know, you can only do so much, and you can only say so much. You cannot put yourself into someone else's shoes, and that's why I called my show Behind Closed Doors, because it's poignant in the fact in itself that, you know, if a relationship goes wrong, you can't interfere. You can't tell somebody else how their life works and how to run their life and what to do within their life. I was that victim behind closed doors. I was that survivor behind closed doors. If anybody can tell a story, I was behind them closed doors.
It's always behind closed doors. Oh, I mean, just something came into my mind here. I have to ask you before we go. Childline. How do you feel about Childline? That line that could ring up and say that things were happening to them.
Waste of space.
Waste of space. Right. Okay.
Not fit for the purpose it's meant for. It's a money-making, ridiculous idea that somebody's got very rich off the back of.
Right. But now kids know, people know they can contact you, they can contact other sources like John Wedger, they can contact Moving on TV, and they can get a voice. At long last, they can get a voice.
But it shouldn't be down to, Lauren, it shouldn't be down to the likes of myself and John Wedger. This should be set in concrete. This should be part of what we are. You know, if we're going to be human beings and preserve the human race, we've got to treat them a little bit better than what we do.
Of course. We're taking them down, Alan. Bit by bit, we're taking them down. Lots of
Thank you ever so much.
I'm going to end on that. We're taking them down. People are waking up all over the place, and this is going to be biblical, as they say. As I say, I'm using that word without religion, because I know how you feel about that. I know how I feel. But you take care, sweetheart, and thank you for your courage and everything. And you know, we're always here for you if you want to get back to us. I'm going to end the program there. Thank you so much, Alan Merritt.
Thank you very much indeed.
You know how you can get in touch with Alan? On Facebook. You know, if any one of you is going through anything, if you're a child or you're a survivor, you have now got support. You've got a voice. You don't have to just pick up the phone and ring the Samaritans. You can go to people that are actually fighting for you. And that is incredible. That makes me feel very, very excited and powerful. And I know that we're winning. So take care. Lots of love to all of you. Please contact me at movingontv1@gmail.com if you too want to come on here and tell your story. That's what we're here for. Lots of love. Bye. Wow. What a brave man. What an incredible man. Children are innocent. Children are innocent. Children are innocent. If you are a survivor, you are innocent. If you are watching this and you're a good person and you don't go on and carry on this pattern, all of you, you're innocent and you can get the help now. As Alan said, do not ring Childline. It's a waste of time and it's run by that lot. You're not going to get anywhere. They'll probably put you in danger. We have named you people, you evil, disgusting people that do what you do to children. I will name the dentist that molested me. His name was Rosencrantz, and he lived next door to us. He's dead. He's gone. There's nothing much I can do about it. That's why I go out there and I fight for you, for the children, for survivors. Me and Alan and John, all of us together. You are not to blame. Children are not to blame. The minute you realize that, you get peace. So if you're a child or you're an adult that cannot figure this stuff out, that has become an addict of some kind, that is suffering so much, please try to face what happened to you. And if you can't do it alone, contact me, contact Alan, contact John Wager. These people are there for you now. Or get a nice therapist, someone who will help you. Or just go out there and do what we do and help release innocent children, because it's still going on. And I'm ending with solutions here. We love you. Namaste. And as I say, please use discernment when you watch this. And my heart goes out to every single survivor out there. I love you. I'm one of you. And we are winning. God bless, bringing the hope and glory back into our lives. Goodbye.
Instrument of your peace, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there's hatred, let them sow love into revival. Where there's darkness, let there be light. There is sadness, joy for every girl and Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Divine love, grant that I may not be so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as you understand, to love as to be loved, for it's in giving that we receive. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. For it's important that we are pardoned, and it's in dying we're born to eternal love. An instrument of your peace, an instrument of your peace.
watching me. Okay, go for it. Something.
Some very strange is happening to me. I can hear her name in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love? Could this be love?
Yeah. Okay. No, that's better.
It's a little bit better, isn't it? But long way to go still.
Keep going. Keep going with the song.
Okay.
But again.
Could this be love? Could this be love?
Oh, that's better. That's much nicer. Love. Just nice. And we haven't got Luke today, so he can't show you how to do this.
He's got a lovely vibrato.
He's on holiday. He's abandoned. Do you know why he went? It's because I said him to be angry.
Wait, what? Wait, repeat that.
He's gone on holiday. He's avoiding getting angry because Jim has got to lose his temper.
Oh my days.
We're going to work on that today, and that's why he's not here, I tell you. Okay, so
he's working on his character.
Do again no, he's not, because he didn't want to lose his temper, I bet you. Okay, do love, obviously in your voice.
Could this be love?
That's much better. Vlad, where's he gone? I've lost him.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, okay, anyway. So
hello, I'm here. Can't you hear me? I've been screaming. Hello, hello.
Oh, your mic was muted. That's why.
I can't see you. You don't know.
Dear.
Now no, much better. Much better. Okay, carry on. My heart is all aflutter. Okay, carry on.
Okay.
My
heart is all aflutter, and I've missed a beat. Sorry, and I've missed a beat. Words I try to utter, but I feel too weak. Could this be love?
Oh, this is lovely.
Could this be love?
You hear, Vlad?
Yeah.
What a difference.
Always. Yeah, very well.
Here.
Well done.
Coming from the heart.
It's
why.
It's because of you, Lauren.
Because of me.
Yeah, because you gave me a free singing lesson last time.
Well,
you gave me another one.
Everything possible, don't you guys? Anyway,
exactly.
This is all going, so behave yourselves, guys. This is all stream, so you need to be good here and do what you're told. Yeah. Right? Oh, I just did this like.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Back. Okay, carry on. If this is.
Okay. Oh, lovely. Okay, my parents are going to be loving this. Let's go.
From the beginning, okay?
From the very beginning.
Okay? Loads of emotion.
Okay.
And that's the answer. He's disappearing. Look at him.
So from the very beginning, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And
I'm ready.
Something
really strange is happening to me. I can hear her name in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love? Could this be love?
My
heart is all aflutter, and it's Mr. B.
Yeah. Sing it. Sing it.
Words I try to utter, but I feel too weak. Could this be love?
This is beautiful.
Could this be love? If this is love. Sorry.
Yeah.
If this is love. Wait, okay,
that's
I'm
beautiful.
trying to.
Carry on.
Okay.
Trust
it
yourself.
is happening to me. It feels like feels like magic has put a spell on me.
Yeah.
I want to hold her take her to the stars up and above.
Carry on.
With me. Okay. With me forever. Okay, wait.
Yeah, go on.
This is love. I need to work
Okay,
on
let's just do the
my high
forever.
notes.
Okay, close your eyes.
Yeah.
Forever. It's got to come from the falsetto. You got to go up here. Obviously.
Me forever.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Beautiful. Trust
Okay.
it. Trust it.
Trust.
That is
Yeah.
so much better. Vlad,
Okay.
And can I just throw something in there?
Yeah,
Breathe. Breathe more.
Yeah.
Because
You have to breathe.
you breathe in some places, but you hold your breath for quite a long while. So breathe, free to breathe.
Okay.
I wasn't
Yeah, you
looking at
remember, Emmanuel, we talked about the tension that you've got to feel deep inside your belly, under your diaphragm.
So let's do.
You've got to breathe so deeply that you can feel it, deep in your
Good, I'm
under.
glad you take it
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
Okay.
Get on with it, because I'm doing the piano. Right. So basically, each phrase, yeah, as we said.
Each phrase.
you
Yeah.
have to-
Okay.
Something very strange is happening to me. I can hear her voice in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love? Could this be love? I just had a Thai massage, that's why I can breathe. I couldn't breathe before.
Nice.
Okay, so you take a deep breath. Breathe in, not from the chest, from the diaphragm. So imagine you've got an accordion stuck here, and it goes out that way.
Okay. So the stomach.
Yes, the diaphragm. Okay, something very strange is happening.
Something. Okay.
Hang on.
So from the beginning or from the end, just doing the forever
From the
bit.
beginning. You'll never be able, because you're laughing, but then you're drunk anyway. But as you practice the scene, you're going to get over it. Yeah. It's Maria from West Side Story. You're going to be in the trees, if we have any. Where, depending what happens with this, wherever it is, you're out there. You've left encounters. You've gone outside. You're making your way home, and you're like, Jim, where are you, Jim? Oh, and then you talk to the unicorn. Remember, you've got the unicorn, the stuffed unicorn, thinking it's Elaine, and you're singing to it and dancing with it. But you're like, everything is going to be out there, so you're going to be breathing anyway.
Very, very animated.
Very strange. It's all coming from here. From here. Nothing from the chest, because you can't. If you breathe from the chest, you tense your muscles.
Oh, right.
Then everything tenses up. Okay, so let's try again, and then we're going to go into an improv, because where's Martin? Martin, we're on. We are on. But as I said to Emily, whoever comes on, we work according to the characters. That's what we do. So we're going to mix you up a bit and give you different characters to test out, Emily. That'll be fun. See you from jumping from different characters, maybe. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Something very strange is happening. Okay. Something very strange is happening to me.
Breathe.
I can hear her name in the whisper of the breeze.
Breathe.
Could this be love?
Eventually you do it in one breath.
Could this be love?
Beautiful. Breathe.
My heart is all aflutter, and it's Mr. Beat. Words I try to water, but I feel too weak. Could this be love?
Breathe.
Could this be love?
Good. Breathe.
If this is love, that's happening to me. It feels like magic.
Okay, take a breath before. It feels like
Magic
project it. Okay,
has put a spell on me.
breathe.
I want to hold her and
Breathe.
take her to the stars up and above.
Breathe.
With me for.
You didn't
Okay.
breathe then.
No,
Breathe.
no, I told you to breathe. And also open your mouth. With me for.
Okay, I'll try that one now.
Okay.
Up and above. With me. Wait. With me. With me forever.
No, that's shouting. You did it better than I can. You know what I might do? I've got an idea. I'm going to lower the key for you and get you to get it right in the lower key first. Because I don't know, I don't know why it's in this key anyway.
That was so much better though. Like honestly,
really?
the breathing, we're then more engaged as an audience when we
really?
breathe with you. Yeah.
Right,
Wow,
try
so
it and see.
it changed
Try it and
everything.
see. Try it and see. Something very strange. Okay, one.
Something very strange is happening to me. I can hear her name in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love? Could this be love? My heart is all aflutter,
Good.
and I feel. Okay, let me just find. My heart is all aflutter, and it's Mr. Bean. Words I try to utter, but I feel too weak. Could this be love?
That's better.
Could this be love? If this is love, that's happening to me. It feels like magic has put a spell on me. I want to hold her and take her to the stars up and above with me forever. With me forever.
Just keep going. With me.
This is love.
This is so much better. You're not dragging anymore.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you for the encouragement, guys.
Something very strange. Something very strange. That's a better key. C for you. C.
Yeah, it is.
Close it. Also, I've got it, so I can send you someone singing it, and you can practice because he's done it in C. I don't know why it's in G in whatever key it's in.
That would be lovely. Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, I want you to practice that for next time because we need to get some acting in before you go. We've got enough time. I don't know where Martin is, probably making dinner or something. Okay, so this is the scene. Okay, so I will do Elaine. We'll get Emily to do Sharon. We've got Mike and we've got Nick. So I'm going to slowly, it will start off with Sharon and Mike, okay? So basically Sharon is Elaine's best friend. She's very, very upset with Mike because of the way he treated Elaine. So we saw what a mess Elaine is. We saw the way that she can't function anymore with the OCD. I showed you the scene. Now she's basically, Mike is back. So she's walked out. Okay, Elaine has walked and she's in bits because he just came back after 4 years. He's just come back. So Sharon is very protective over Elaine. She's not happy about the way she's been treated, and she really isn't going, you know, she's not going to put up with it. So I want to see what you can do with this. Okay, Sharon is brassy, she's tough, she's a single mom, and she's tough.
This is the opposite of me.
You're an actress, I'm sure. And okay, so you're going to, so basically that's the scenario, okay?
Yeah.
Start
Okay.
with you and Mike, okay? So
Which one's Mike?
sorry, Manuel is Mike.
Oh,
So
right, okay.
now basically what happens is they've done the song "What Should I Do," which is the song they sing. It's Mike, and then Elaine runs out because she and then Mike grabs Sharon's arm, okay, because she tries to run after Elaine. And the line is, "Let go of my arm. Who the hell do you think you are?" Okay, so we're going to go from that, and then we'll see how I can bring Nick in. I can introduce him into the storyline. Hopefully, oh, here he is. Brilliant, just in time, Sam, because he's very protective of Sharon.
Where is he? I
He's
can't
here.
see him. No, I can't see him.
Hey there, it's Sam the man. Hello. We can't see you.
No, we can't. And I can't hear him.
Sam
the man.
Martin, this is Martin. He plays the part of Sam. Sam likes Sharon, but he's the guy that, you know, will bring, he doesn't know how to deal with women. He hasn't got a clue. He's addicted to everything. And he reckons, Jim thinks he's a pimp. Hi. Hi. There he is. Right.
Where is he?
This is Emily.
Hey.
Oh, hey Martin, how are you doing, bro?
You're right,
Can't hear you.
Martin.
Can't hear you. There's no, you're muted. Hang on, shall I? You're muted. Can you put your, go back to the waiting room. Can you put your sound on, please?
Well, lovely.
You cannot move a video while non-video participants are hidden. What's that? Can you, right, Martin, not to, okay, we'll start. Okay, so we're going to start with Sharon's line is, "Let go of my arm," okay? What the hell is wrong with you? Look at her or something, you know, whatever. It's an improvisation. You know what to do. Mike, because you've already done this script bit, okay? You're going to try and convince her to talk to Elaine to help you. And then
Okay,
Martin,
but yeah.
Sam, have you got your sound?
Hello?
Yeah, brilliant. Okay.
Hey.
You remember Emily from when we went for the interview and Wickham Sound?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Emily is doing Sharon today, and God knows what else we decide. Okay, right. And Luke isn't here. He didn't turn up today. I'll tell you why he's not here. It's because we were going to do anger. We were going to do his temper. He bottled out. No.
Hello.
He's gone away with his dad. So, okay, apart from that, we're all here. Well, just about. Apart from Emily, the other Emily, and Sam, I think, is working, the other Sam. Okay, so let's get going. Before we go, because I know Manuel's got to go earlier than everyone else. I've got someone who's taken over social media. I had an interview today. His name is Sandy. He's in India, and he's really good at marketing. And he's going to work for Moving On TV. He's going to get us out there. He's, 4 hours a week, nearly 20 hours a month. And it's not bad also. It's about £10 an hour, which is, you know, but as I said, I had a small budget. So we're going to do it for a couple of months. And he reckons we're going to grow like anything. But you guys will also have to work with me here, okay? I need you to start bringing people on, as I said to you. But anyway, let's get going with this. This is his job. He's going to
Can't hear you.
He's going to create a campaign
Yeah, I've lost it as well.
to get us.
I thought it was mine because I've got really bad signal.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
it seems it's all of us. Yeah, we can hear you now, but you
Remember,
cut off
we're
for like 10
recording,
seconds.
so I need you to keep the profile. Okay.
We'll
Okay,
keep the
let's go.
entertainment
Okay,
up.
right. Okay, let's go now. So, all right, Sharon, let go of my arm. Who do you think you are coming back after all this time?
Let go of my arm. Who do you think you are coming back after all this time?
No, listen, look, I just need to talk to I forgot who I need to talk to.
Elaine? You want to talk to
Elaine.
Elaine?
Yes.
Good.
Well, she doesn't want to talk to you right now, actually. You're coming back after 4 years. What did you expect?
Look, I've changed.
In what way?
Look. In every way. I've
Come on
changed.
then,
I'm not the
explain
same.
what way. A leopard doesn't change its spots usually, so I'd like to know what way.
I was a brat. I was irresponsible. I was a coward. But I've changed. I found out who I really am, and that's who I'm trying to bring to Elaine now.
I don't believe you. How have you changed?
Just because you don't believe me doesn't mean I haven't changed.
Yeah, but you haven't explained how you've changed.
Oh, you mean
What's happened?
what I did is I took a evaluation in myself. You know, in retrospect, why did I do the things I did? Who am I? Who am I trying to be? And I decided to change. It was a decision to mold my character into someone who I want to be, someone who I'd be proud of being, someone Elaine would be proud of having. So it was a decision. That's how I've changed.
Look, Elaine is super vulnerable right now, so I don't want you messing her around, right?
I understand that you don't trust me. That's why all I'm asking for is one chance. Give me one chance. Everybody deserves a second chance.
No. No.
What do you mean?
You're going with no way.
Oh, okay, you're telling
No,
her.
no, I mean Sharon. No, you're in your no way. No.
Well, if it were me, I wouldn't be giving you a second chance.
Well, I'm glad it's not you.
Right, I want Martin. Can you come in with Sam?
That was amazing.
Okay, keep going. Sam, Martin, can you come in with Sam and start protecting Sharon in your way? You know what I mean? The way he would. Nice girl, that Sharon. You know what I mean?
Nice girl, Sharon. Very nice girl. Sharon, look, don't worry about Mike. He's
What do you
going
mean,
through
don't worry about him? The way he treated her.
if-
You know how he treated Elaine.
Yeah, but you can only protect your friends so much, and
Yeah, and she doesn't stand up for herself, so who else is going to stand up for her?
No, listen to him. He's preaching right now.
I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to Sam.
That's what I said. Listen
Shut
to
up.
him.
I'm listening to Sam.
Sam's frozen.
Well,
go on then, Sam.
Come on, Sam.
That's amazing.
You're frozen.
You know, relationships are on different levels, and you know it's a different level sometimes. And he's suddenly gone away, and he's realised that it's at a deeper level, his relationship. So,
How, though? I don't understand what has actually happened to him to find this. Like, what have you done? Have you been on a retreat of some kind?
perhaps you don't know what you've got till it's gone. It's in that vein, you know. He's
No,
suddenly,
come on. That's not Sam. Come on, Martin. Sam.
yeah,
He's not
yeah,
deep. Not
he's
yet.
trying to make allowances for his friend. He's just trying to say, you know,
Yeah,
but he's trying to impress Sharon. You see, that's
Yeah. Okay.
the-
Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah. Okay. We'll try.
he's trying to show that he's a bit of an intellectual, but or intellectual.
That's good.
Lad, are you still with us?
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay. Nick.
He's enjoying it from afar.
Nick, do you want to come in and say something? What would Nick say? Say if Nick was in the bar now and he's watching the situation, I'll do Elaine's gone. I'll do Amy. All right? I'll do Amy because this should be fun. Mike is here and Nick is here now. All right? Okay, girls. Ah, Nick, you decide to show your face after everything. I thought you'd gone by now. I thought you'd gone.
No,
Yeah.
no, darling. Why should I be gone, you know? There is time for everything in this earth.
Now.
Oh, your aura, it's all dark. Oh, Nick, I don't know what
I can't see you guys.
No, because
Can
your
you can
aura
you
is all dark.
Oh no.
Look at your aura. It's all dark.
Oh,
I have.
what do you mean, my aura?
The cards, they're all very, very negative. Oh,
Oh, darling, stop it. Stop it. I'm right in the spotlight, you know? In the spotlight of life. So
you left me the same way as Mike left Elaine.
Why are you dissing me now?
Sharon, what is the
that's not fair.
men? They always leave their women. Not even
what?
Sam is frozen again.
That's not.
To be
That's
honest,
not fair. That's
I
not
think we're
fair.
better off without them.
Whoa.
Exactly. That's why we do a song called "Without You."
Without us, you're like, well, it's a man's world, but without a woman, it would be nothing. I like that song.
Yeah, and in that song, darling, by the way,
James Brown.
it's you know.
Can I do my James?
The lyrics go. I can't leave without you, right?
I can't live.
I can't live living without you.
To live
I
with
need
this
to
nasty.
now, very quickly, I need to smudge all of you. I need to smudge you all. You've all got dark and all these demons all over you. Look at you.
What is this in your hand, darling? Is
I'm
that a
smudging.
brush?
No.
Brush?
It's called a smudge stick. Sharon knows what it is, don't you, Sharon? Don't you, darling? Oh, that's Elaine. Sorry, Amy say things like that. You know what this is, don't you? What it does, it takes away all the bad feelings that Nick and Mike and Sam. I don't even talk to you at all.
So it's something like a magic wand from Harry Potter?
From Harry Potter?
Yeah, a magic wand. Is that what you mean?
It's not a magic wand. It just cleanses me, makes me calm. I'm going to meditate now, so you get on with it. I'm going to meditate. I'm very calm.
Different planet.
Yeah.
You're on a different planet.
Yeah.
I'm not listening. Yes.
I thought there were no aliens, but
Mars and
now
women are from
I think
Venus.
otherwise.
Isn't
Now
that
you're having
right,
second
Sarah?
thoughts.
What's that? Sorry?
Men are from Mars and women are from Venus.
Oh, I've read that book, darling. I've read that book, but you apparently haven't. I mean, you know the title, but you don't know the content. Please go ahead and read it.
I did actually read it, and apparently it's something to do with men are like rubber bands. They always just come back. Not that we really want them to, you know.
No.
That's your own interpretation, darling. I've never
and that
read
they
this.
like to go in their cave.
What kind of book you've read? I mean, that's the wrong one.
They do like to go in their cave, apparently.
Now
Yeah.
I'm nice and calm. I am. Nothing is bothering me. I smudged and I found my place now. It's all cleansed, and I'm in
cave.
In the present.
Yeah, so women's got caves too. Apparently she's in a cave right now.
A woman's intuition is due to thousands of years of not thinking. Sorry, that's just...
Wait, what?
Okay, is that how Sam would try to impress Sharon? I don't think so. Okay, come on, go into your banter.
No, he would, but I mean, it's botched compliments with Sam, isn't it? It's all botched, really. It's trying to be something, but he's always botching it. He's always, it's having the opposite effect. Hello?
Okay, well, I'm Lauren now. Okay.
It's having the opposite effect.
Okay, guys, I want you to think about your characters now, all right? Seriously.
We are thinking.
What is your intention? Sharon's intention is to protect Elaine, okay? Sam's intention is
Fresh Sharon.
to flirt,
Yeah,
have
fresh
fun,
Sharon. Yeah.
and to put women down because he doesn't know how to do anything else at the moment. Mike's intention is, hello, Manuel, why have you muted yourself?
No, no, I'm here.
Can you
It's
sit up
just
a
I
bit?
don't want
Okay.
computer
Mike's
sounds coming from me.
intention is to get Elaine back, and that's it.
Sure.
We know. Nick's intention. What's your intention, Nick? You're in the bar.
Amy's on my mind all the time.
It's always on your mind. You're always.
Yeah.
She's on your
You're
mind.
always on my mind. You're
Okay, and
always on my
Amy's
mind.
just not listening. She's meditating. Okay, so right. So again, Mike, I want you to really let go of your ego completely. Sharon is here. She's your only thing that stands between you and the love of your life, for God's sake. Come on, give it to us. He's standing between you and the love of your life. What you're going to try all sorts of ways.
Okay, so
Right?
I even try like
And Sharon is going to be no. Okay,
So-
whatever you say.
Okay.
She's not going to be interested. Okay, go on. Right. Wall. So Sharon's got a wall up. Okay.
Listen.
Don't clap your hands at me.
Okay, look. Will you? I just know that whatever I say, you're gonna reject. But you need to understand. You are my last vehicle to get to Elaine.
Oh, dear.
Petrol. Let's hope the wheels don't come off.
Did you call me? Did you call me?
Sorry.
I say you were a Rolls Royce or Porsche.
Okay.
You're my last conveyance.
Focus.
You're my last hope.
You are my last. You're my last chariot to transport me.
Yeah,
to Elaine.
Is that it?
What? That should be enough.
I don't believe you.
So, okay, what would it take for you to believe me?
I actually don't know, but she is not worthy of you. So that's my issue.
She is not worthy of me.
No, it's the other way around.
Cut. Cut.
Okay.
She is not worthy.
Keep going.
You changed your whole thing in 1 second.
I just let you get on with it. Go on.
Okay. She changed her whole ideology of life.
Ooh, is that, they did fall out. Sharon and Elaine fall out big time. Was that a Freudian slip? She is not worthy of you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at another
That could be
angle.
interesting.
Oh, okay. Let's look at another angle.
Yeah.
Likes Mike. Sharon likes Mike. And she never told Elaine. This is a completely different way of looking at it. It's not actually what happens.
This is more soapy than the soapiest
Okay, so
soap.
hang on a second. So you like Mike. Now Sam is jealous. He's watching.
Oh, no way.
So he's watching. Okay, so carry on with that.
Okay.
She's not worthy of you. Okay, carry on. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Don't you go first?
Yeah, Emily.
Oh.
Yeah, Emily.
Worthy of you.
I was waiting for something to happen organically.
So
Okay.
Say that and then follow it up. See what happens. What he's going to come up.
Don't you surely being a reasonable person, you understand that you are my last chance for my true love.
Look, I've got to be honest. I've watched your relationship and I've known you for a long time. We've grown up together. and I feel like I know you, and she's not right for you.
Look, that's for me to decide.
This is really good.
That's for me to decide.
Testing him as well, how strong his feelings are. Is he going to bite? Is he going to get interested in Sharon?
So
Let's see what happens.
that's for me to decide, and I have decided to.
But why? Like, the relationship didn't work, so why?
Why do you care?
Because you're my friend. You know, I've known you for years. Why would I want you to end up with someone that you're not happy with?
This is so confusing right now. Like, this is actually weird.
Yeah.
Like, why can't he just, you know?
What, butt out?
What do you mean?
You want me to butt out of your relationship with Elaine?
No, you are my transportation.
I don't understand why you keep saying that. I've got nothing to do with your relationship. I'm trying to protect both of my friends. I don't think it's a good relationship. It's not healthy.
So, okay, bottom line, will you let me talk to her?
No, and I'm not going to speak to her for you. You can do that yourself.
That's fine. Okay. I'm out.
Right, good. Stay. Sam.
Well done, Sharon.
Okay. I want you to come in now. What would Sam do?
Can you always judge the book by its cover? Can you always tell?
Oh my days.
Can you always tell what people are really like underneath?
Correct.
Oh, Jesus.
Correct.
Could you be wrong? Could you be wrong personally? I mean, about Mike.
Me?
Yeah. Could you be wrong? Maybe he has changed, or maybe he ran away for certain reasons in the past. Can you always tell what people really feel about you or your friends?
Look, if someone's going to run away from a relationship, do you not think that that speaks volumes?
Perhaps there was some issue he had that I don't know. I mean, I've known Mike a few years, but maybe he was, at the time he was confused.
Sorry, Sam. Say something derogative about Elaine or women. Yeah, go on.
Oh, all right. Well, Elaine's always has been a bit, well, she's a bit too good for certain people, isn't she? She's got a certain.
Are you saying she's a snob?
No, she's a bit. The world revolves around her somewhat, maybe.
So you're saying she's a child, basically?
No, I said the world revolves around her. I mean, if you consider a child is like that, maybe that's true. But
I don't like what you're saying about Elaine. Like, why would you say anything like that about her?
well, maybe she feels that she's a bit superior to certain, because a man might, because somebody comes back.
What? Because she's got high standards? Because she's actually got values to tell him where to go? Because he left her?
What values? Yes, maybe she has, but maybe there's reasons why he left.
So you basically just want her to be walked all over. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes, I do. In respect.
Mike,
because
Mike, I want you to agree with Mike. I want you to agree with Sam. I want you to agree with Sam. He's gonna get Sharon even more riled up. I want you to agree with Sam.
Really?
Yes.
That he wants to walk all over her.
What he's saying, at the moment.
Do you want to walk all over her?
You want me to agree with him?
No, hang on, Nick. Where's Nick gone?
I'm right here.
Right, can you come back?
Can't you see my beautiful aura?
Okay, can you agree?
Oh, it's just the aura that you can see.
Can you agree with Sam? And Mike disagrees with both of you, okay?
Yes, please, thank you.
That's better, yeah. Right, agree with Sam. Were you listening?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, Sam. Definitely, I'm all with you. and I just can't understand why anyone, you know, else should think otherwise, you know? What I mean?
You guys are crazy. Are you listening to yourselves right now?
Why did you run away?
More than we listen to you.
Ruth, why did you run away anyway?
Because the conversation finished. She said she's not going to change her mind. I don't waste time.
No, he's asking why did you run away for 4 years?
Oh, listen, you're asking a question for me back in time. I'm not that same guy. Go back in time and ask that guy who I was that same question.
So you don't know.
So you want us to give you the benefit of the doubt. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
So you don't know why you went away?
Of course I know why the past me went away.
Go on then, elaborate. You don't seem to explain.
So you're like a new creature now. Is
I'm
that
a
what
new
you mean?
creature. I'm a new
Alright.
creature.
Wow, born again. Born
I'm
again.
born again. I'm reborn, you know.
But still, you haven't explained. I'm interested. You still haven't explained. I'm interested to know.
Yeah,
Because
elaborate, please.
Because there was a quality about me. I used to be a coward.
A jerk.
Okay.
What, and so why did you run away?
You. Yeah.
Huh?
Why? So why? What did something scare you?
Of course.
What?
Okay, Amy's
That
coming there.
That cowardly self I
You're running
was.
away. You're running away to the army.
Oh, Jesus.
You're
Who
just
is running to the army?
Nick.
She's talking to you.
This is
Oh,
Amy.
you're talking to me.
Amy.
Talking to me?
Who am I
Running.
to me?
Oh,
Running
just a
to the
minute.
army. What do you mean, running? I've never been running.
Why does this never work when I really need it?
Amy, you know how much I love you. And I've said it like thousands of times. And you keep on trying to, you know, to tell me otherwise. You know that this is my, you know, part of the purpose in my life. I want to go back and fight for my country. I can't just leave it like that. And you know that very well from the very beginning.
Hello.
No, she's not listening now.
Yeah.
She's away with the fairies again.
Honestly, Nick, can I ask you a question?
Away with the
like,
fairies.
Nick, can I ask you a question, man to man? Like, seriously.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Why are you with her?
Oh, that's a good question.
Sorry, look, no offense, but you guys are completely the opposite of each other.
Yeah, but opposites attract, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There was even a song, a vault, you know, Paula Abdul. She sang Opposites Attract.
Well, come on.
And I love that song.
Come on, Sam, get in there. Opposites attract. Come on.
Yeah, you remember that song, Sam?
Sam.
Paula Abdul?
So you're gonna let her make your life miserable?
Sam,
That's what you're saying.
Me? Me making her life miserable?
No, you're letting her make your life miserable. That's your choice. Is that right?
I'm afraid that here you might have a point.
Sam, come on, get in there. Opposites attract. Where's Sam?
Look, give the guy a break. He wants to have a chance with Elaine, and if that's what he wants, then let him talk to Elaine. If what's that they say? If you love something, let them go, and if they come back, they're yours. But if they don't, they never were. So you know, it's sorted basically.
Sam has become very wise.
If she rejects
Sam
him,
became
there
very
you go.
wise.
Off you go, mate. You know, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't me.
There's plenty of fish in the sea, eh, Sam?
There are plenty. Yeah, but there are certain fish.
But some of them are poisonous.
Fish that, you know,
toxic.
Ooh, preach it.
Come on, Sharon. This is how they're talking about Elaine, you know, and about in you get there and get in.
The thing is, Sam, you haven't known her for as long as I have, and I know that she's really vulnerable. So if that happened again, we don't know what would happen to Elaine. Like if he left her again, which I believe he would,
Yeah, but
we don't know what will happen.
that's the problem. I'm gonna have to pray for you.
Don't pray for me. Pray for
Well,
yourself.
you can't stop my prayers for you, so
Well, I would pray for
deal,
yourself.
You
deal
know
with
what, guys? You know what, guys? I really believe we should give him the benefit of the doubt. I really believe
Thank
that
you.
people can change. People can change, especially if
Come
they
on.
make make a choice,
Why?
and they
Why?
just, I believe that, honestly.
Can you come on? It's logic. It's common sense. You make a choice. You make a change. You
Mike,
make a
did you ever
change.
meet
You're not the
anybody else
same.
in your
Hang
travels?
on, Sam's trying to say something.
What's that?
Mike, did you never meet anybody else in your travels? I mean, why? I mean, Elaine must have had that thought.
I did, but I
Special one.
chose. I did, but I chose not to.
Sam,
Chose
So
not to.
Elaine is
So
your
carry
backup.
on with that. Carry on with that. That
No.
Aussie girls. Go on.
is there not any other woman that you know? Or all right, that you come. I mean, for all of that, you've been all round Australia. And
Okay.
then suddenly you come back to Britain, and Elaine is the one that you've decided, despite all the temptations of being in Australia, all the women in there, you go
Yes.
around there and suddenly you think, nah, not one of them compares to my love.
Yes.
Are you really implying that you haven't been unfaithful to her for all those years?
We weren't together, so even if I was with someone else, that's not being unfaithful. But on top of that, I wasn't with someone else.
Right, so
Ah.
you're saying that there could be a one woman man, that you're arguing for one woman, you know.
Of
There's a one woman.
course.
Really?
Yeah, that sounds like a great ideal. That sounds like me.
Thank
Sort of
you.
play the field, you know. You can't. I mean, you can.
No.
Sam, how
various
many women man are you?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we know where he's coming from,
You know
don't we?
something, mate? I could agree with you on that. There's somebody I quite like as well, but you know, I do like a lot of women. But there's one who's kind of, she's really something.
She just
Oh, really? Do we know her? Do
above
we know her
you.
name?
Is she above you over there?
Do we know
You know,
her?
Sam. You know,
She'd
Sam.
never look at
I
me
think
though.
that's what
No,
you.
I won't say she'd never look at me. She despises me. No. She doesn't like
That's
You know,
because
Sam.
that's because
I
you
think
believe
that's
that.
what you miss. That's what you miss, mate.
Yeah,
And maybe you should learn the song of Brian
shallow
Adams.
and ephemeral and here today, gone tomorrow. You know, I'm shown as somebody who's not really very steady or very reliable. But with that right person, if only she knew, you know, how I really felt. A bit like that McDonald's advert, you know, with a little kid. You know, he's pretending to be something, but deep down, there's somebody else inside of him that what he really feels.
Yeah, that's Sam.
You've seen it, that McDonald's advert. It's quite clever. And the mum's trying to play with him, and he's putting on an act. He's a teenager. He's putting on an act, but deep inside, you can see how he really feels.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Right. I want Emily now to be Elaine. Now Elaine is OCD and she's very sort of, you saw totally focused on the 4-year gap and what he did. So I want it to be your intention is everything that's coming into your head that you want to say to Mike, the anger, the fear, the panic, the OCD. Okay, let's start with that.
And I have to go in 3 minutes, by the way.
Oh no, I want us to do the scene. Before you go, and then I'll go back to them. Quickly.
Well, do the scene now then, do the scene.
And then,
Yeah.
okay, thanks Manuel, great.
Yeah, I'll try to do as much as possible, but I have to go very soon. So.
Okay, well it's a very short scene, isn't it?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, the lights come up, one of the strippers is still dancing, Nick has fallen asleep, yada yada. Jim, come on you lots, wake up, let's get home. I better clean up this mess. Sam.
Last night, fun night, girls are all an ace.
Right, leave it out.
I thought we were improvising for a second. That's why I don't have the
we're
script
doing
up.
the lines. Leave it out.
Oh boy.
Leave it out.
Okay. I think I know the lines by heart, so I'll do them.
You're supposed to know the lines. Go.
Leave it out. I've got this girl, man. You know, she's called Elaine. Yeah, Elaine. I love her, you know.
Talking to the unicorn.
I love her.
Can't wait to see her again.
I
Great.
actually love her.
Okay. Let's get you both home. Now, what am I going to do with Sleeping Beauty over there? He looks over at Nick.
Let him sleeping off. Oh, you're gorgeous. Come and have a dance with me and Jim over here.
Mike?
Sorry, I forgot the lines here.
I really love her.
Could you read the full lines, please?
Yes, just I really love her.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
I really love her.
And then you get up and start something really strange.
Something really strange is happening to me.
I can hear her.
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear her voice in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love?
You can
Something very strange.
hear her voice. Oh, sorry,
Something
Sam.
very strange is happening to him.
He can hear her voice in the whisper of the breeze. He thinks it's love. Together?
Love, love,
He
love.
thinks he's in love. Sounds like he's hearing voices. That's Jim. Right, that's it. Time to go home now. Mike carries on singing. My heart is so...
My heart is all aflutter, and my knees awake. Oh, words I try to utter, but I feel
the
too
words
weak.
up, but I missed the beat. Instead of...
But I missed the
that's
beat.
good. Mix the words.
Because he's drunk in it, so it's fine.
Yeah. Sam, no, you're just drunk. Go on.
Ah, you're just drunk.
No,
Now
sing
you're
it.
just drunk. It'll
Sing
all
it.
be over by tomorrow.
Sing it, Sam.
Sorry.
You're just drunk. Sing it.
No, you're just drunk. It'll be over by tomorrow.
Well done. That's good, Mike. I want you to sing, my heart is all aflutter, and I feel too weak. Words I try to utter, but it's the beat. Mixing the words for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so swap the words. Well done. You did that anyway. So I'm just you remember for me, please. Fantastic. Well done, Martin. Well done for knowing the words. Off you go. Come on, don't you have homes to get to? We then goes to Nick and tries to wake him up. Come on, time to wake up, Nick.
What's going on, guys? Where am I? Oh my goodness, what time is it? Oh, I'm late. I gotta go home. I gotta pack.
You forgot Mom. You forgot Mom.
Oh, I forgot Mom. She's away. She's away from me. Mom is away.
Oh, Jim, do it again.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. Do it again. Okay.
All right.
Right. Jesus, Mom, why did you let me sleep? You forgot that. Try
Yeah.
and remember. It's funny. You'll remember it by the time we get to do this. Right, go on. Right. Okay, come on. Time to wake up, Nick.
Oh, what's up? Where am I? What's going on? Jesus, Mom, I'm late. I gotta go and pack and
Brilliant. Okay. Right. Do you think you may be able to make it from here, Mike?
Sure, mate. Look, what do you think my chances are? Do you think I could get back? I really love her, Jim. I mean it.
I think that drink is making you delusional, mate. Go home and sleep on it.
Hang on a minute, Jim. Jim! Why is he gone? Oh, he's probably right, you know. But I have to try, don't I? What is she standing here? Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And then you do the song. Well, guys,
Thank you.
that was brilliant.
I really have to go now.
Your
So,
lines. Even Sam. Well done. I'm so proud of you. That was brilliant. Excellent. Okay, Manuel, I shall talk to you too. You coming on to Moving On TV on Sunday?
Yes, I am. It depends
Fabulous.
what time. I could do
Yay.
afternoon,
Talk
like
about
2 p.m.
Nigeria and all your work, yeah?
Yeah.
Send me a
Yeah, that'd be
time
amazing.
and I'll bring you on. Not too early.
Okay.
I don't start.
Okay.
Okay, lots
Okay.
of love. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sing the
Thank you,
song.
guys. Nice to meet you, Emily,
I'm
as
going
well.
to
Yeah,
Bye,
you
mate.
too.
Bye-bye.
Well done.
Bye.
Manuel, I'm going to send you the song with the guy singing it in the key. All right, he's gone. Brilliant. What a already! Did you hear the difference in his singing voice in 1 week? He's not dragging. Oh, you've been working with him, Vlad.
A little bit.
Yeah, I could see. And the emotions, I mean, he's such an amazing actor. And I want all of that in the song. I want him to be so connected to the feelings. And he's so brilliant. It's going to be amazing, absolutely amazing. Okay, right. So you okay, guys, to hang on a little bit longer? Because so what we'll do now is we've got Sam, Nick. Oh yes, I wanted you to do Elaine. Okay, so Mike has gone now. He's left the room, so everything can come out. Okay, so you're back in the bar, right? You're all over the place. That scene I did last week, but make it your own. Do whatever you want with it. And I will play. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to watch first before I decide. So I want you to do Elaine. So she's all over the place. She's probably walked in and she left a curler in her hair. Oh, we'll do that bit. We'll do that bit. So she walks in and you guys can see that she's wearing a curler in her hair, okay, because she's all over the place. So she's left a roller in her hair, but she doesn't know it, okay? And so she's walked in, okay? Vlad, Nick.
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so she's walked in. You say, okay, so you and Sam are trying to get her to notice that she's got a curler in her hair. Okay, let's start with that. Okay, but she doesn't know. She doesn't. So you're going to try and give her some, and she doesn't know. She thinks, what's up with you? You're going to be gesturing. You're going to be trying to get her attention to the fact, because you're men. You're not going to come in out and say, oh, you
have to rush out tonight. Were you in a rush when you left tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you had a nap in the afternoon.
Was there something happening?
Why?
No, maybe she was tired and she had a nap in the afternoon, you know?
Yeah, do you know, I'm not with it at the moment.
Perhaps it's a fashion statement. Perhaps it's a fashion statement, perhaps it's sort of, I don't know, the things, it's a new thing, I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not feeling great at the moment. So can you just be a bit nicer to me?
Yeah. She was in a hurry apparently, Sam, She was tired and she was in a hurry. Don't worry.
So, I know Encounters is a great place to go, but I mean, it's not worth rushing out, without looking in the mirror.
Why are you guys being mean?
We're not being mean.
Who's mean?
Mean? No.
I don't get it. I feel like I'm on the outside of the joke.
To the ladies at all recently, Shaz? Have you been to the ladies?
Oh, this is Elaine.
It's it's a nice hairstyle after all. I think it's very
What's wrong with my hair?
extravagant.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing's wrong. It's just a little bit special, peculiar.
Okay, you guys are being really weird. I don't get it.
I'm surprised I'm surprised Sharon didn't tell you, Elaine.
Me too.
So, guys,
you sure? Just check your hair. Just check your hair.
Yeah, look on the top. Here in the back, on the top.
There might be something that.
If you don't have a mirror, you just look at your camera on your phone.
Oh God!
Guys, can you back off a bit? Can you not see that she's upset? I mean, honestly, look at her. She's falling apart.
I don't care. I don't care what I look like. Seriously, that's the last of my worries at the moment.
What happened? I'm serious, indeed. What happened? Is everything all right?
Well, I think Mike just left me, but I'm not sure. Did
Again?
Mike just leave me? Did he just leave me now? Mike just left me.
Oh my, that's shocking.
Again?
Again.
Yeah.
I really need to talk to this guy. Again.
Like, you're his mate, aren't you? Like, didn't he tell you?
No. That's why, you know, I was kind of shocked. Did he tell you any reason why? Or he just left?
Just left.
Sam's gone to sleep. Look, have you gone to sleep?
No,
He's not.
I'm watching. No, I'm watching.
Right,
I think he knows the truth and he's not surprised, aren't you?
Sam,
Are you, Sam?
what would you do with this?
Sorry, I've lost the plot
Come
here.
on.
Basically,
No, I don't know
Elaine,
what's happened. Sorry.
Pardon?
I think it's my fault because I don't know what's happened.
Again. What?
Mike left her again, Sam. She just said it, and that's why she, you know, feels so, I mean, depressed.
See, Nick has got, you know, Nick is in love, right? So he's in love. He's still in love with Amy. So he's still got some empathy in there for women and what goes on, you know.
Did you scare him off? Have you scared him off again?
Oh, Sam, stop it. Now you're mean. Now you're being
No, I don't mean it.
Are you
awful.
kidding?
Why would he run away? He was all for you, and now he's running away again. What?
So it's my fault.
I mean, I don't know. Is it?
Are you serious? I did
don't
everything
know.
for him. I literally gave up everything for him. And that's so embarrassing. Like, all my family must think I'm a complete idiot.
No, just a minute. He'll
I
be
believe
back.
you.
I bet
Honestly,
he'll
I
be back,
believe you.
because he's come back once. He'll be back again. I bet you.
I don't
mean,
want
if
him
you-
back.
No.
No.
Oh.
That's it. Like, he's humiliated me.
Yeah, he can't do that all the time, Sam. He needs to grow up, after all. If he doesn't, you know, good riddance. She'll find another one.
But why would he go all that way to Australia, then all of that, and then come back and say he wants you, undying love, and then he suddenly thinks, oh well, I'm scarpering. I'm off out.
So it's my fault. You're saying it's my fault.
No, I said why. I'm trying to work out why. Not saying it's your fault, but why? What's it could be his fault. Why?
You're really upsetting me, Sam. I don't understand why you're saying this. It's really upsetting me.
What made him? When did he leave? What did you say, or did he say, or did you say? I mean, what was the critical
I don't
factor?
know, like too much went on. Like, we were arguing, and the thing is, Sharon's like been trying to protect me, but that became a big thing in the relationship. Like, he hated the fact that Sharon was still in my life. You know, he couldn't handle it. The fact that she didn't want us to be together.
Oh right, okay. So he didn't want any baggage or anything like that. He wanted to.
He was trying to stop me from seeing her, and I didn't want, that she's my friend.
Or was she trying to? Who was trying to control? He was trying to control you, or was she trying to control you? Well, I mean,
He was trying to stop me from seeing her because he thought she was bad news.
Right,
So.
and she's trying to stop you from seeing him because she thinks he's bad news.
Well, she was really originally, but then obviously we got back together, and so she couldn't really do anything about it.
So what she was trying to disrupt it. She thought that it wouldn't last, or she was putting a curse or a sign on it. Or
yeah, initially she didn't think it was
so
going to work.
There's an element of it's either me or her, sort of it within Mike's mind. It's either me or her.
Yeah.
So is that
you chose her?
He left you at the altar because he couldn't settle with a woman.
How could you do that? I mean, a man comes all the way back from Australia to say that he really loved you all along, and he's gone through life and he realizes, despite all of that, and he realizes that really you were the one. But eventually you have to choose. I mean, if you're going to spend your life with him, you've got to choose. I mean, your friends are your friends, but are you going to share your life with that one special person? Could you share your life with Mike or share your life with Sharon?
I think Sam has a point here, a serious point. Don't
Yeah,
you
but
think?
that's really controlling, isn't it? To stop you from seeing someone that you get on with.
No, but there again, perhaps he felt you were choosing her over him, and it was stopping the relationship. It was disrupting it. Perhaps he felt she had too much influence over you, and you were referring to her and not to him. You were more, you would always be sort of taking her advice, and he'd always be on the back foot. But you have to go within.
It's making me. Sorry.
Go within yourself to say, well, I do want this man, and I know he wants me. I mean, you have to be certain, otherwise.
Yeah, and who knows whether she plays fairly if it's not a double game, you know?
Why
just trying to.
Why are you saying all of this? Why is Sam saying all of this? What's the point?
Because I love you, Sharon.
Wait, I'm Elaine.
I love Sharon. I want Sharon.
Sharon, but she's Elaine. This is the thing, is what?
Yeah, but he's comparing he's comparing what he wants to say to Sharon to Elaine. He's saying to Elaine what he wants to say to Sharon. Yeah. He's rehearsing it. He's rehearsing it, in other words. And he's seeing a sounding board. Elaine becomes a sounding board for what Sam truly feels. He feels more confident in expressing himself to Elaine because he's not scared of rejection. She can reject it and he doesn't have to worry. But with Sharon.
Here's another angle. Sam starts to confide in Elaine how he feels about Sharon and tries to get her on board, a bit like Mike was trying to get her on board to talk to Elaine. Now he's talking to Elaine to try and get Sharon interested. So there's a different angle. So how would you do that? How would he do it in his Sam way? Because he hasn't got a clue how to talk to women. So, you know, he already upset her. But whatever he does, he'll put his foot in it. So go on.
Well, what was Sam say? Well, you've got to let the man, eventually it's a woman's role to serve the man or something like that. He'd say something really chauvinistic in a boxed way, or the wife has to serve the husband or something, or it's something that's.
And then he'd kind of throw out, do you think I've got a chance with Sharon, Elaine?
Yeah. What Sharon? Has Sharon ever mentioned me at all, Elaine? Does Sharon ever mention me at all? What does she think about me? What does she think about me?
What's she supposed to say to that? God, yeah.
Would you go out with me?
Good.
No. Good answer.
What about you, Nick? Would you go out with Sal?
No way.
All right, but perhaps there's hidden depths in Sam yet. There's hidden depths.
Yeah, we don't get to see them till
he has a real heart beating underneath all the facade, and he wants to prove himself. He wants to prove his love is true.
Nick, ask him about his job.
His secret love's no secret anymore. Like the song.
Do I mean, Nick's going in the army, right? He's got this commitment to go in the army. He's got his life all focused and sorted. And you, Sam, I mean, what the hell do you do? What do you do? I mean, Jim thinks you're a pimp.
Right.
Are you a pimp?
But what binds all these people together? I mean, are they just, you say they're all friends, but what binds him to Nick? Is it just the nightclub he keeps turning up at?
He's avoiding the question.
Because why would Nick and Sam be friends? If Nick is like an army man going into the army, Sam is ephemeral and is very shallow and is not really.
Yeah. He's not. He's trying to corrupt him.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
maybe Sam used to be in the army, so they've got something in common.
Sam in the army? I don't think so. I think he's more of a salesperson. And
No, he could have been in the street gang. Remember what happened to his love? She got killed on the street, so he could have been in the street gang. Yeah.
Oh right, okay. Well, I didn't know that. But you see, what would bind these people together apart from the nightclub in the first place? You know, like if you want to go back, how did they get to know each other, and you know, why are they still looking out for each other? What has bound them together to you know, to keep them as friends apart from the nightclub?
It's not a nightclub, it's a community centre, but never mind. Encounter a nightclub. To you, it's a nightclub. What does that
My phone is going to run out any time. I'm sorry, love. What? Yeah, I mean, it's just a pickup point. So they must have some sort of mutual bond that they, you know, still, you know, respect each other on a certain level, but they still respect each other. That Mike, Nick and Sam basically respect each other. They must sort of, Nick must look to Sam as a bit of a, you know, a bit of a wide boy, but quite confident. He has a certain confidence, a certain freedom that he doesn't have. What?
Where's he gone?
He keeps sort of going out and then coming back again. I don't know if there's a problem.
Out.
With me?
No, Vlad.
No.
Hey.
My phone's going to run out any time.
I'm here. Can't you see me? Hello.
No, we can't see you. We can hear you.
It's quite funny the way
I can see you, like Emily.
You're like a ghost. Okay, so Nick, why do you,
yeah?
What's your connection to Sam? I mean, why, you know, what do you want? What's your intention from him?
You know what? Sam is a cool guy, although he could be a jerk many times. But you know, I like him for being so funny, and you know, he helps me just to relax, and especially because I'm, you know, just overthinking things, you know, especially with Amy and the army. I'm very serious and he's not, and I need a person like him from time to time just to lighten off a little bit. And like, he's preparing this wild party and I'm really looking forward to it, you know. So he's a nice guy, but
not big issue.
he's just
say Jim's not sure about him. He puts encounters in danger all the time. You do. I mean, Elaine, how do you feel about that? Because encounters is a place, even though you don't want to admit it, you do like going there. It's kind of like family. You know that Jim's going to be there and accept you. You know, they all do. They all accept you and they're all there for you. They've been there for you for years. So, but Sam walks in and it's like, oh God, what are you doing here? I mean, that's the first reaction is always, oh God, is he gone? Can you charge your battery? Terrible, terrible. This is the dreadful, this is how our rehearsals are going now because we're on Zoom. We got to do it.
So like something out of the Vicar of Dibley. Have you seen that?
No, oh no, I haven't seen it.
When they have their meetings, it's just, yeah, it's like that, where it's funny things happen.
Yeah, so Elaine, so it's a bit of a lifeline for you, and Sam he really does put things into what's the word I'm looking for? He jeopardizes encounters all the time because he's always into something, whether it's gambling, women, drugs, whatever. That's why it gets very funny in Act 2 when, you know, when the drink is gone and, you know, everything changes. It becomes more like a therapeutic community where they do mindfulness and, you know, gets very funny. Act 2 becomes very funny. comical because Sam, oh, everyone's gone now. It's you and me again.
I'm here. I'm not gone.
You keep popping in and out like the Scarlet Pimpernel now.
Oh goodness, you can't see me now. You can hear me, but you can't see me. Is that correct?
We can hear you, but we can hear you, but we can't see you. Okay, so say Elaine, I mean, how do you feel about that? Because this, as I said, you know, you can come to encounters. Jim will always give you a shoulder no matter what. He's always there for you. And you'll drink as well because you drink to drown your sorrows. And so it's, as I say, everything comes up in Act 2 because there's no more drink. It's all vegan lattes and, and smoothies. Everything is going to change. And so everything will come up, all the emotions, everybody will be showing what's really going on inside them. So, but you've got your masks on. You've all got your mask. Your mask is your OCD and everything that you're hiding behind. Everything you're not able to be genuine. You can't really. Everything is Mike, Mike, Mike. You don't take responsibility for anything ever until you have this massive fallout with Sharon, and then at some point you come back and you're friends again. Because of something that happens. So you've got to start taking responsibility for the way you behave, okay? Because you're just shut off, you're just numb, you're just cut off. And when you go into hysteria, it's all the prima donna, you know, this big prima donna. Okay, so Sam, so how do you feel about the fact that he is jeopardizing the place where you can keep your mask on, so to speak? You don't have to let it go at the moment. People accept you with the mask and it's like, oh, there's Elaine, we better walk on eggshells. Okay, so how would you feel about, because you know, oh God, he's here, you know, and he's trouble. And Jim was saying, we've got the inspector coming in and out, you know, and there's Sam, and God knows what he's getting up to. He's trying to get Nick into trouble now. So,
yeah, definitely. I'm a little bit, you know, worried. Yeah, although I'm looking forward to the fun, but
you're enjoying it because, you know, you're enjoying it because you know you're going to be going to the army, so you got to let your hair down.
yeah, but still, you know, I know that he could be a pain in the neck.
Yeah. But as we said, you tend to go from one to another. You know, 1 minute Jim is 1 minute.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand everyone. You know, I'm very empathetic and I can see the point of each and every one. You know, and
you're young. You're very young. Amy are the youngest. I mean, Elaine is already. She's kind of late 30s. You know, in acting, as I say, she's probably late 30s, and it's more or less Sharon and Jim, they're all probably in their 40s, you know, already. So they've had quite a lot of life experiences, but you are very young, and to you, you know, Sam is like a bit of a, he's a bit like we said last week, he's the devil and Jim's the angel. And you've got both of them one on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Trying to drag you each way. But I want to hear a little bit of a monologue from Elaine of how she's feeling, what she's thinking, what is going on in her mind at the moment about Sam and the way he behaves and the fact that he could be endangering the only place where she can keep that mask on. She can't go to work and wear it, but she can come to encounters and she can run around like a lunatic and everyone will hold her. Jim will hold her. He won't reject her and throw her out. Okay, so that's your safety net. It's like the song, we are your loving safety net. That's the song. You know, please watch the documentaries because I'm putting them all out there. And when we did the opening number, remember your loving safety net, when you came on board, you and Luke had a good laugh. I remember when we did that big gathering with everybody singing Encounters, you know.
Yeah.
Some
it was glorious. I missed this time.
Well, it's there. I'm going to be streaming it. It's the video number 7, I think. Number 7.
Number 7.
Safety Net, where it's all about encounters, the song. And so basically it is each and every one of you, it's your safety net. So as I say, so let's have a little bit of a monologue from Elaine, where Sam is jeopardizing your safety net, where you cannot go to work and behave the same way at work. You've got to be whoever you are, you know, your job. I think you're an accountant or an estate agent, something very grounded. So when you come to encounters, that's it. You can be yourself. You can have your hysterics and no one's going to bat an eyelid because they all know you. Okay.
So does Sam work at encounters?
No, he just goes there because he's got nowhere else to go. Because
okay.
Inside he's after Sharon. He likes Sharon. And because he needs somewhere, he doesn't have anywhere either. So, but he is full of masks, his masks, so that he keeps chatting up all the women and upsetting at all the women all the time because he doesn't know how to deal with women. He doesn't know how to deal with emotions at all. And you'll find out in Act 2, that's because he lost the love of his life. She was killed. She was killed, murdered. So he goes into this where he's never going to feel again. Okay, so there's a huge barrier between Elaine and Sam. A huge barrier. When Mike comes back, she pours a glass of beer over his head, over Sam. Because Mike ducks and Sam gets it, but that, you know, supposed to be Mike. But there's a huge barrier between Elaine and Sam. He is so rude, and he is so, the way he behaves, the minute he comes in is, oh God, I'm off, you know. When Sam comes in and he says, hi there, Elaine, what's cooking? Oh God, Sam's here. Because she's very aloof as well, very aloof. And quite honestly, she doesn't like any of them. She doesn't like Amy. She only likes Jim. That's it. She gets on really well with Jim and Sharon. She doesn't like Amy. But they do get to like each other as the show goes on. They bond. But she's very, she has a massive barrier with Sam. So now I want a bit of a monologue because I don't know where he's gone. I think he's gone. So just carry on with what would be going on in Elaine's head. He's gone now, he's left. And it's like,
I'm here.
No, Sam.
Oh, Sam, no, I can't see. I haven't seen him for a while.
No, I think his battery is gone. So we'll just carry on with whoever's left. Okay? So I'll let Emily get on with it then. Remember the fear and also you're very posh. Elaine comes from a very good background, it's like mummy and daddy, and here's my dollhouse. I brought my dollhouse for everyone to see because we have a day where they bring in memories and stuff. So that's her. She's very much, and she has an interesting storyline with her father. I won't go into it at the moment. It's not necessary. But Sam is so disrespectful to women, and that's not going to work with her. He's common. He's loud, he's rude, and you've got this huge clash between them. Okay, it's a shame that he's gone. But anyway, so if you do a bit of a monologue, maybe I'll do Sam. We'll bounce off each other. Okay, let's see what happens. You're right there, Elaine. I sound like Baba Bertha now, sorry. You're right there, Elaine. God, you look pretty tonight. I like the hair. Shame about the roller, though. Do you always walk around looking like that? Most women I know, God, all they do all day is comb their hair, put their makeup, but you know they're only good for one thing. You know what that is.
Do you know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of men in general, feeling like they own me. Like they can just come over and touch my shoulder and like it belongs to them.
Well, you do. You're ours. You're our girls, you know. I mean, I've got my lot. I send them out when I feel like it. They go out there, they do a bit of work, they come back.
Don't touch me.
Money.
I'm just fed up of you, actually. I'm fed up of you feeling like you have one up on me. And actually, I'm pretty intelligent. You know, I'm an accountant. Like, I'm mathematical, I'm logical. And I'm sick to death of you making me feel like that. Because I drink and enjoy myself, you make me feel like that.
You're a pretty girl. Look at you. You're a pretty girl.
That is so patronising.
Let it all out. Have a bit of fun. Come on.
I do have fun. I have fun in my own way. Why are you so patronising?
I'm not patronising. It's just, I just feel sorry for you because you're a woman. And you
do you know how patronising that is to say you feel sorry for me?
Why?
Do you not understand that?
Understand what?
The fact that you feel sorry for me. If I said that about you, would you not feel offended? I feel sorry for you.
Well, I've got a great life. I do what I want when I want.
Yeah, I know. We can all see that.
Women, a couple of cards, a couple of, you know, whatever.
I'd like you to leave me alone, actually. Can you just leave me alone? I'm enjoying my wine.
I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah.
You'd be so lucky to have me for one night, darling. Don't know what you're missing.
I can do without, thank you.
But it would take your mind off Mike, for God's sake.
I'm not interested in you. I told you that before.
I work out all the time. Look
I told you I'm not interested in you.
Look at these muscles. I'm always working out, you know.
Look,
women.
What is this? What is this? Why are you such a creep?
I'm not a creep.
Yeah, you are. You're coming on to me and I'm not interested. I told you, leave me alone.
Coming on to you. Oh, for God's sake, I don't need you, Elaine. I've got bags of women waiting for me outside.
Well, good. Go and annoy them.
I just think you're quite cute, you know, you're kind of sweet. You bring the sugar, I'll bring the spice. That's how he is. That's Sam's song. Hey there, cutie. Look what I've got for you. You just come out here to me because I'm dying to give you something. Hey there, sweet mama. Show me the sugar in your voice. Sing to me sweetly on choice. Don't you know who I am?
Oh my God, you're reminding me of my dad. It's embarrassing.
What you waiting for, girls? I'm here for you. Hot chicks ready to kiss all through the night. I'm Sam the Man. Da, 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 da. Come on, dance, Elaine. Come on. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's him. And I met people like him. He's based on someone I met.
When you were describing him, I was thinking, he's familiar.
You know, the guy, yeah, well, this goes back a while. His name was James, I think. And we went, and he used to, when we went to Caister together, a whole group of us. We were called, I think we were called the 18 plus. You know, a long time ago when we were young, we were in our late 20s, I think. And he literally took it. I remember him taking his clothes off and dancing around in Caister, showing off. He had this like a hairy chest. And he thought he was God's gift. I swear he did. And that's where Sam came from originally. I think in my mind, I had him in my mind, this character. And then when Martin and I met, because Martin is he's my husband, Martin is playing Sam. When we first met, we got together. Martin was such a funny character. He's got amazing comic timing. I thought I will rewrite the character and fit it to him. But but it was nothing like he is now. I mean, now, because I built it more on mental health issues, and they're all really screwed up, every single one. They're so screwed up. And then we have this character come in, Vince. I haven't cast him yet. And he sings the BPD song. I sang that to you, I think, when I was on Wickham Sound. Because to prove that, and he says, I've been to the, because he comes in and they call him the isolator. As he sits there on his own, he doesn't mix with anyone, he doesn't talk to anybody. The isolator. And then one day he comes in and he says, I've been diagnosed. Now everyone said, with what? He said, this condition, borderline personality disorder. He said, I've been diagnosed. I went to the doctor and they diagnosed me. And I said, what are you talking about? Never heard of it. BPD it's called, or complex needs. Never heard of it. And anyway, he said, oh, and then he sings the BPD song, which goes a bit like this. A little bit of agoraphobia, a little bit of OCD, a little bit of claustrophobia. That's BPD. A little or a lot of depression, laced with it's all about me. Narcissism. A couple of Tourette's. Now what comes next? That's BPD. A little bit of autism, a little bit of AD or ADHD, a cup of paranoia. You looking at me? That's BPD. Now, schizoid tendencies, I make it all about me. Narcissism. Manic state's got a lot on our plates with a monkey brain that I cannot train. That's BPD. It's all about me. And OCD and PTSD. That's BPD.
Very good.
That's the BPD.
I love it. It's very funny.
It's proving, and then everyone says, oh, he says a little bit, and everyone says, oh, I've got that. He goes to the audience and he says, while he's, before he sings, he says, I've been diagnosed and I've got a bit of depression. I've got a bit of us, and I've got that. The chorus will shout, I've got that. And then he goes up to the audience, and the audience will join in this one, a bit like the time warp.
Yeah.
Everyone has got it, and then they say, but we've all got that,
Yeah.
Everyone, every single person is walking around with the same symptoms. You're nothing special, Vince.
Yeah.
Well, the doctor said it's a little bit like pick and mix. When you used to go to Woolworths, you get a few dolly mixtures, chocolates, what do you call them? All those different sweets and things, wine gums. I think I said that. That's BPD. It's a mixture of all these different little bits of traits. And that's how it starts to develop, you see, into this all around the fact that we are all walking around shocked, as we said. And I don't know why I went in to tell you all that.
No, it's great.
Fill you in a bit on what happens because they all realize they've all got it. So with Sam, he was shocked when his girlfriend was killed as a young person. You've got Nick is shocked because he's been brought up with this militaristic background. Boom, he's got to go in the army. That's it. Elaine was shocked because of what happened with her father, not Mike. She has history, and that will come out. And of course, Mike didn't really, they talk about it, and that's what put her into shock when he abandoned her. Okay, so and this is where I'm also trying to prove the connection between abuse and mental health issues. There's a big connection. And then you've got Sharon is shocked because the love of her life turns out to be a shit and dumps her without even talking to her. And then she goes through huge depression. Again, I don't want to talk too much about what happens with the storylines because it'll spoil it for when people, when we want them to see it. Amy, I'm not even going to talk about that on here because it will spoil the storyline completely, but she's got a massive story about why she's so against Nick going in the army. But she's shocked because of what happened to her. Jim is shocked all over. He doesn't know if he's gay or not, because there's something going to go on with him and Vince. They come together, so he's not sure what he is or where he is half the time. He's totally stressed out with the bar, and at some point he will blow because it'll be like, you haven't got a clue what I'm going through. So he's shocked. So he's got this condition. Who else is in that's it. Those are the main characters. I think they're all shocked, and that's what I'm going to prove. And in Act 2, something will happen before Act 2, and then Jim's going to come on. He's going to say, look, this friend of mine, Lauren, was talking to me about the therapeutic community. So he's kind of going to refer to what it is. I'm saying, look, I've spoken about grants, and I've spoken to the inspector. So we need to change the whole face of Encounters now. And this is what's going to be. No more alcohol. Of course, Sam's going to go mad. Mindfulness. Amy's going to run mindfulness, and that's going to get very funny, because Sam's going to have phones on all the time, stuck all over him, you know, and another phone will go off, and, you know, I've got to make it really funny because I want the point across. And port system, everything. So, but because I'm trying to explain to you what we've been trying to do today is to show all these people that have been shocked, and then in Act 2, they're going to come together. They're all going to start bonding. All the barriers are going to come down, and the masks are going to come off, and you're going to start seeing real people. And Sam will suddenly be, everybody will fall in love with him, because he will come from here, and you will see what really happened to him, and what he does something very noble, and, you know, things progress. And he'll be the one to save Encounters in the end as well. I can't say too much because I'm not going to spoil. And no one dies. No one dies. So Nick comes back from the army, and and we have a massive finale. Huge finale. So it's a very exciting musical. It's been really lovely to have you here today.
It's been amazing to see it, to see some of the work and to be involved. Thanks for involving me.
You're welcome, Emily. And we're still live. We're not live, but this will go on the stream. So we're inviting all of you. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I loved it. It was so much fun. It was good to do some impro, and
And I bet you've forgotten about everything now.
What, all the characters and everything?
No, I bet you've forgotten about your own life.
Oh yeah, my work, my degree work.
Because you were you're in the moment. You were just and so we're inviting other people to come on now. We need people to come on and to do this with us, even if you're not going to be in the musical, because, you know, at some point it will be in the UK, and if people come from all over the world or whatever, it's a good way for you to forget everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go and forget. And we've got incredible talent on here. I mean, Vlad and Martin and who you saw today, they're superb. They're just superb.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great to hear some singing as well.
Yeah,
some of the songs.
Lovely to see you. What I'll do is I'm going to send you one of Sharon's songs, or what, just to hear your singing voice. I'll send you Heartbreak. I just love to hear you sing, and when you can come back again,
okay,
at some point.
Cool, thank you.
You could sing as well, because, you know, it just obviously, you know, when we do get to doing something which nobody knows at the moment. At the moment, it's all online. But yeah, I'd like to hear singing voice. So I'm going to send you something, because if you can do Sharon, you can do Amy. Amy is the youngest. So you would, you know, I mean, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking, I'm going off. I'll go off now. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure. Please contact us. movingontv1@gmail.com. Come on board and have some fun. Zoom every Wednesday evening, 7 o'clock-ish. Take care. 7 o'clock-ish UK. Bye. Welcome to Moving On TV. No, rien, de rien. Oh, I love you too, Marcel. Oh, bonjour, bonjour. I want to wear my face to the audience as I would a laver. And that is why I refuse to wear the makeup and the products, not unless they are organic. Because they make me feel nude. So, come on board, organic makeup companies, moving on TV.uk. Bonjour. No, rien, de rien. No. Get off my set! Hey, I'm coming in, I'm coming in! Coming in, get off! Get off! Disgusting. I'm coming in! Right. Oh, I'm sitting down, I'm putting on my scarf. How's everyone?
one today. Oh, just a minute, I forgot me plant pot. Would you like me to talk to you like this? Well, I'm not sure. But I thought that if I got it all up me nose. This is me no mask. What do you think? What do you think? It's got holes in it for oxygen. Oh, I feel sick. Oh, I tell you, what's the matter with them? How can they wear these stupid things on their mouths like plant pots? Anyway, it's Baba Bertha here, and I'm sorry I haven't been in touch with you all week. I've been taking care of the granddaughter. Oh my God, the poor thing, the poor thing. She's been breaking all over the place. I don't know what to do about her. I tell you, she thinks she's been McAltered. McAltered, for God's sake. What the hell does that mean? Now they're making me wear me bonnet and this scarf, and it's boiling hot in here, this smelly old shed, and there's no one here. There's no one here, is there? No one here at all. Who am I talking to? There's a miracle grow. There's an old tent. Can you see him hanging the right way up? No, he's not. Yes, he is. So he's all right. What was I talking about? Oh, the McAltered. She's been McAltered, she says. McAltered. What the hell does that mean? What the feck does that mean, as me father Ted used to say? Me beautiful Ted. Oh, I'll tell you another day, I'll tell you. I'm going to keep you in suspense about that one. Me and father Ted. Now, someone insulted me the other day. She said I don't get to the point quick enough. Well, I'm sorry about that, but I'm 110 years old. I'm in this smelly old shed because they took away me caravan. Oh, I tell you, and they're making me sit in here with a scarf in this boiling hot weather. And don't go complaining to the granddaughter, and definitely don't go complaining to that Zark Muckerberg, because this goes on the face tube. Zark Muckerberg should be ashamed of himself. Everybody together. Zark Muckerberg should be ashamed of himself. But the little granddaughter, yeah, she was in prison for 70 days, and I'm repeating myself now. Anyway, what was I talking about? So got together with his mammy and his aunts and his uncles. We all sat down together and tried to figure out what we're going to do with Zark Muckerberg. Ah, terrible, terrible young man. Terrible young man, I tell you. She said she's going to take his puddings away from him. He's not allowed to watch TV, but that's not a bad thing, is it? That's not a punishment. What does he want to be sitting there watching all those lunatics telling you to go out and wear masks and plant pots and God knows what else over your face is latex. Latex over your face. Oh, I don't like that at all. That's a bit strange, isn't it? A bit kinky. Latex over your face. Oh, terrible, terrible. Anyway, where was I? I was talking about the granddaughter. Poor thing. Poor thing. Poor thing. She thinks she's been McAltered. What the hell does that mean? She's got the same face, the same arms, the same legs. How did they alter her? I'm trying to find what she means. I'm trying to figure out, has she got a different colour eyes? No, it's the same brown eyes, the same as me. I haven't got brown eyes. I've kind of got little specks of something in the grey. Oh, come on, Baba Bertha, focus. Who am I talking to? Can you please come on here and send me a message and tell me who am I talking to? Am I talking to him? Because he doesn't answer back. Am I talking to the door over there? Oh, there's a whole lot of little new tomato plants growing in there. They're not answering me. Hello? Am I talking to you? As you know, they never answer. They answer an hour later. You see, at the end of the program. Anyway, I can't make this program too long because it's too hot in this smelly old shed. So where was I? Yeah, she said she was McAltered. McAltered. So, looks the same to me. She looks the same to me. Except sometimes she wears a wig. You know, I haven't got me nice red hair on today. I'm sorry, but it's too hot to wear me red hair today. So I'm keeping me on. And me bonnet. I don't really like this bonnet. I used to have another bonnet. Do you remember my lovely red bonnet? When I told you about the garlic and the salt and the umbrella, and then Baba Frankie came to visit. Oh, I miss Baba Frankie. Why does she know she, ooh. Nearly gave it away there. It's a bit like Mrs. Brown. Not really a woman, that Mrs. Brown. That's a man. And you all thought that Baba Frankie was a woman. It's a man with a wig. I am a woman. I'm Baba Berta, and I'm a woman, and I'm sitting here, and I'm telling you, I'm worried sick about the granddaughter. Don't know what to do about her. She keeps coming up with all these new things that she's finding out. She's doing these interviews all the time and crying her eyes out. She's lonely. I don't know what to do with her half the time. We take her to the allotment. She sits there and she looks at the plants and she goes, oh, we're going to have to get the gill baits here because the spinach is over-pollinating. There's loads and loads of spinach everywhere growing together like this huge mass of spinach. We need to get that gill baits here so he can cull the spinach. Do you know what I mean? That's what she says. What's she talking about? What is she talking about? You know this gill baits thing they keep talking about? I keep looking at this gill baits thing and then I look at this thing that's sitting beside him and I'm thinking, oh, if I'm not wrong, that one looks a bit, the one with the long hair, that's not a woman. That's not a woman. That's like Mrs. Brown's boys. That's like Frankie, Baba Frankie, with the wig. That's not a woman. Oh, come on. You're going to tell me that's a woman? That's not a woman. I'm a woman. I'm a real woman. I'm not going to show you because it's... Don't say that. I'm not going to tell you about my young days when I travelled across Paris with Edith Piaf. Edith Piaf. That's how she likes to be called. Edith Piaf. Oh, I didn't do the opening. I never do the opening. Duh. Oh, what? You're so rude. You're disgusting. I wasn't talking about things like that. Oh, this is terrible. The granddaughter will have me banned for moving on TV. What the things that Edith Piaf got onto. This is what I didn't do. Old wife tales of the Wicca. There you go. That's the opening of me show. All right, so we're back to the beginning again. Let's go. Hello there. My name is Baba Berta. That was the beginning and the middle. And anyway, I haven't got a clue what to talk to you about, apart from the fact that I said to you, the granddaughter said that the plants, are you listening, grandson-in-law over there, all he does is lie in the sun and do nothing. Look at him, lying there, and he does this to me. You saw at the beginning, it's so rude. Did you hear what she's saying? She's saying that Gil Bates needs to come here and he needs to cull the spinach because the spinach is populating too much in the garden, in the new allotment. He'll show you later. Populating everywhere. Spinach, too much spinach. Too much, too much. So we need to depollinate. Do you know what I mean? Like that Gil Bates thing. That Gil Bates thing. Oh, I tell you what. He's like the little kid in school, you know, the little one, the annoying little one with the glasses, the one they call the nerd. The little nerdy one sitting there and blowing everyone up in the classroom. Can you imagine being in a classroom with that thing? He probably blew, you know, when you do your scientific evidence. Scientific evidence? What are you talking about, Baba Berta? Who am I talking to? I'm getting a bit worried about this. There's no one to talk to. There's a rug. There's a glove. Here's another glove. I'm showing you. He's got a book here. This is what he does. Hypnotherapy scripts. Now, shall we have a look at the book? Now, the granddaughter believes that if we close our eyes and let the book open, it's going to open on the right place. For God's sake. Hypnotherapy scripts, letting go, a metaphor script for unresolved grief and bereavement. Right, let's see now. Mr. Maul MacDonald, that one that has the electrocution bed. Sometimes he used to do these wonderful trance things where he'd help you with the music and the sound and the light. He doesn't do it anymore. He doesn't do it anymore, so I'm sure he'd understand this. Will you understand this, Paul MacDonald? Building a house.
you close your eyes and build a house? This is ridiculous. Hypnotherapy scripts for building a house. I don't understand it. Hey, grandson-in-law, how do you build a house when you're closing your eyes and you're in a trance and asleep? He's going like that to me, or something else. It can be very relaxing to watch someone working. Well, you know, hypnotherapy scripts for building a house. Oh, I tell you, how can you build a house when you're like this? Is this hypnotherapy thing, not mentioning the meditation she tried to put me on. This meditation, oh, she never takes it, but anyway, that's another one. I'm not going to go into it. Anyway, this Paul MacDonald used to do these amazing things, trance things with his electrocution bed. He won't let her go on the electrocution bed, so she's getting unhappy now. She's getting unhappy. She likes being electrocuted on the electrocution bed. It makes her feel good. And I don't know, he won't let her do it anymore. He never calls her. He never keeps in touch with her. And I'm probably going to send this to you, Paul MacDonald. I'm going to talk to your mammy. I'll talk to your mammy the same way as I'm talking to Zoc Muckerberg's mammy. Oh, what a terrible, terrible person that Zoc Muckerberg. Terrible. So anyway, what were we saying about Zoc Muckerberg? Focus, Baba Bertha. I haven't done a program for so long. The last one I did with you was about the plant pot masks, and I know you thought it was funny, and it was funny, because the world is getting so terrible. I tell you, I was with the granddaughter, she took me down to the village. Now, how could she take me down to the village? I am the granddaughter. You know, some people are getting in touch with me. They think I'm a different person to the granddaughter. I mean, look at the glasses. Look very, very clearly at the glasses and the frames. Right? What else? Can you look at the hands? You know when you do those things where you're testing to see whether that disgusting Bo Jiden, you know, the one that's trying to run against that President Trump that looks like the cat, the ginger one, but he's got the white bits. Don't be so rude. Why are you so rude about President Trump's white bits? Oh, I told you, check with Melania. It's not my problem. So rude. Anyway, what's I talking about? I'm all over the place. I don't remember. The Bo Jiden, that was it. They're always checking to see his ears because he hasn't got the same ears as the one that was before that used to go on there and with his hairy legs and oh, terrible, terrible, disgusting. Disgusting. He needs to shave them. Why is he not shaving his hairy legs? That Bo Jiden. Anyway, there's another one I'm going to talk to his mammy about. Zoc Muckerberg, Paul MacDonald, and Bo Jiden, the three of them. I need to get their mammies together. We need to have a conference of Baba Bertha and their mammies and tell them to behave themselves. Terrible, terrible, terrible. No ice cream for dinner. None. Not even dairy-free, Paul MacDonald. Nothing, nothing. You're not getting any of those ice creams. I know the ice creams you like. I saw someone went and bought them for you. I think you got through about 4 of them. You're telling everyone you're on a fast. You're not on a fast. You're on an ice cream fast. That's what you're on. Ice cream with lots of almond nuts inside them. Yeah, dairy-free or not. Anyway, you're not the centre of the universe. I don't know why you came into this conversation. I don't know. Maybe I really don't. Oh, it's that Darcy of yours. It's Darcy. That's why you came into the conversation. Because you got her, haven't you? Her with the beard, the Darcy that looks a bit like a combination between... Do you remember Kenny Everett? It's all done and the best possible taste. Do you remember that? Terrible. Tried to compete with Baba Bertha, that Darcy of yours. And Lily Savage. Oh my God, a combination between Lily Savage and Polly Darton. You one with the big, you know what? I'm a bit lost.
Tell me about it. Anyway, we're talking about the Bo Jiden, the one that needs to shave his legs. And that it's to do with the granddaughter thinking that she's been McAltered. She's not a clone, is she? I mean, I don't know anymore. She goes and gets electrocuted. I don't think my beautiful Lauren would go get electrocuted and come back happy. Maybe she's a clone. Do you know, there's no Bubba Bertha clones yet. I wouldn't let them. There's no Bubba Bertha clones, I tell you that. They can give me £1 billion and I will not. Maybe there's a Paul MacDonald clone. Oh, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Because then you could understand how he's different in different times, in different spaces. And oh, that's interesting. Maybe there's a son and a grandson-in-law clone. That would make sense because sometimes he does this nonsense thing about building a house while you're asleep, this hypnotherapy thing, and then other times he goes there, Bubba Bertha. That's not very nice. Maybe we're all clones walking around. That would explain a lot. That would explain a lot now, Bubba Bertha, wouldn't it? That would explain a lot. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I show ya. Nothing. Nothing. Pieces of nothing. That is going to be apparently it's going to be a tomato plant. Ooh, looks like something's growing in there. I don't know what's growing in this shed. I tell you, I don't want to know. They never answer, not till the end of the programme. So we were talking about the granddaughter thought she was being McAltered. And as I said, she could be a clone for all I know. I don't know. But if she was a clone, then what am I? Am I her clone? Oh, I'm so confused. Oh, I'm so confused. I was walking down. Anyway, I said, telling you, I was in the high street with the... I couldn't have been there with the granddaughter, Bubba Bertha. That doesn't make sense unless she's a clone or I'm a clone. How could we be together walking down the high street? Can you please send a message to movingontv1@gmail.com and explain to me? Explain to me how I could have been walking down the high street with the granddaughter if she is me and I am her. Then either she's a clone or I'm a clone. Oh my God, I'm getting really scared now. I might be a clone. What's a clone? Well, it doesn't make any sense, nothing. Because there was this beautiful, beautiful girl. And she was wearing latex and she wasn't wearing a plant pot. She was wearing something else. And it was like she was going diving. She had the whole paraphernalia on. Oh, that's a big word. Bubba Bertha? Paraphernalia? What does that mean? I didn't finish school. I ran off with Father Ted, all right? I didn't finish school. I ran off with Father Ted. Oh, we had a good time. I was going to tell you about Piaf. I was going to tell you about my beautiful friend Edith. Oh, Edith Piaf. Now, she knew how to live. I tell you, I think she should come on Moving on TV. What do you think? Do you think you'd enjoy the Edith Piaf show? Oh, I think you'd enjoy the Edith Piaf show. I know, especially that Paul MacDonald. He likes Edith Piaf. And so does his partner, Cecile. She loves Edith Piaf. She loves her because she's French. She's French. Oh, I can't speak French. Only Edith Piaf can speak French. But then the granddaughter went on the stage. You know where this is going. Playing Edith Piaf. And the granddaughter is me, and me is Piaf, and I am the granddaughter. So we must be clones. Oh my God, I must be a clone. Oh, I don't know. I don't feel like a clone. I don't feel like a clone. What's a clone? Because I keep seeing these people telling me that everybody's a clone. That they've got Donald Trump clones. So he hasn't got as much as the ginger or white bits, so he's got more white bits and less ginger bits. Is that pussycat, that ginger pussycat, a clone then of that ginger piece? I tell you, I don't know anymore. I'm living in a mad world. The world has gone mad, mad, mad everywhere. What was I trying to tell you? I don't know. Anyway, I'm trying my best here. Some people think that either a real person or that I think I'm a clone now, because it does not make any sense that I could be Edith Piaf and I could be Maria Callas and I could be the granddaughter. Because if I'm not the granddaughter, oh, I don't know, I'm getting confused. But Baba Berta, am I even here? This thing she studies calls A Course in Miracles. I tell ya, A Course in Miracles. What the hell is that? That Course in Miracles says that there's nothing. There's nothing, so that I'm nothing. This is nothing. The whole shed is nothing. But how could that be? I mean, do you think it's nothing? Do you think Baba Berta is nothing? I'm very confused the way I'm living. I'm in this smelly old shed, talking to nothing, looking at all those extra pollinaceous plants that we're all thrown in together, and they're all growing like this, a huge mass of spinach that the Gil Bates wants to depollinate. And I'm thinking about talking to his mummy as well. His mummy didn't have one. I think he just sprouted behind some pollinated spinach, maybe. Or maybe the devil brought him. I tell you, the devil. The devil's in our world, the devil. So anyway, I hope you're going to laugh at this, because it's not funny at all. I'm not funny today. I think I'm funny, but I'm confused funny. But I'm doing this because I'm trying to make, I'm 110 years old and I can't understand what's going on. I'll have to call my friend Edith Piaf. She's not as old as me. She's 100 and, let me think. Well, 2015, I think, she did the Battle of Waterloo in the Waterloo Theatre. And that was 100 years to Edith Piaf. So she must be 105 now. She's 105. She's still 5 years younger than me then. 5 years, I tell you. The granddaughter's got her birthday coming up. Now don't you forget her birthday. She works 30 hours a day. 30 hours day and night. 30 hours day and night for you. Sometimes 40 hours a day. 40 hours a day, I'll tell you. You know, we only have 24, but somehow she's found 40 hours to work for you lot. And you better send us some nice messages on her birthday. Her birthday, the 9th of August. She's a Leo. She's a Leo like me. I was also born on the 9th of August. Ooh, how could... I'm telling you, I'm getting more and more confused. I think I am the granddaughter. Or then I think I am a clone. Anyway, so it's her birthday. Don't you forget her birthday. She works day and night to help those wee little children. The wee little children. Terrible things happening to wee little children. Don't make me talk about that, because I'll start to cry. So anyway, I'm going to finish this program soon, because I think it was just rubbish. Total rubbish. But that's not a very nice thing to say about me work. It's not me work. What are you talking about, Baba Berta? You sit in a smelly old shed and you talk about what's going on in your head? Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? There's no one here, I promise you. I promise you, there's a blanket, there's some seeds in there, there's a bit of polythene they put over there so it doesn't rain on top of me. But then we did the umbrella. You've got to go and watch the umbrella and why you must never open an umbrella inside the house. So, to cut a long story short, I was talking about the fact that she was McAltered, and I think that's what she means, is that when she goes to have her electrocution bed, she sends a different Lauren. It must be a clone. She must have all these little clones, because one of the clones, I see them crying their eyes out all the time, crying their eyes out. The other clone, I see them sitting there doing these interviews with amazing people from all over the world, and she's got so much wisdom. Didn't get it from me. That is very rude. Don't you think Baba Berta is wise then? I'll tell you something. I know a lot more than you do. If you're sitting there judging me. Anyway, I've got a challenge for Darcy. Where are you? You disappeared. You came on board for about a day and it was funny. I was looking forward to bringing you on the Bubba Bertha show so we could have a nice little Bubba Bertha chat. Do you know what I mean? Like Frankie, like Bubba Frankie. I don't have anyone here like the granddaughter. Apart from my 4,000 friends when we go to sit outside the police station and have a, oh, you're a lovely lad joint. There's nothing. But I tell you what, I don't know what I tell you. The other thing I'm not happy about is me cause, BLM, Bubba's Lives Matters. Do you not know that Bubba's Lives Matters? Yes, Bubba's Lives Matters. Just the same as everyone else. Just because I'm 110, I don't fit this beautiful young things that you like to look at on your TokTik or whatever. Or your Twittergram and your tweet thing. When you take pictures, I don't understand. I'm 110 years old, so I don't fit. So Bubba Lives Matters, all right? I'm 110 years old and I'm white. I'm not what the other BLM means. I'm white. Well, I'm sort of white because I've got bits of brown and bits of all sorts of blue and green in me hair, and I'm like that rug. I'm like that. This, I'm everything. Well, I must be everything because if I'm cloned, there must be lots of me all over the place. But Bubba Lives Matters, I wanted to talk to you about this thing called racism. Racism, I mean, all us Bubbas, that's more important than racism. Bubba's Lives Matters, we matter. And we're all different colours and different religions and different shapes and sizes and different colours hair and different brains and different IQs and different ways of thinking. And stinking. Oh, I haven't had a bath now. I can't bear to have a bath. I tell you why I can't have a bath. I can't have a bath. Oh, I can't have a bath. And that's another story. And it's not something to laugh at, I tell you. The reason I can't have a bath is because every time those little ones, Dermot and O'Leary and little Francis and little Lauren and little Magenta and little James and all the Madonna and all the little ones that are floating around, they keep watching these superstars having a bath. They're all diving deep into the bath and it looks like they're drowning for some reason, and oh, I don't like that. I won't get in the bath now. I won't get in the bath. No. I don't like it anymore. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Feels like they're going to sell me to the devil if I get in the bath, because that's what they seem to do. You know, Bubba Bertha sometimes talks about the things that nobody else talks about. So that's what they seem to do to the little children. Terrible things. And this, I'm trying to tell you this, so you go out and you finish it, you know. I'm talking about this. So I don't like having baths anymore. And, you know, Edith, she didn't have a bath. She never had a bath. She used to walk into the theatre and the whole theatre went, that's why they loved her. Because they all passed out the minute she came on from the smell. Doesn't make any sense, that, does it? They passed out and went to sleep. And they went with her. That's it. They went to journeys with her. That was it. That's why they all loved her. Because they passed out and they went to another world. But the reason they all passed out and went into a dreamlike state was because she was so smelly. And if you don't believe me, check Google, Gago, Internet, Instagram, whatever. It tells you about Piaf. She never had a bath. I know, because I was around her. Oh my gosh. She didn't like having a bath. Didn't like having a bath. She liked to walk around natural, all earthy. Anyway, I think this is getting a bit boring and a bit stupid even. It's not funny anymore. The bit about the racism, the Bubba Lives Matters, that's what you have to go on the streets now with your big signs. BLM, Baba Lives Matters. Ooh, I'm getting very animated here. Very young and ooh, how could I do this? I'm 110 years old. Where am I getting my energy from? But that's where the confusion comes in, because I might be the granddaughter. And if I'm the granddaughter, then I'm not really 110 years old. Some people said I look about 80 with me bonnet. Some people said I look about 40 with me bonnet. I'm getting confused now. I don't know. I tell you. So, one thing I tell you, I'd never watch the news. Never, never, never. Because my friend Eileen, she's a lot younger than me, but no, she's not. She's 120, bless her. The granddaughter met her when she broke her leg. Let me ask you something. If the granddaughter broke her leg, and I have this leg that doesn't work properly, in exactly the same side, the same position, the same shorter leg, does that mean that I am the granddaughter? I think I'll leave you with that question, because I can't really think about what else I'm going to talk about. So we covered Zark Zuckerberg and the fact that he's not getting any ice cream. He's not allowed to watch TV, but we said that's a good thing. So he's not allowed to watch moving on TV. That's not a good thing. That's a big punishment for him. He's not allowed to go and play with his friends and his mates. He's not allowed out. He's grounded, because I got his mammy and his grandmother. We all got together and we said, it's disgusting what he's doing. Zark Zuckerberg, you should be ashamed of yourself. Never mentioned that Gil Bates thing. His grandmummy, she's banned him from eating the apple. This is his favourite foods. Crumbles! Apple crumbles! He's not allowed to eat apple crumbles ever again. That Gil Bates. What a punishment. I tell you, terrible punishment. He deserves it. I tell you, you don't want Bubba Berta angry with you, you hear me? Because Bubba Berta is coming after you. And she's got BLM, Bubba Lives Matters. I must keep my hands to myself here, because then you think I'm young. I'm not young. I'm 110 years old. And I'm tired. And I'm just trying to do my best today. So if this is not funny and not interesting, then we'll pick on someone else. Who shall we pick on? Let's have a look. One of our other friends. One of our other friends. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even going to mention the other granddaughter. Iris. She's named after a beautiful flower. She doesn't keep in touch with the granddaughter at all. She broke her heart, she did. And her three, nothing. The only time that they get back to the granddaughter is to say, don't tag me. What the hell does tagging mean? I mean, are they all playing around, jumping around, doing this game where you run around together and they tag you? And as far as I know, they're not meeting up, so I'm confused. I'm terribly confused. So I'm going to finish there, and I'm going to say to you, what am I going to say to you? That I've enjoyed your company today, and if you have to wear a mask, make sure you wear a plant pot, because it's got lots of, as you can see, lots of oxygen coming through it. And the messages are clear going out. We said to Mark Zuckerberg, who's he? I always mix my words up. Instead of Zark, I call him Mark. Zark Zuckerberg. The message has gone out clear to Zark Zuckerberg that we sat down together, your granny, your great-granny, your great-great-great-granny. She's about 250 now, yes. And we came up with these rules and regulations, all right? A bit like what the granddaughter was put on when she went to the therapeutic community. Stop, think and listen. Stop, think and listen. A big contract for you before you ban people, before you cut them up. Stop. You need to stop to think and to listen before you get taken off your puddings and you're not allowed to play with your friends anymore. No Lego, right? And all your computers been taken away from you, Gil Bates. We've locked them all up. We've disconnected all your computers, Gil Bates. For God's sake, go to bed. Go to bed, have a sleep and give us all a break. That's it. That's all I wanted to say today. So, you can like me or you can hate me. You can subscribe, you can like, you can do whatever you want. Sometimes I'm just a silly old 110-year-old woman sitting here in a shed trying to figure life out, and I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to figure out. I thought this would be over by now, but they call it the Great Awakening. They call it the Great Awakening. So you got all these people, you know in that piece of music where you see all the flowers and all in their little buds, and they start to open up, open up, open up! For God's sake, will you open up and wake up? Too, like those little flowers. Ooh, little flowers. Open up, open up, open up. Right? And BLM Bubba Lives Matters. It's gone out loud and clear to you today that Bubba Lives Matters. And it doesn't matter if you're a Bubba. What's a Bubba? A Bubba is a grandmother, a Yiddish, Jewish, Russian, Italian, French, Czechoslovakian, Polish, American, what didn't I say? Every single colour alien, green, whoever, is a Bubba, a grandmother. A grandmother. We're all grandmothers, we're all Bubbas, you know? Bubba, Bubba, Bubba. It's a beautiful name. And Bubba Lives Matters, and you make sure that your life matters, because it doesn't matter who you are or what you are. Alright? And even if you're not a Bubba, even if you're just a Joe or a James or a Paul or a David or whoever, you still matter. Even if you're a clone, you matter. Alright? Even if you're a clone, you matter. Everything matters. Even this blanket matters, and these butterflies matter. Look at the colours. Everything matters. I don't know why, but I'm saying it. Everything. Matter matters. I know it sounds like the matter. You remember that from what's the name of that Gilbert, that Silbert and Gullivan? Silbert and Gullivan. There's two musicians, Gilbert and Sullivan, Bubba Berta. Gilbert and Sullivan. Who am I talking to? Oh, this is getting so boring. Gilbert and Sullivan, I'm being told. Gilbert and Sullivan. You know the Matter song. It matter. With Mad Margaret. Do you remember Mad Margaret with the big red hair? That was the granddaughter. Or was it me? Or was it Edith Piaf? Or was it Maria Callas? Thank you for watching the Bubba Berta show. Please sign up to movingontv1@gmail.com. And if there's anything you want me to put to right on the Bubba Berta show, then please go on the FaceTube or the Twitter tube or the Face thing. I'm not sure. And check out Bubba Berta, BOBBABERTHA. It's in front of me here. I'm reading it because I can't spell very well, as you know. You watch me editing. Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. BERTHA. I got twirled all over the place and exported and everything. BERTHA, Bubba Berta page. BLM, Bubba Lives Matters. And if you're stupid enough to go to look, you're not going to find it because it's nowhere. There is no page. I tell you, every program, why are you going looking for the Bubba Berta page on all of these social things? None at all. No clones of Bubba Berta. Even put a page, because I know people do cloning on that FaceTube. Zark Muckerberg. It's his fault. Everything is his fault. Zark Muckerberg and Gil Bates and the grandson-in-law and Paul MacDonald with his Darcy. Where's that gone? Terrible. Why, that Darcy? I'm waiting to see that Darcy. I've got a lot to say to that Darcy. I want that Darcy on the Bubba Berta show, don't we? We do. Darcy, how dare she come on board and try to steal me act? Terrible, terrible. Now that Darcy is not a woman. It's got a beard. Do you see a beard? I don't have a beard. I have me bits. And I'm proud of them. I've always been proud of being a woman. I was supposed to finish there, I'm sorry. But before I go, I've always been proud of being a woman, and so was Father Ted proud of me being a woman. But that's another story. And so was Emad. Emad, my beautiful Arab lover. Ah, that's another story as well. Or was that the granddaughter's lover? I tell you. Just please write to me at movingontv1@gmail.com and tell me, am I Baba Berta? Am I the granddaughter? Am I Edith Piaf? Am I... what am I? I don't know anymore. Am I a clone like that Bo Diddon? Oh, there's people out there, they're watching me now. I better go because they're watching me. So I've got to go. The grandson-in-law is going to come in here and he's going to shove me out of this stupid old shed and tell me to be quiet. All right, so I better go now. I'm being very nice and being very polite to most of you. I love you. Well, I don't really love you. How can I love you? I don't even know you are. I'm just talking to this stupid camera. I don't love you, camera. I don't. Right? Whatever that is. I'm going to go on the FaceTube now and maybe meet you again, because you all, I know you missed me. You all missed me this week, didn't you? All you got was the granddaughter on there showing you some real stuff. She's not afraid. She says, I'm brave of her. I'm brave of her. I can't even talk anymore. I'm proud of her. And don't forget her birthday. I'm telling you, today is what's the date today? What's the date? The 22nd of July. Okay, all right. You got 2 weeks to prepare for the 9th of August, right? 2 weeks to prepare for her birthday, and you better be nice to her. You better invite her around. You better be kind to her. She deserves all your love. Oh God, there's Hannah Mae Bindler coming in again. You see, I don't know who I am. Another one, Hannah Mae Bindler. Hannah Mae Bindler from a couple of white chicks sitting around talking. Anyway, I'm so sorry, I've got to go because the people are here now, and I've got to keep it down a little bit and be a little bit, you know, balanced, like the what is he? Grandson-in-law, like the Libran, like she explains to you on those cards she does. I do those cards, all I see is two people, two scales. I see these milk ladies holding two pails of milk. That's it. Like this. Or the scales that before we put on all the ingredients that go into the apple crumble that Gil Bates is not having anymore because his grandmammy decided that with me. That's a terrible, terrible punishment for Gil Bates. Goodbye to everyone. Goodbye. Where we go one, we go all. Again, I haven't got a clue. We did that one before. And I do not consent. I don't know what I'm not consenting to, because I do not consent to sit in the smelly old shed when I don't have any choice, it seems, with a scarf on a boiling hot sunny day, because it's so hot and I'm sweating me whatever. I can sweat. Like that Prince Andrew liar, he doesn't sweat. He sweats all right. We all sweat. Liar. Anyway, that's a program, another program, I think, isn't it? Another program. So what was I saying? Oh, yes. I do not consent, and I ain't having it. But I haven't had it for about 50 years now. Nothing. None. Nothing. I'm sorry about that, but I had to say it. 50 years plus another 50. Except Father Ted and Emad, my beautiful lovers. My lovely lovers. That's it. Haven't had it at all. Not for 100 years. Not for, no, that's bad. No, of course not. Not 100 years. That 90 years. Not for 90 years I haven't had it. I'll have to cut that. That just was wrong. And maybe I'm 120 then. Because if I'm 120, then that remark is going to stay. If, yes, I'm going to cut that remark out, definitely. Not appropriate. But I haven't had any ice cream I'm talking about. I haven't had any ice cream. I haven't had any apple crumble. I haven't had any roast dinners. They don't look after me because I'm probably just a figment of my own imagination. Goodbye. Now I can put this on because your filthy minds are filthy, filthy, filthy. And I couldn't have put it on when I'm trying to explain to you that I haven't had any ice cream with Father Ted, or I haven't had any ice cream, or I haven't had any apple crumble, I haven't had any roast dinners, I haven't had any fun, singing, dancing, having fun, meditating with my lovely Ahmad, my lovely Arab lover. What did you think I was talking about? You're disgusting, disgusting, and I hate y'all. Goodbye.
wonderful. Welcome to Moving On TV, guys. Today we're doing a big experiment. I'm actually trying to interview someone on Skype and put the program on for you. And I've got a really incredible guest on today. It's a young man called Trey Olds. Who's actually very young. He's 16 years old. He's in Mississippi. You know where Old Man River comes from there, doesn't it? The Old Man River. Do you live anywhere near the river? Or where do you live in Mississippi?
I live in Lucedale, Mississippi. It's like an hour from Gulfport, Mississippi, which is close to the Mississippi River.
Right, okay. Wow, so that's quite close, isn't it? And how's the weather there at the moment? Do you have good weather, or is the weather as bad as ours? Well, actually today is sunny for a change, but how's the weather with you today? We have weather like we do in England, but one day we had 4 seasons in the same day. We had autumn, winter, summer, and what did I leave out? Autumn, winter, summer and spring, all in the same day, and it jumped from hailstones to really strong sunshine, and I've never seen anything like it. Do you ever get weather like that?
No, it's sunny, but we're going to have a little, rainstorm or whatever. It's been raining for the past couple days.
Okay. Crazy English weather. Anyway, I'm really happy to be here today on Moving On TV with an extraordinary young man whose name is Trey Olds, and Trey runs his own radio station, which is the Trey Olds radio station. That's what you call it, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Trey Olds radio show. Yep.
And what's even more extraordinary about Trey is that he was diagnosed with autism in 2012. Is that right?
Well, it was in December after Christmas 2012. Well, before that, I was always kind of different from other kids, you could say, but I can't really explain it. But and my mom and dad always figured out I was different than other kids. They couldn't explain it. They thought I was just explain it, but and my mom and dad always figured out I was different than other kids. They couldn't.
So you were saying that you got diagnosed in 2012, but you actually got meningitis when you were very, very young. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, that is true. And I was born a premature baby. I was born a couple weeks early as well.
Okay, but in 2012 you actually were diagnosed properly with autism because your behavior started to change, yes? And so your family got you diagnosed properly. Now, how did that change your life as a young man suddenly to find out that you are actually autistic? Did it affect you in a big way? How did it affect you, Trey? What do you say?
Well, I didn't really know what it was at the time, I didn't know. Then they explained to me what the behaviors of autism was, and then we go from there. They gave me medication and treatment, and it didn't really have a negative effect on my life, but it had you could say it changed my life, because if I didn't have it, I wasn't who I was today. But
okay, so you say that autism changed your life in a big way because it made you what you are today.
Yes.
So I mean, you are extraordinary in what you're doing, because you're not letting the condition rule your life in any way. You've gone out there and you've been broadcasting your own radio show. I mean, it's just so exciting. So how did that happen? How did you get into media and wanting to actually do this?
Well, that's a good question, but well, I started in 2014. Well, really late December 2013, but 2014. But I had friends that made their own little programs, podcasts, and little radio stations. And ever since I was a little kid, I was always interested in radio and entertainment and stuff, and I always liked it. And one of my friends said, "Hey, Trey, you should try this. Find a website and you could do your own show. You would be great at it." And at first I was like, I don't know, And I tried it, and the first show I did, it got 30 viewers in one day, and that ain't bad, for one day.
30 people listening in one day. Now that is very good, isn't it? Wow. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, carry on.
No, well, I was going to say, I didn't think it would last long, but, it escalated and escalated, so.
So basically,
you started to do this in spite of the fact that you have autism. So what are your symptoms? What would you say your symptoms are for the type of autism that you've got?
Well, I was diagnosed with high-functioning autism, or Asperger's. There's different types of names for high-functioning autism. And my symptoms were anxiety, and, I would just be nervous all the time. And I would repeat certain words, and, I would keep on repeating sentences over and over. And really, behavior-wise, it's gotten better, but I take medicine for it, and, it's gotten way better than it was,
Of course, yes. Fine. So,
So, do you find that running your radio station really helps you to deal with the symptoms and helps you to have a better life because you're being very creative?
Yes, I'm very creative. It helps my radio show and all my creativity projects. They help me stay grounded, They help me stay in one place. I mean, I'm not all over. I mean, it keeps me busy, but I'm not busy all over the place. And I've been on other radio stations talking about autism and meningitis and all that. So I'm out there and doing a lot of stuff.
Amazing.
Hi guys, welcome to Moving On TV, and we're doing a raffle, and I'm calling on you all to buy tickets. Buy tickets for the new Moving On TV Community Interest Company raffle in conjunction with WMAP, World Most Amazing People. We're being entered into a book, and so the money from the raffle will go to fund this. So you can get free life coaching with amazing NLP coaches, hypnotherapy session, reflexology, chocolates, toys, music, and a free advert for your business or your book on Moving On TV with your own music in the background that will be written for you, or your own promotion and interviews Moving On TV. All if you buy tickets for this amazing raffle. You can win loads of prizes. So get in there. Contact Lauren on movingontv.uk, or you can PM me and Lauren Hope on Facebook, or you can get me on @MovingOnTV Twitter. Looking forward to hearing from you. Get lots of tickets, and let's talk about getting rid of the stigma of borderline personality disorder on the amazing WMAP with Casey Armstrong, and also on Moving On TV, and in the book Simply Amazing, which will be a New York best-selling book, we hope, with your help. Okay, looking forward to seeing all the amazing ticket selling.
Welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us, the positive, inspirational TV channel. My name is Lauren Hope. I am the founder and CEO of Moving On TV. No one is ordinary. We're all special, unique, wonderful human beings. We're all celebrities with our own talents and strengths and dreams. Moving On TV is here for all of us. We have a book show if you wrote a book. We're looking for talent, for Moving On talent. We want to stream you. We don't want you to compete. Artists shouldn't have to compete. It's disrespectful. And we're going to produce a new musical, and you could be in it. And we're going to serialize it for everyone. We're not going to have the news. We're going to have the happy news. Positive, inspirational, happy stories, which are actually the majority of the stories in the world that are happening all around us, except no one wants to give them to you. And of course, because we're run by solution-based people, life coaches, we want to give you the truth and to help you move on. So we want to know why these tragedies are happening all around us. Why are so many people being hit off their bicycles? What is the solution to all these problems in our world? How can we have a better world, a more peaceful world? We're looking for you. We're looking for all of you. Everyone has a unique story. We're looking for hosts, presenters, all age groups, particularly older people that are not being given any opportunities. Come and work on our media. Cameramen, editors, anyone who wants to work with us. And of course, sponsors. Organic makeup and organic products that are helping the environment and the human race. Come on board Moving On TV, the new positive channel, the channel that gives you hope. You can contact me at Lauren with an E at movingontv.uk. Don't get depressed. Come on board Moving On TV. See you soon. Bye.
Hello, my name is Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. I specialise in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy.
Welcome to the Trey Olds Radio Show, starring me, your announcer Bob Thibodeau, and our host, Trey Olds. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back to Moving On TV and our new program where I interview incredible people from all over the world. I'm so excited because this is the first interview I'm doing properly on Skype, and I'm hoping I'm going to be edited so that you can actually watch it and that everything will flow nicely. Well, we're doing our best. Today I've got Trey Olds from the Trey Olds radio station in Mississippi, and I've been interviewing him about his career at the young age of 16, and also, the mature age of 16, because I feel like I'm talking to a very old, wise soul. And because he's also was diagnosed with a serious autism condition in 2012, he's actually taken that and taken all the traits and what we call weaknesses, he's turned them into strengths. That's right, isn't it?
True, that's very true. Yes.
Which is extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. So no one has got an excuse to just sit there now and say, I've got a dream, but I've got a clue what to do about it. When you watch this interview, you're going to be so inspired hopefully, and you're going to start thinking about what am I going to do with my... So basically, Trey is going out there to tell other people that it doesn't matter what condition you've got. You know, we work very similar to WMAP and Casey Armstrong. We work, you know, I don't want to take his thunder away from him, but we do put on people that are extraordinary and unique and are going out there to change their world and lots of other people's worlds. They're not letting anything hold them back. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. Everybody has a voice, you know. Everybody has their own thing they can do, you know. It doesn't matter if you have autism, anything. You have a purpose, you know.
It's fantastic.
And I try to go out there.
So you're still at school, so you've still got your studies and everything. So how do you run this around? I mean, how do your parents cope, deal with it? Do they support you in spite of the fact that you're at school and you've still got your exams and everything? How do you run the radio station around your life?
Well, my parents are fully supportive. They help me in any way they can. And school-wise and radio show business, I do my radio show when I get off of school, which is around 2 o'clock. So I do the radio show business at 2 o'clock until 6 o'clock or whatever. And on the weekends, I mostly do it every day and all the time until 7 o'clock. So it's, you know, now in the summer I could do it more because, you know, school is out. So I've been busy with that.
Of course.
I'm really impressed with the way you work. I'm really impressed how communicative you are and how easy it is to talk to you, Trey, because I was a little bit nervous of that. You know, again, we have the stigma of autism the same way as we have the stigma of mental illness. People don't know, and so, you know, when you don't know how a person's going to react, you get confused and maybe a bit scared. But I've been having conversations and Skyping with Trey, and you are very easy to talk to, very communicative, very friendly, and I feel that you connect very well to people, which is interesting because to me, because my experience of autism is, of course, Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man, you know, that type of autism. Or when I've worked in social services and I've worked with people that have not been able to relate to me in any way, shape or form. They've seen a pair of glasses and they've related to my glasses, so to speak. So what you're doing, I think, is extraordinary. How do you go out there to present yourself to lots of people out there that are going through similar things, like are being diagnosed or their children are being diagnosed? Do you go out there? Do you campaign? Do you go to schools? Do you meet the public to talk to them about your case or the way your life is?
Well, I meet a lot of people with autism at my school and different schools I went to, and I can relate to them, and you know, I explain to them that, you know, you're not alone. There's more people with them, and as I said, I've been on other radio programs and all that, and I've talked and I've received emails from people saying, you know, what I'm doing is wonderful, and they've just been complimenting me and all that. So
Well, basically that's our job, isn't it, when we are diagnosed with something? Because I have a condition called borderline personality disorder, and I'm very well with it, thank God. But our creativity is so important, because when you're in that space of creativity, then you can do anything, as you are proving. So how did you teach yourself how to run a radio station? Did you go on YouTube? Did you have a mentor? How did you do that?
Well, I've been on YouTube kind of searching stuff, and I had friends, and I have a mentor. He's been doing radio for 30-something years. He lives in Louisiana, where I'm from, and I've interviewed him on my show, and he wants me to be on his show in a couple of weeks. So me and him have been contacting back and forth. So
sounds very good. And you were on Jacob Pyle's show. You used to do some of the shows for him on Spreaker, is that right?
yes, and YouTube. He does his show on YouTube, and he found me on radioguestlist.com, which is a site where you could I think you're familiar with that site.
I am. That's how.
You know, so we did all, and I know you were interviewed on WMAP. I actually missed your interview. I'm looking forward to hearing it very, very much, because Casey Armstrong is a wonderful, wonderful interviewer. Oh, but you interviewed by Kenny, is that right?
No, I was interviewed by Casey.
Oh, brilliant! Because he's a wonderful interviewer. I love the way he interviews people. He's very focused and knows exactly what questions to ask. Okay, so was there anything that Casey asked you that you really had to think about? As I said, not stealing his questions, but I'm sure you won't mind. But is there anything that he asked you that really made you dig deep and you really had to think about it? What was the question?
Yes, there was one question. It was, I forgot how he worded the question, but it was something, what is the most difficult part and what is the most aggravating part for me with my radio show?
Oh, okay, because you both run a radio show. Okay. And what did you say?
I had to think hard about it, but I said, some people, I'm not saying you or anybody, just time zones, you know, different time zones. I get so confused with time zones, you know.
Mm-hmm. Can be a bit of a problem when you're interviewing people from all over the world. What's the time there at the moment? Because it's just gone 6 o'clock here in the UK. What's the time with you?
It is 12:35 noon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad on a Saturday. And so you're in your studio at the moment. Are you actually going to be doing a show?
You have a show at 3 o'clock today.
Okay.
I'm going to be interviewing an actor at 3 o'clock, so I'm looking forward to that.
Can we ask who that is, or we're not allowed to ask? Is it confidential?
You can ask. His name is Philip Galinsky. He is an actor in New York. He does a show in Manhattan, New York, called the Manhattan Monologue Slam Show. It's like a comedy sketch show.
Oh, fabulous.
Fabulous. So you must get to interview lots of exciting people from all walks of life. What would you say was the most difficult interview you've ever done?
Oh, wow. There was one, and I'm not going to say his name just for...
No, that's fine. No, we keep it confidential, but we won't mention names. What happened?
But he was a voice actor in Rochester, New York, and it was difficult for me because he wouldn't really answer by questions, like the simple questions, like, you know, how'd you get started in voice acting, and he did a little radio as well, and he kind of went around, you know, not answering just bringing on little different connotations about it. And I find it most difficult because they're not really answering the question.
Yeah.
But
so you kept trying to get him to answer this question, but he kept evading it, did he?
yes, and he finally answered some of the questions, but he didn't really feel like talking. It was simple questions. It wasn't, you know, kind of.
So,
And
it sounds really interesting
yeah.
and a bit embarrassing, obviously, because do you go live on air with Spreaker, or is it similar to what I do, where you edit it and you can cut bits out?
Unfortunately, it's live air. So.
Right. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So it was kind of embarrassing.
I have an advantage with moving on TV because we film everything. I have to edit everything, so I get a chance to cut things out. You know, if I was streaming, going, you know, live, that would be different, but I'm not doing that yet. But I do find that is an advantage, definitely. You know, because especially if I could dry up and I can't think of what to ask next. But no, that doesn't usually happen because one thing leads to another. So going back to you basically getting out there, starting your own broadcasting, your own radio station, learning everything on YouTube, practicing it and setting up your account on it's Spreaker, is it? Or Spreaker?
Spreaker, yes.
Sorry, Spreaker.
SP, yeah.
Okay, Spreaker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And basically doing it that way. Now, you said that you really wanted, you loved acting yourself, and you really enjoy doing like comedy and stuff like that to make people happy. Do you do your own show that way? You know, in the way you do like sketches that you make up, or do you write stuff?
Yes, I do some. Well, you can't see me because it's a radio show, but I have wrote sketches like comedy sketches or poems and all that, and make people laugh. And I've gotten an email saying, you know, keep it up and all that.
That's brilliant.
Brilliant. And how do you survive? I mean, were you donated all the equipment? Did someone donate it to you? Or how did you manage to buy it? Did you get some kind of sponsorship or, you know, money? Because money obviously is a big thing. But did you have to buy everything, or was it donated or sponsored in some way?
No, all my equipment I've bought, and well, my family bought some of it, you know, like holidays or whatever, but most of my equipment I've bought with money from holidays or, you know, and all that. So I've bought all my equipment.
Fabulous. And is anyone in your family, have they been on your shows at all? Has anyone from your family got interesting talents, or have you interviewed any of them at all?
I've asked them if they could be on my show, and they always said, no, they can't do that. They'd be a nervous wreck on there.
So you've got all the confidence in the world. And you see, I think that having autism is actually, you're taking one of the traits here, which is risk-taking, but you're using it in a really positive way, in a confident way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And I think that's the answer. I think the answer is that if you're diagnosed with anything, whether it's a mental illness or anything really, you know, any label, so to speak, you take that label, you take the traits that you're diagnosed because of them, but you can use them in a very creative manner, the same way as I've created Moving on TV and Moving on Theatre. Trey has gone off there and created his own radio station, which is so exciting. So what are your dreams? What haven't you done yet at 16 years of age? What would you like to do that you haven't?
Well, I would like to be, as you said, acting. I've started to get into like theater productions in local towns where I am. And when I'm older, I hope to be in movies and all that. I was always interested in radio and television, and I always wanted to do that. So.
Right, okay. So you've got big plans, basically, to get out there and do more acting and stuff like that. And so how many more years have you got at college or school before you've got another 2 years? Is that right?
I'm in 10th grade, so I'll have 2 more years. Yes,
Yeah.
2 or 3, yeah.
So are you
doing media studies at school, or just the boring old stuff, or the usual stuff that we do at school?
No, I'm doing drama and literature, and literature because I'm a writer. I started to write little poems and all that, and I'm trying to publish them with another person and all that.
Wow.
And
do you remember your poems off by heart? Because I know that that's one of the occupational problems of writers. I never remember my songs. I record them, so I remember them. It's true. But do you remember any of your poems that you could, maybe you could give us a little bit of one of your poems now?
sadly, I can't remember.
No? Okay. Okay. As I say, that seems to be an occupational hazard of writers, where we don't actually remember our materials, so we record it so that we can go back to it, luckily, and then, you know, we can actually do what we need to do. So, as you were saying, you want to go out there, you want to be an actor. So if you go out there and start acting, what's going to happen to Trey Old's radio station? Are you going to get other people in to work with you to run it?
Well, that's a difficult question. So when I graduate and go to do radio and acting, I'm probably going to quit my show and go to work at a radio station and be a DJ there. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're going to move up and use all of this as a really good experience to get your foot in the door, basically. Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. So, so what else would you like to say to our viewers? Because obviously this is going to go out maybe on TV, people are going to be watching you, people are going to be amazed, and a lot of people are sitting there thinking, oh, I want to do something, but I can't do this and I can't do that. And you know, we're all about solutions. So what would you suggest to anyone who's just sitting there thinking, I'd like to do something like that, I'd love to do something like run my own radio show? What would be the first step, do you think, that they could take towards making this happen?
Well, think positive, you know, don't give up hope. There's hope out there for everyone. Autism or anything, if, you know, everybody has a purpose in life. Radio, television, or painting, or anything you would, what your dream is, just go out there and take it easy steps, you know, don't force it, but just, it's out there. Yeah.
Yes.
That's amazing.
You are so mature for your age. It's like I'm talking to an old soul here. Now, some of us, it takes a whole life to get to the levels that you're getting. And it's I'm really, really proud and humble to have you on here, to be interviewing you. And do you have any plans to come to England at all, so we can meet you?
Probably when I'm older, probably in my 20s, I would probably, because I love to travel, so I would probably come to London, England, or wherever, England, you know.
Excellent.
So much, Trey. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. To wrap up, we're just going to say thank you very, very much to Trey Olds from the beautiful Mississippi and Old Man River. And I'm so sorry here because I'm so ignorant. What is the name of the river again? The Mississippi River.
Yes, Mississippi.
The Mississippi River, I know. Just very quickly, you know, I actually did go to America years and years ago, and I went to my Memphis, and I think I went to Louisiana. I can't remember exactly, but I do remember the jazz bands on the river, this beautiful river boat, and you had these jazz bands. Do you get them near you?
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really wonderful.
don't see them, but when I lived in Louisiana, it was everywhere because, you know, New Orleans, jazz bands are very popular, and they go around and everything. I love jazz, so.
Oh, brilliant. Yes, so do I. So just one more question. The type of music that you play on your radio show, is it particularly for very young audiences, or do you also play jazz and classical and a mixture of stuff for others?
Well, I play, because my show is a family-based show, you know, no curse words or anything, no
Good,
inappropriate
like mine.
stuff. So I play all kinds of music, country, rock. I don't really play rap music. I'm not a fan of it, so I don't really play it.
No, I find, yes, I understand that. So basically it's an all-rounder show where you'll play lots of types of music. And your audiences, would you say that people of all ages listening to your show?
Yes, generally it's mostly teenagers and older people that I find listen to it, so.
Okay.
Fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the end product of what we've done today, and I hope you are. And I just wanted to say thank you very much, and how incredibly exciting it's been to interview you. You are really amazing. Again, I don't want to take Casey's "we're most amazing people" away from him, but you know, a lot of people would just be sitting there and whinging or whatever, you know, having, he calls it a pity party, but you don't. You get out there and you do a lot for others, and you have a lot of fun doing it, and that, I think, is the answer. That is the answer in life, basically. So I look forward to listening more and more to your station and passing this on.
Thank you.
So you go and have a wonderful, beautiful, sunny day. And you take care. That's lovely. Thank you so much, Trey. If there's anything else you'd like to say, then...
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure talking to you. You do a great job. I applaud you for that. You do wonderful too. Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart, and hopefully I hope to meet you someday. Okay, it'd be really lovely to meet you someday. If you come to England, look me up. Lots of love. Take care. Go, guys. That was the first episode of Incredible People That Make the World Go Round. Something like that. I'm not sure what I'll call it yet. But you were listening and watching Trey Olds, a young 16-year-old guy who started his own radio station with autism. And did he let that get him down? No way, Jose. So, what's your excuse, eh? I'm looking forward to interviewing loads of people now from all over the world because I've set up Skype. It's going to be great. So hopefully I can edit this and make it really good for you. Thank you so much for watching. You know where I am. If you want to be interviewed, you are all unique. I love you all. Bringing the hope back into our lives, Moving On TV. You can contact me at movingontv.uk. Ring me on 07437 532 798, and we'll get you on here wherever you are in the world now. Take care and have a beautiful day. Namaste. Thank you.